Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had Ultimate Respawn Power? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. After waiting outside in the intense sunlight for over an hour, Uzumaki Naruto had to admit that his wardrobe was less than practical. It was at times like these he would envy Shino or even the accursed Uchiha boy. Shino was always well sheltered from the sun, and Sasuke's clothing was the best of the best. It was by far superior to whatever was available for Naruto to buy. It angered the blonde, right then? Of course, the feeling never lasted. Soon, he would be distracted by something, perhaps anything, if only to free his mind of such a burden. He was quite good at that. Shutting himself out or playing dumb was a great way to get by in life. There was also the fact that he didn't hate himself as much as others did, so his mind was as comforting an escape as thinking about nothing, which he tended to do a lot. The day seemed so mundane, so routine. Sasuke sulked to his right while Sakura sulked to his left, being deprived of her chance to sit next to her favorite male on the face of the planet. The fact that today had originally been a life-changing event made no difference to Naruto. Not after he had come to the conclusion he was dreaming. The whole event had already happened. It was only a memory playing behind his closed eyes. Sweat dripped down his brow, leaving the blonde to wonder exactly how he had managed to heat his room when he was asleep. Unless he was sick, which was very possible. The more he sat in the sun, the more that seemed a plausible theory. He could do nothing about that, so he joined his teammates in sulking, thinking about nothing and allowing himself to be very miserable. A sudden plume of smoke to the face educated Naruto's adrenal system, startling him no matter how much he was expecting it. The sadistic gleam in that sleepy eye was one the Jinchuriki was all too familiar with. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Nice to see you." Naruto greeted, wiping the sweat of his forehead with a yawn. Kakashi dismissed the respect as sarcasm, which probably wasn't going to help the young Uzumaki in the long run. Who'd, upon Kakashi's arrival, noticed he really wasn't feeling so great. His stomach was really hurting, as if he hadn't eaten anything. "Wait a minute. We've been here for hours." Sakura ranted, glaring daggers at their new instructor. This made the ninja even happier. Sasuke groaned, completely apathetic to the whole situation. A lame excuse was given. Probably the same as what had been said before, but Naruto didn't catch it. In fact, his stomach hurt so badly that he didn't listen to too much of what Kakashi had said afterwards either. He pretended he did, which wasn't too horrible since he already knew the drill. Bells. Teamwork. A lot of scolding. With his stomach acting the way it was, Naruto had to admit that he is tempted to try the same stunt he pulled last time, which would end with him tied to a tree stump in even more intense sun. He would avoid that route if at all possible. Though the words he used in his mind to plan the event were nowhere near as eloquent. As soon as Kakashi had finished with his explanation, he stepped back, leaving his two teammates to ditch him. "You really don't get the idea of hiding now, do you?" Kakashi asked casually, taking out his book. As much as those bells called to him, Naruto wasn't as stupid as he had been when he'd tried for the bells in the real world. He could also use the shade, but he still stood there, transfixed on his sensei. The fact that he already knew what made his teacher tick was more than a little humorous to Naruto. To laugh was only natural for one in his unnatural situation. It wasn't real, anyway. It was at that moment Naruto decided things were going to be different this time around, dream or not. He wouldn't just sit there and let himself be yelled at for the main flaw he was aware of having. The brain inside his body now was one that knew betrayal, loyalty, and pain. He knew that Sasuke was even more disturbed than he looked, and just how frightening a sand demon could be. He understood just how to pass the test they were currently in, and perhaps even outshine the traitorous Sasuke team in the process. A bitter thought came to his currently overactive consciousness. It's still just a dream. The old man is still gonna be dead when I wake up in a fever sweat, and then Sasuke team will still have betrayed us and left Konoha for more insane pastures. Even so, Kakashi will still respect the BSTRD more than he does me. That has to change. Itachi Kakashi was dumbfounded by the behavior of this orange eyesore of a pupil. He was just given instructions that would intimidate any normal academy graduate. Yet there he was, staring at the copy ninja with those cobalt blue eyes. Mocking him, he imagined. Was the boy goading him? Was it a simple, narrow-minded and extremely futile part of a plan to get one of the bells tied securely to his waist? He felt himself tense up when the boy gave him an expression he had recalled being made by the yondaime, but could have never in a million years have expected what happened next. "Sakura!" Naruto called, prompting a startled sound from inside a nearby cluster of underbrush. "There are only 2 bells, right?" "There are 2 bells and only 3 of us." His laughing stopped, and he put on a serious face of thought. It was an act put in place so that nothing was suspicious. No one would be more than a little surprised from learning that he is willing to give up everything for Sakura. "Let's work together. All 3 of us," he said, smiling earnestly. The reply he got was another muffled sound from the bushes, sounding less than pleased. He pretended to get offended, causing Kakashi's features to soften just a little. Well, the visible ones, anyway. The Uzumaki boy was surprising his teacher at every turn. "Sakura, I am more than willing to let you have my bell. I thought that maybe, since I've already flunked twice, I could probably breeze through the coursework like it was nothing and I have to finish what I start." He trailed off, but was amused when even less desirable set of sounds erupted from his pink-haired comrade. It involved Sasuke, whatever she was saying, and how the 2 of them could do things without the dead last anyway, or something. All in all, it managed to give away her position, making her look very foolish. Kakashi sighed, putting his finger on another page of the book. They had to come at him sometime. He had honestly expected to be assaulted by then, and for the blonde village idiot to have been the one to do it. What really induced the bookmark to be put in the page was the maturity of the condemned boy's behavior. He had high expectations for Sasuke, but he now realized he had completely undermined the example of demon symbiosis that was now standing right in front of him, unafraid. "What are you doing, Naruto?" the Jonin asked, eyeing the subject of his attentions carefully. The boy was swaying a little bit, still completely relaxed. "I'm waiting," was the boy's reply. Naruto's blue eyes scanned the area, waiting for some sort of assent or backup. He wasn't about to give away his teammates' positions that they had managed to secure once again without their assent. Several painfully stretched seconds elapsed before Kakashi sighed. They weren't coming. It was regimental responsibility, though, and he couldn't just pass Naruto for thinking like a team by himself. In fact, he should probably punish Naruto for his inability to speak in a way that made sense to his teammates or for just standing there. That wasn't very smart. That being said, the Jonin approached his target of an adolescent with one hand, preparing a kunai to attack. With one swift movement, he brought it down in a stabbing motion. Unfortunately, Naruto did not react in any way, causing Kakashi a little amount of guilt as the impact was made. He had probably just killed the troubled youth. As it could be imagined, Kakashi was pleasantly surprised when a wisp of smoke vanished where a body should have been. There was no replacement, but the fact that the kid had been thinking like a shinobi with his supposed intelligence level was impressive. The elite ninja's ears strained, listening for any sounds of the other genin. There was nothing, which almost prompted a weary smile under the mask. Could it be that they were actually going to go through with it? Attacking him together? It still wouldn't work, of course. Any effort of the children would be useless. Still, it was a nice change to think of. Of course, there was still the chance that he was mistaken, and that they were all going to attack on their own, and were biding time. With that on the brain, Kakashi opened his perverse book again and waited for the inevitable confrontation. Getting an Uchiha to accept you as someone of worth was hard. Thankfully, Naruto Uzumaki remembered this as he casually strolled behind the spoiled young man. Using stealth that his present self knew, but his past self hadn't, he actually managed to get behind Sasuke without being detected. It was considerably easy too. "Yo," came Naruto's voice, cracked with PBR2I. His reflexes prepared for the consequences. The effect was instantaneous. The would-be traitor in front of him turned around, startled, and unleashed a physical attack of desperation. Naruto ducked and grabbed his rival's ankle in a motion that flipped the young Sharingan user on his back. "What the hell are you doing, loser?" Sasuke sputtered, irritated and surprised. He had been expecting Kakashi. Then again, he had also expected to see Naruto get his butt handed to him. Displeased was a minor statement as to his emotional state towards his teammate. Naruto was a stepping stone to him. This was all wrong. I am trying to cooperate with His Highness, Naruto curtly replied, smiling bitterly. Sasuke's eyes widened in anger in the split second he could have used to react. Because I have to. While the self-centered Avenger was down, the blonde ninja stepped on Sasuke's chest, perfectly aware of the kunai being tossed at him from Sakura's direction. She was aiming for her favorite spot in back of his head, so the shot was easily avoided. Let Sasuke go. You. That's not a toy, Sakura, he shouted, finding himself annoyed with this jog of memory as to how immature their female teammate had been. Were you really trying to kill me? That's not a very nice way to react to someone who is going to win a future for you, you know. I don't need your help, loser. Both Sasuke and Sakura interrupted simultaneously, causing the demon vessel to flinch. There was a silence as Naruto brainstormed a way to deal with this turn of events. A slide of brilliance rewarded his efforts. So, you think you can take down an elite on your own? Copy Ninja Kakashi? The man of 1,000 jutsu? He argued, feeling his face turn red with the frustration. Hunger made him irritable, but his intellect was a lot larger than most were aware. The two he had respectfully addressed felt their jaws drop. Was their teacher really that famous? Could it be that Naruto actually read up on someone? Finding he had finally captured the rest of Squad 7's attention, the trademark smirk appeared of the face of the Yandame's son. For the moment, they were at his mercy. This would do. What would you suggest then, Naruto? Sakura asked, her voice shaking a little. Yes, this would do just fine. Meanwhile, the head of the team fingered his prizes restlessly. It was hard to concentrate on an RDC novel when you constantly had to fear a plan that was probably escalating in tactical brilliance. The three would-be ninja were smarter than he had assumed. At first he had waited for them to come, expecting one of the genin to foolishly challenge him like the ones that came before. Time had passed slowly, and no one came to fill his expectations. Today is just full of surprises, he mused to himself. Then, he dropped the book entirely. The forest had suddenly become eerily quiet, the birds having ceased to sing. Even the chirps of insects had become few and far between. This calm interested Kakashi, but was nothing compared to the thundering footsteps he heard moments later. Orange swarmed into his vision, clouding it with the sheer numbers of his opponent. Something inside him was disappointed when he realized that it was truly just an attack staged by only one of the hopefuls. It was even Naruto at that. Just as he had begun to think he had misjudged the boy, he had to go and pull something like that. So it's true. You really can conjure up solid clones. Not that it matters, though, he felt himself quip. Kakashi didn't even need any real techniques to bat away the dozens of clones coming at him. They were as unrefined and careless as their original turned out to be. All the same, the Jounin couldn't resist the replacement GG. A clone was soon nabbed to be used as the replacement, but never fulfilled that purpose. Fitted with an explosive tag that went off on contact, Kakashi withdrew his hand. In those few seconds, he felt a different hand clench around one of the bells and yank. The bell in question didn't get a chance to be stolen before the Jounin clenched the hand and twisted it around. Narrate dash, he prepared to lecture, his eye lazily focusing on the miscreant that touched him. The hand belonged to Sakura Haruno, stunning him significantly. The next thing he knew, a set of flying weapons flew in from his right. The replacement jutsu worked for him that time around, but Sakura was set free as a result. Sasuke almost smiled to himself at that accomplishment. Kakashi didn't reappear, and the three teammates, along with a few dozen shadow clones, searched around for him. It would not do to let the enemy get behind them, sensei or no. Sasuke's favored target of an ankle was the first to find Hataki's location. The rest of the Uchiha soon followed as he was pulled into the ground up to his head. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu, the gray-haired man stated, appearing behind his victim. He reached for the black hair of the Uchiha boy, only for it to turn yellow. A Naruto clone. Once again, a fast ball had been pulled on him. Chance, it yelled, wrenching a hand out of the soil with surprising force and grabbing something that had been next to him on the ground all along. Kakashi's visible eye widened. Another trap. He got out of the way of the new explosion just in time, but a blade was thrown in his blind spot by the real Sasuke, cutting the cords that attached the bells to his waist by a crosshair. The accuracy was amazing when the haze from the recent explosion was taken into consideration. Kakashi sensed the change in weight and reached out to catch the bells, but was tackled by the hyperactive blonde mastermind of the entire operation while Sasuke and Sakura took the demed things. Naruto beamed at them before being thrown off. Dread caught a hold of Naruto's heart. He was flying with his rear end completely exposed to his infamous teacher. He knew what would happen next, but screamed like a little girl anyway. 1,000 years of pain found the way to his butt, followed by an NTMD contact with a tree trunk. The splinters were unimaginable. Sasuke watched in morbid fascination as their sensei took 2 fingers to his rival's butt. Sakura honestly thought Naruto was going to die and had screamed accordingly. Kakashi chuckled after hearing the impact and got to his feet. His back was to the two. They waited for the verdict with bated breath, leaving themselves open for torture at the hands of the sadistic copy ninja. He brushed the dirt off his clothes just as the alarm bell rang for the end of the exercise. A smirk played under the Jounin's mask. He stalled for a few seconds, leaving his students on pins and needles simply because he could. They had done very well, whether he had gone easy on them or not. Well, it looks like we have 2 winners. Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other and smiled. Sakura closed in for a hug, causing the youngest Uchiha to back away. Before she made contact, however, she felt a pang of hunger. One pang led to another, and she looked at Naruto's twitching form at the tree's base. There were only 2 bells. One separate glance told her that Sasuke was thinking the same thing. In a burst of mutual resolve, they set the bells down next to the town's mischief maker, causing him to smile widely through the scrapes. It also earned them a very disturbing grip on the shoulder from Kakashi. Disturbing in that it was accompanied by one of the most gleeful expressions they had ever seen, anyway. Correction. We have 3 winners who won more than a game. The first to have ever grasped this exercise, I'll add. The 3 of you acted as one. 3 sets of eyes locked onto the teacher, waiting to burst out into individual happiness. You are all worthy to be called genin. You pass. Those were beautiful words to Naruto's ears no matter how many times he heard them. Though, as Sakura helped him up, he felt a bit better than he had the first time for 2 reasons, one being that he wasn't tied up. The other was left to speculation in his brain, as he couldn't quite place it. As Sakura let go, the Uzumaki boy realized something important. Those injuries given to him by Kakashi had actually hurt. Didn't things in dreams tend to be painless? He pondered this for a minute, but came to the conclusion that he had probably scratched himself while sleeping. That answer satisfied him for the moment, but it failed to explain his literal pain in the butt. Victory was sweet for the members of Team 7. Well, more salty than sweet, but it was tasty nonetheless. It was especially sweet on the tongue of Naruto Uzumaki when washed down with Ichiraku's perfectly seasoned noodles and broth. The nectar of the gods that was ramen poured down his throat like an infusion of new life. Sasuke edgily pecked and pulled away at his food like a carrion bird, content but slightly uncomfortable with the closeness of a mane of pink hair to his shoulder. She didn't have the right to touch him, he told himself, as he had many times. Who was she to think she was worth touching? He, who had witnessed so much, was entitled to his personal space. These thoughts showed on his face, but Sakura either didn't notice or ignored the nonverbal communication altogether. Sakura was grateful that they had passed the test, but she had taken very opportunity to praise her immediate crush's marksmanship over the ingenuity of the plan executed by the blonde guzzling his food like his life depended on it. Every now and then, she would casually ask something of Naruto, but found him eerily quiet. Where was the loudmouth she had become accustomed to? Certainly not across from her. Every cell in her female body screamed about the absurdity of it all. Then again, every cell also shouted that it was hungry and that dieting was a bad idea, so she made a habit of not listening to them, or eating for that matter. Naruto felt himself staring at Sasuke and Sakura, no matter how hard he tried to restrain himself. They were so young and vulnerable back then. Sasuke was still unmarked by anyone other than himself, if only it weren't just a dream. If only he had acted so rashly back then. That wasn't to say that he never acted irrationally in the present, but he had to admit he had mellowed out to an extent. The leader of the team observed them all from a distance, not actually eating himself due to the fact he would not remove his face mask for any reason. He had explained a few things to the students, but was fairly sure that he hadn't been very well heated. Adolescents were so easily distracted, especially that Sakura. He'd need to work on that. Sasuke wasn't too bad. Kakashi hadn't expected the sought-after genin to have been too much of a nuisance anyway. No, what really kept him on his guard was the Uzumaki boy. There was something off about him. Hatake Kakashi had been very well briefed on Naruto's situation and personality. He had no choice but to be. So how was it that an entire secret side of the boy was being exhibited during a PRD where he could be expected to be as immature as possible? Didn't that Irika mention something about the kid being rash and impulsive, with the Sandaime concurring with that observation? He had yet to see either trait. This kid was definitely smarter than he had let on. More matured. Naruto continued his meal in silence, looking at his teammates on occasion with what seemed like longing, especially Sasuke. It wasn't that kind of longing, but it was an intense emotion raging within his student regardless. That much made sense to the Jonin. The envy probably drove him mad. To have someone that was so sought after when you were ostracized in such a way must have been terrible. Then again, Sasuke's existence wasn't exactly a happy one either. It's always greener on the other side of the hill? That's not healthy. After some basic dialogue from Sasuke to Naruto, some fawning from Sakura on the point of the former, and a lot of eating on the part of the latter, the meal drew to a close. The teacher put his finger in his pockets to reach for his wallet, but was cancelled out by an intense slam from the fist of the QB's boy. A few bills fell to the counter, along with a couple coins. His face was downcast and hidden, quite a contrast to that of Kakashi's, which was wide-eyed and puzzled. If his mouth wasn't hidden, it would have been agape. "I'm done, guys. There's the bill. See you tomorrow," he deadpanned, leaving the old ramen vendor as speechless as everyone else in the closed area. The 12-year-old's shoulders sagged with every movement. Sasuke did a double-take, but thought the better of prying. Whatever the dobe was doing wasn't worth the effort. Granted, he was different, somehow, but still the idiot he knew. Just because he learned a few more tricks didn't mean Naruto was even close to holding a candle to Sasuke's skills. Oh, how wrong he was. Sakura watched her orange-clad companion wander away until he vanished. For some reason, she felt she should have said something. Was he angry at them? He hadn't asked her out all day. That hurt her confidence more than she would have ever said out loud, but all the same, she needed time to figure it out. "I think I'll be going home too. I'll see you in the morning, Sasuke," she said sweetly, ignoring Kakashi altogether. He felt a bead of sweat form to the side of his head. Women. Sasuke waited until after his obsessed fan had left before breathing a sigh of relief. It was just him and the teacher. That was acceptable. Minutes passed by with the two just enjoying the calm evening. "Interesting, aren't they?" Kakashi asked thoughtfully, attempting to start up a conversation with a kindred spirit. "Birds of a feather flock together, didn't they?" "I guess." Sasuke contributed, placing his chin on his hands. He didn't even bother making eye contact, and few more seconds told Kakashi that was all that was going to be said. The elite ninja sighed and stood up. He had hoped for a little more spirit. "Be at the training field by 8 tomorrow," he reminded his last student before vanishing entirely. 8 meant 10, but he didn't bother to mention such a trivial detail. They could find out for themselves. The Jounin headed for his house that evening, completely unaware of the strange events that were about to unfold. Naruto walked out into the night air with more burning in his throat than he'd have liked to admit. Dreams? He now realized he hated them. Weren't they supposed to help you work through things? All his was managing to do was make the pain worse. He'd already mourned. He'd already come to grips with things. Did his mind have to torment him so? Seeing Sasuke again hadn't affected him at first, but the longer he spent next to what he was sure was a replica created by his subconscious, the deeper the wound cut. How the BSTRD managed to show affection from being belittled publicly was a mystery, but Naruto had missed it. Every single painful and humiliating second. Okay, maybe almost every single painful and humiliating second. There was only so much arrogance even a saint could take. Naruto wasn't a saint, and he would be the first to admit it. Even in the short span he'd spent in his ephemeral realm, he'd wanted to kick the prissy winner in the back several times. As for Sakura, he didn't know where to begin. A reality check would probably cash in well at her national bank. He found himself missing the self she was when he was awake. That Sakura knew herself, she wasn't a SLV to what she thought she was. She was confident. He was contending with was only a shadow of the woman she would become. It was like missing a friend. He was thankful for Kakashi's presence in that the man never changed. He was still the same sadistic psycho BSRD of a genius with a soft spot for the Uchiha. Even if Naruto buttered him up, Sasuke would probably pull their teacher in like a magnet. It was only natural that Sasuke would get attention from Kakashi, he concluded after thinking about it a little more. That didn't mean he was okay with that fact, but he was aware of the reasons it made sense. A chill hit Naruto's face. He was getting tired of dreaming now. He contemplated jumping off the fourth's nose and waking up in a fit of giggles, but decided the better of it. Maybe there really was something he needed to work through, or maybe Sasuke would blow up. The idea made him crack up even more than the suicide plan. Why wouldn't it? The black-haired miscreant had already done the same to Naruto, right? An idea hit him like Sakura would have if she had heard it. A manic smile graced his features. Well, it's my dream after all. An unsuspecting Sasuke Uchiha rolled over in his sheets. Sleep graced him, but not without causing some rather annoying habits to surface. He ground his teeth together menacingly while bunching all the covers up at his feet. And as any other sleeper would, he involuntarily passed gas from time to time. The moonlight streamed in through his open window, accompanied by the occasional insect. The illumination landed on the Uchiha's upper face, causing his eyelids to shine in the darkness. In a moment, it was blocked by a streaked shadow, which caused no more than a slight twitch of the closed eyes. Two blue sandaled feet stealthily touched down on the ground near his head. Once again, Sasuke did not awaken. Naruto grinned. It was going quite well so far. Now, it was time for the purpose of the errand. The troublemaker pulled a permanent marker out of his sleeve and crouched down to the pale face of his rival. The canvas of Sasuke's skin was admired for a moment for being so perfect to write on for a nanosecond before the slightly toxic ink was pressed onto the defenseless face. Stress relief was essential for a ninja. For different individuals, there were different hobbies. To be fair, not all of them were as harmless as practical jokes. Naruto kept this in mind as he sketched on his friend's skin with surprising dexterity. After several minutes of the deed, the young shinobi inspected his work. The unibrow was a nice touch, he decided, and promptly got the hell out of the apartment before Sasuke woke up. Dream or no dream, he didn't want to be the first one the spoiled Avenger saw after discovering his new paint job. No, he hoped Kakashi would bear the brunt of it. Freaking biased teacher. Naruto slept nicely after that. He was sure he would wake up in the Konoha he was from, but that his dream had been a success. He was 104% wrong, of course, but he didn't know that. The night passed as any other, but dawn would shed some new light on his situation. Coincidentally, it would also make Sasuke look like an idiot in front of several people. Sasuke woke up at around 5 in the morning every day. The first day he spent as a fully fledged genin was no exception. Routine had him so strongly in its grasp that the groggy ninja didn't even bother looking in the mirror as he went about his business. Not that it would have made much difference anyway. Sasuke couldn't be bothered with cleaning his own mirror. The Uchiha picked out another outfit from a closet of the same garments and donned it without any more fuss than straightening it out. With that done, he brushed his hair and grabbed a quick cup of milk before heading outside to train. A courier boy that was delivering the post to him looked at him oddly the moment he left his apartment. Sasuke didn't care, though. It was nothing more than a distraction. He had to train. He did his workout routine and stretches, a combined total of about an hour and a half elapsed. It was about 7 when he left his housing for the main streets. Once again, The early risers were at their own schedules. Normally he would get a couple waves and some respectful greetings, but today was different. Some of them were edgy, while others looked like they were stifling laughter. What was the big deal? Having had enough, the prodigy looked in a pond while walking through Konoha towards the training field. Upon seeing his reflection, there was a few seconds of nothing before a screamed set of profanities aimed at Naruto Uzumaki. As a result, several young villagers expanded their vocabularies and ended up in various corners. Unaware of anything that was going on, Naruto slept in comfortably. A good night's sleep did a lot to put one in perspective. While everything around Naruto had been weird as of late, it was about to get prospectively weirder. Day came slowly for the unprepared mind of the young man drooling on his sheets. A beam of sunlight streamed in through his window at around 9, calling him into consciousness. The mattress crinkled beneath him when he slowly sat up. He pushed his feet across the covers and onto the solid ground. "Ma," he drawled out, talking to himself. What a strange dream that was. The Jinchuriki pulled a cup of ramen out of his cupboard and heated the water like a ritual before sitting down in his usual position. Was it just him, or did he feel shorter than he usually was? He ate without returning to that question because the answer could have frightened him. He ate quickly, contemplating whether or not he would tell Sakura about his dream. He knew it would piss her off, but that was half the fun, wasn't it? Besides, she was mature enough now that she wasn't going to go at him with a hacksaw, right? She hadn't done that in quite some time. Instinct drove the Yandame's son to avoid any mirrors that morning, but he still had to get dressed. His closet would tell him what his bathroom would not. Naruto had already planned his outfit for the day. He was going to wear a black jumpsuit with one of his orange vests that he bought last week. It was going to look awesome. Lee would probably worship it. Naruto just couldn't wait. His hand reached for the drawer handle, then grasped and pulled. Unadulterated horror plastered Naruto Uzumaki's face upon seeing its contents. His breath hitched. That first orange jacket. He had torn it up, hadn't he? He remembered the sad day he had thrown it away. Why had it returned from beyond the clothing grave? Jackets didn't haunt. It didn't make sense. Is it possible that? He looked down at his hands. They were surprisingly smooth. Weren't they calloused the last time he looked? No way. No way in hell. Unable to put it off any longer, Naruto shot into his washroom and looked at his reflection carefully. He stared back at himself, eyes wide with wonder. Was this a prank? How the hell, how? The face of his reflection wasn't that of the genin he knew. This was a child. Is this really me? He shouted, even though he had no reply. He didn't know whether he was supposed to be overjoyed or disturbed. Had he finally cracked? This was physically impossible. There was no such thing as time travel, and his own experiences had not been a dream in any respect. Then, yesterday actually happened. Naruto felt himself foam at the mouth as he discovered that yesterday had indeed been real, and that Sasuke Uchiha really was walking around with the word arrogance plastered on his face with a goatee and a unibrow. The Sandaime was still alive. Orochimaru was still in hiding. Was it a miracle? Was it a curse? Reasoning told him it was more than likely a sign of schizophrenia, which also seemed unlikely. Determined to prove to himself that he was correct and not just crazy, Naruto yanked his clothing on at the speed of light and trounced out his front door with one sleeve of his jacket undone. Konoha bustled around him as it always did, thinking nothing of the hyperactive boy. He was always like that. At that time, villagers would usually go out of their way to make sure Naruto Uzumaki knew that he wasn't welcome in Konoha. That day, however, no icy glare reached him. No tripping stopped him either. He was a boy on a mission that had no letter ranking. He rushed through the crowds near their respective market stands and towards the Hokage's mansion. If Sarutobi was alive, then Naruto had to see him with his own eyes. Surely enough, the old man was outside his home speaking with some of his subordinates. Naruto's lips curved into a quivering smile from behind the gate. Tears fell from his eyes at a steady rate. The old man hadn't noticed his observer, but Naruto was happy enough just knowing he was there. Everything that had happened in his future life might as well have been a nightmare. It hadn't occurred yet, and he would be dead if he allowed it to. The day he was informed of the third's death was one of the most tragic he would ever experience. Regardless of the emotions he had shown T the time, the whole thing had left him feeling empty for so long. He couldn't handle that grief again. "I'll protect you," Naruto promised in a whisper, just watching the old man speak and laugh for a few more seconds. "I'll protect you even if it kills me." The Uzumaki sniffed and wiped away at his tears of joy quickly when he saw several villagers walk towards him from the corner of his eye. They all were on some sort of errand. That reminded him. Wasn't he supposed to be somewhere? What was today? There was something he was supposed to remember. It hit him like a shovel flung from a ballista, a revelation so terrible that it almost made him GG with the irony of it all. "I'm going to be late. Even by Kakashi's standards." Any remaining teardrops still adorning the genin's face were air-dried during his sprint to the training field. He bowled over a couple garbage cans on the way, he was fairly certain, but some sacrifices had to be made for old time's sake. Sasuke was irate when he arrived at the training field at 8. His skin was red and puffy from desperately scrubbing at the marks that hadn't come off. The word arrogance seemed to stand out even more, if anything. Sakura had been the second to arrive, a little late because she had been doing her hair. As a woman, she had explained, she always took pride in her appearance. The explanation had continued for about 1 minute before Sasuke cut her off with the fact he just didn't care. Looking at him reproachfully, Sakura felt a blush come to her cheeks. She didn't know how she was supposed to go about mentioning the marker adorning her love's face. "Sasuke, your FA dash." "I know. That infernal Naruto dash," he growled, searching the horizon for the absent third member of Team 7. He was late. Was the moron afraid? Served him right. The two waited together while the sun continued its ascent into the sky. After an hour and 40 minutes, they were more than slightly irritated. Of course, it was right then that Naruto had to fly over the fence and into a tree directly behind Sakura. It wasn't a quiet entrance by any means. As soon as the two punctual shinobi realized that their target of displeasure had arrived, they cracked their knuckles and stared at him like a cat would a mouse. "Good morning," the demon container choked out in between blows. Sasuke continued to beat him mercilessly for what seemed like an eternity before Kakashi showed up in his shadow. The copy ninja's visible eye twitched. The day had started out so well too. "I would stop that if I were you," he said warningly, bending down until his breath tickled the back of the Uchiha's neck. The so-called dobe was forgotten and Sasuke twisted around to defend himself. Kakashi dodged easily and then caught sight of Sasuke's face himself. The teacher ped his head to the left, studying the markings for a short time before bursting into laughter himself. The vengeful adolescent Sasuke couldn't be any more embarrassed. Luckily for Sasuke, relishing in the Uchiha's personal shame was the last thing on the instructor's mind. Training a girl whose mind was solely devoted to pleasing one boy, an emotional time bomb, and a hyperactive blonde was a lot harder than it sounded. The task had not sounded easy to begin with either. As if the heavens wanted the task to be even more difficult, one was trying to kill another. Kakashi had to admit that the reason for the conflict was more than a tad bit amusing. Naruto's prank was a very direct comment on his rival's behavior. It was like a writ for individual freedom. He wanted Sasuke to know he wasn't going to take it anymore without resorting to violence. Not that it had worked, but it was a noble and/or comedic idea. "Could you kindly refrain from removing your teammates' internal organs with your fists, Uniboy? He's going to need them later." Kakashi ordered his pupil in between intakes of breath for his next chuckling fit. Sasuke just twitched. Naruto laughed alongside his sensei from the tree to which he had retreated. He felt the killing intent flowing from Sakura, but pretended it wasn't there. He could take her in a heartbeat if she tried anything. But Kakashi-sensei, he interrupted at last, a promise that he'd made less than an hour ago burning in his mind. "What are we going to do today? Missions? Training? Training about missions?" The perverted Jonin walked past Sasuke so that he was in the center of the genin ranks and cleared his throat. "Actually, I was going to have you run as many laps as possible for the next 20 minutes, he said casually, "and then I was going to have us take the most humiliating D rank on the roster." D rank? Sakura asked, her eyes still narrowed at Naruto. Yes, D-rank missions. The lowest of the low. Kakashi replied, pulling out the book that matched Naruto's jacket. Things like weeding, gardening, hauling heavy objects. You know, minimum wage crap. It builds character. Hey, yeah, I'd rather be training. Sasuke complained, crossing his arms. Kakashi rounded on him in an instant. That can be arranged. You've just earned your team another 10 minutes of laps, the instructor stated smugly. His word was law. Sakura looked less than amused. In fact, she looked terrified. The girl hadn't really been keeping up with her physical endurance training, obviously. From the tree branch, Naruto was smiling widely. The team had just gotten its first group sentence, and it wasn't even his fault. As if it could be better than that, Sasuke was the culprit. And particular starting and finishing point, he heard himself ask in an earnestly cheery voice, causing his teacher to be caught off guard by Naruto's good attitude. You start at this rock and end at this rock, he replied, pointing to a boulder next to them. But before you come back you need to reach the river. Sakura looked like she was going to die. All the way to the river? From their position? That was an entire mile. Oh, and you can't stop for any reason, or you'll have to start over. Get it? He asked, looking from one young face to another. Sasuke leered at him. Sakura nodded mid-tremble. Naruto was already running. Seeing the negative response he got from 2/3 of his students, he couldn't help but inform them that was just a warm-up compared to tomorrow's physical conditioning. The D-ranked missions were a lot less difficult than Naruto remembered them being. Complaining had probably robbed him of a lot of time and energy he could have just used to complete the tasks. After some self-observation, Naruto had discovered he had a few talents in manual labor. He could weed non-stop for 2 hours before he needed a drink and change a feces-filled diaper without complaining. He could run a message to an elderly woman in less time than it took for most to use the bathroom. For the first time in a while, Naruto felt content to be a genin. These were his fellow villagers, after all. If someone wanted to be a leader of something, they had to love it from all levels, didn't they? Still, that didn't mean he never got fed up. Sometimes the Uzumaki would get bored or hostile towards his teammates for not leaving him alone for a second. Seriously. He didn't point out everything they did wrong. Well, not this time around, at least. Finding Tora the cat was the worst. That feline was a demon. He was sure of it. Somehow, that request came in at least 3 times a week. Every time, Kakashi took it without fail. Because, he had explained, it was the only mission that gave Naruto any trouble. The Jonin was an equal opportunity employer. He wanted to make sure all of his students had an equal chance to be miserable. The reproach that emanated off of Sasuke after the comment was tangible. Sakura didn't really respond at all. Days rolled by, soon to be replaced by weeks. Kakashi had become ruthless with their schedules. Even Naruto was forced to get up early. Even if the Jonin was always late, he still meant it when he assigned them self-improvement routines to do on their own time. He knew when they didn't do it, and some teammates, Sakura, were punished severely. The truth was that Naruto really, truly, and sincerely wanted to be stronger, so it worked out perfectly for him in the end. The missions gained him a few new friends, but usually evening found the blue-eyed wonder playing with Konohamaru and his posse. He found that it was fun to teach them, and that it was good practice for his patience and mental capabilities to do so. Well, that, and seeing the honorable grandson create a perfect CC transformation. Especially when they did something nice, like steal from Ebisu. Nothing valuable, mind you, but those marshmallows were some of the most delicious the demon boy had ever tasted. Naruto still did his trivial work without complaining, but felt he should probably push the issue of more important tasks soon. In the original timeline, he remembered having thrown a tantrum around that tie that ended in them leading Tazuna and his country to freedom. The event was kind of important to Naruto. He didn't like the thought of Inari being murdered, among other things. Maybe the outcome of the whole mission could be teased into a less tragic position. The Jinchuriki spent several nights attempting to plan that out before actually deciding to go through with Operation Throw a Tantrum. He slept well the night before, knowing that being well-rested would help in the long run. Naruto Uzumaki was up bright and early the following morning, propelled by an absolute sense of excitement. However, instead of distracting him, this giddiness made him extremely productive. He ate an enormous breakfast before going through his morning exercise regimen like a madman injected with adrenaline. Not content to rest on his laurels, Sunrise saw him pacing and formulating a plan in a newly cleaned apartment. If he hadn't been so busy with looking forward to the future, he might have gloated about the fact he could, for the first time in years, eat off of the hardwood if he'd been so inclined. The morning air smelled magnificent to the fox boy's nostrils when he left his apartment at long last. It was still a tad bit chilly, but he couldn't ask for more on an early spring day. He could manage. His jacket was warm enough to compensate for his open-toed shoes, and no cold breeze could affect the wide smile plastered on his face. His companions didn't react to any hurry in the Jinchuriki's stride when he met up with his team for the day, but Kakashi picked up on its manic energy. With all the maturity of adulthood, he didn't need to mention it. He knew the excitement of youth, and that it would die easily enough with the introduction of another cat hunt. To Naruto's chagrin, Sakura busied herself with a one-sided conversation with Sasuke as they walked, leaving very little room for bonding before the mission. He really did miss being on the receiving end of her attention. With the advent of maturity, she'd made a great friend. Still, he wouldn't let her childish obsession reign on his parade too heavily. There was so much to do. Team 7 entered the mission assignment area casually. To Naruto's glee, he saw Iruka was near the sandame. Since that wasn't a common occurrence, it meant his timing had been correct. The operation could commence as planned. Sarutobi finished speaking to a group of attendants, his office as bustling as any other village elder on a weekday, and then addressed the group before him. His voice carried the usual amount of gravitas. For today, there are several missions available for Team 7. At the top of the list is babysitting the 3-year-old granddaughter of Dash. No. Naruto interrupted, prompting incredulous expressions from everyone in the room. Iruka looked as irate as he had the first time his immature pupil had mouthed off as such. His eyes were wild and worried? Odd that Naruto hadn't noticed it before, but maturity brought with it social insight the young lacked. Of course Iruka didn't want him doing anything even remotely dangerous. Naruto, what the hell do you mean, no? You three are genin the lowliest of the low. He furrowed his eyebrows. You're supposed to start with these little errands. They build character, Diespa and Dash. No. Naruto said again, working very hard to keep his face straight. It felt strange to play the spoiled brat consciously, but also incredibly satisfying. His opposition lingered in the air awkwardly. None of his teammates had attempted to dissuade him yet. Maybe they approved of his outburst? He doubted that anyone in his group felt fulfilled by the grunt work to which they'd been assigned. Kakashi, the person who would be the most likely to raise an objection, seemed more than willing to allow the misbehavior to continue. In fact, he appeared slightly amused. Sarutobi gave a knowing smirk. He had been expecting something like this for some time now. Naruto had been quiet lately, too quiet for a child of his rambunctious age. It was good to see him acting normal again. Know what, Naruto? The old man asked genially, studying the bright-eyed preteen with patience. No more of these kiddie missions, Naruto stated loudly, putting his hands on his hips. Sakura sputtered a quiet plea for him to shut up, but that didn't stop his rant from continuing. I hardly see how moving trash from one place to another hones our abilities as ninja. I mean, I understand how you sort out all those requests you get every day according to letters and difficulty and stuff, but could we forget that part? We've done our time. Again, no one interrupted or silenced outside of Sakura's predictable interjection. It seemed everyone was listening to him attentively for a change. Naruto knew the attention was scrutinizing, and that the fate of the Land of Waves depended on how he phrased his question. No pressure, right? His fingers fidgeted before he finally set up his portion of the argument. He decided to go with his original strategy. It was time to act like the insecure boy he was supposed to be. He puffed up his body language. He had to really sell his self-doubt and desperation here, and it was far less than he had suffered from before. The body he inherited was weak, but he knew how to project confidence. What he had to do now was overdo it. I want to prove I'm not a kid anymore. I can handle more than this. Come on, give me a real mission, he begged, making sure to exaggerate his body language in true Uzumaki form. The following glare Naruto got from Irika was both short and quickly rerouted to his teacher. Kakashi felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. Naruto had no doubt his teacher would be hearing about this later. The blanching the Hatake was busy demonstrated indicated it would not be a pleasant experience. Despite the tense atmosphere, a short but hearty laugh flew through the room. The Hokage puffed on his pipe happily. He could work with this. So, the brat wants to test his mettle? I've got just the thing. Kakashi's eye widened considerably, and Naruto couldn't help but think that Sasuke looked like he was going to give birth from his gullet. Really? The copy ninja deadpanned, disbelief obvious in his tone. Yes, Sarutobi replied, pulling a scroll out of one of his many massive, leaning piles of parchment. A C rank, in fact. He hummed and parsed through the text. You will be escorting someone. Who? Sakura asked immediately, her eyes on the door. You'll see, the old man said calmly, motioning to a shinobi near the arch. Send him in, he instructed. Naruto was not disappointed in the least when he saw an elderly builder enter the room in a slightly drunken stupor. Well, aside from with the smell wafting off the old man. He really tried not to wrinkle his nose in disgust until he remembered that he was supposed to be acting like a stupid adolescent. Kakashi nonchalantly scratched the back of his head. Sakura and Sasuke just stared. All in all, impressions were made pretty quickly. What? A bunch of snot-nosed kids? The client asked, dripping with slurred outrage. The Hokage didn't react one way or another, but the builder continued. I bet they couldn't even protect a rock, he accused, only taking enough time to point an especially wrinkled finger at Naruto. Especially that short one with the idiotic look on his face. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The last time Tazuna had used that line, he had taken the bait and looked exactly like he was described as a result. He could just ignore it, but damn it if he didn't take acting juvenile seriously. Sorry, he said, but I always look like this when I'm being yelled at by a smelly old hobo. Naruto, the sandame chided softly. Someone else choked on their own spit. While Naruto didn't care to imagine what Irika was thinking, as he was emanating some sort of dark aura in response to Naruto's insolence. Sasuke snorted. Uzumaki got the distinct impression that his old comrade was enjoying himself. Tazuna shut up as a result of Naruto's rebuttal, allowing Kakashi to use the opening in the conversation for introductions. They were kept brief, but the mission was the same as he had remembered. Tazuna redoubled his commitment to being a total butt. Thinking back, Naruto thought it strange that he didn't notice any red flags in the old builder's mannerisms, but he guessed it was only natural. He had been too busy reacting to the man's insults. Between Tazuna and Sasuke, I wonder if I'll have any self-esteem left. The blonde thought wryly, suddenly having second thoughts for the sake of his own sanity. Less than an hour would find the five outside of Konoha's gates. Though things had been going swimmingly thus far, Naruto couldn't help but feel uneasy about the confrontations ahead. He hadn't been in this new body for very long, and without all of Jiraiya and Kakashi's conditioning, he didn't really feel up to combat. He tried to calm himself down as he began to think about the things that could go wrong. It wasn't like him to worry so constantly, but it wasn't like him to travel back in time after. What exactly had he been doing before he ended up in this prepubescent body, anyway? Absorbed in troubling thoughts as he was, the fair weather and pleasant breeze did nothing to soothe his skittish nerves. Try as he might, he couldn't refrain from scanning the path ahead for a telltale sign of an attack. To mask his irritation, he started a wordless competition with Sasuke. Whenever the Uchiha would step ahead of him, Naruto started walking faster. They accelerated in such small increments that it took minutes before either were jogging. By that time, the dreaded puddle had already appeared on the dirt path before them. Naruto's neck hair stood on edge the moment his blue eyes spotted it. Despite weeks of careful planning, he couldn't be entirely calm. Even the knowledge that Kakashi was aware of the feat didn't diminish the anticipation. He was playing a game of deadly hide-and-seek, where the anticipation got to you more than actually being found. Naruto forced himself to walk past the tiny pool of illusionary water and was pleasantly surprised that nothing lashed out at him outright, only to hear Sakura's screams soon after. He swirled around out of instinct. He was just in time to watch the Mist Chunin's chains wrap around what he knew was a clone of their sensei. He had to hand it to the Jounin. He made his death seem highly convincing. The display was nauseating. Another scream from Sakura yanked his senses into even higher gear. This one was prompted by a situation that alarmed the blonde beyond belief. It was unplanned. He had failed to take Sakura's current weaknesses into mind when he had formulated the plan and internally kicked himself. The enemies were supposed to attack him, so why were they targeting Sakura? He saw the claw head for her. He could tell she was making a dash to evade, but it wouldn't be fast enough. He began to focus chakra. Surely he could augment his speed. No, it wouldn't be enough in this inferior body. The attack would hit her head-on, and then be followed by a relentless string of potentially fatal finishers. He had only fractions of a second before his future best friend would be slaughtered. He heard Sasuke barking orders to Tazuna, but the voice was coming from too far away. As for Kakashi, that enigmatic man could be anywhere. There was no time. No time. Before he realized he had moved, Naruto felt himself pushing Sakura out of harm's way. The poisoned claw sunk deeply into his back in her stead, rending fabric and flesh. It was a mind-numbing agony punctuated by the snapping of bone. He couldn't contain the screams, despite his best efforts. He was moving, but not of his own volition. He'd been snagged like a fish on a line, and the enemy ninja would be fools not to take advantage of it. Even if the attack was psychological. Gods, it hurt to be dragged. He vaguely heard his teammates shout his name desperately through the fog that was rapidly replacing his faculties. Before any new wounds could be inflicted on him, he felt the claw ripped away by a familiar pair of gloved hands. His eyes worked very hard to focus on his savior. Kakashi-sensei? To say that the Kakashi swimming in his vision was livid would be an understatement. Naruto rarely ever saw the man this angry, even in that future that slipped further and further away from his grasp. The man's forehead protector had been ripped away, leaving both eyes fully open and menacing. Naruto knew that the Sharingan was likely rotating, and the enemy ninja knew to react with fear at the senior ninja's presence. Naruto could feel his rage. His body was unbelievably tense while ripping his student out of the enemy assassin's clutches. As soon as Naruto's failing body was removed from the claw, Kakashi turned the weapon back on its masters, but the damage that followed wasn't enough. The Uzumaki Saiyan could smell the burst of ozone that signaled the use of the Chidori. And of course, there was Sakura. She hadn't stopped making noise since the whole thing began. Tears were already gathering in the corners of her eyes. Naruto, she had shrieked, reaching out for his hands before they were cruelly dragged away by the weapon's hold. Only once her instructor had intervened could she frantically gather him up in her arms. It was odd that her voice hadn't been alone. Naruto could have sworn. Was Sasuke calling out too? The bridge builder had petrified by the entire display. The kid he had insulted had sacrificed himself. He was just a child. During the heartless slaughter of the two enemy shinobi, Tazuna could swear that some of Kakashi's rage was directed at him. The killing intent washed over him in waves. Against a vengeful Kakashi Hatake, the demon brothers didn't stand a chance. The Chidori rammed through them before they even had time to retract their weapon entirely. The attack drilled through the two without giving them a chance of survival. Their last moments were filled with blue light and the sight of Kakashi's tears. Naruto hadn't seen anything his instructor had done, but he could feel the intense emotion that followed like a stifling envelope. Well, it was either that or the blood in his lungs. In a normal situation, being as close as he was sure he was to Sakura's budding BRSTS would probably have gotten him killed. Then again, if he hadn't interfered, she'd be the one bleeding on his chest. This was definitely preferred if Naruto could be selfish. It was a little stupid though. After everything Naruto Uzumaki had accomplished, after the heights of strength he'd previously reached, after all of his now-forgotten victories, here he was, dying ignobly like a dog. Sakura's hands brushed over his face in comforting motions. It felt nice, but it didn't change the primary problem that Naruto was fading away. No amount of the Kyuubi's chakra could reverse the poison by that time, he knew. If it could have, it would have already done so. Either that or warm drops of salty water fell on his skin. Was this really it? He was going to die on his first C-rank mission? Tazuna would be sent back without an escort for sure, and Inari? He couldn't allow it. He wouldn't allow it. Still he felt death's approach. It was getting cold, and Sakura held him even more tightly. She was calling his name. The sounds grew quieter and quieter. Then, there was nothing but darkness. Whispers flew in Naruto's ears when he felt himself become aware once more. The sensation of falling enveloped him. He opened his eyes to a darkness deeper than he had ever imagined, dotted with unpredictable flashes of colored light. His spirit was overwhelmed, but fought itself desperately. The temperature fluctuated constantly while he tried to move, only to realize that there was nothing to move in. He was flying through a substance with thinner than air with the fluency of water. Sounds traveled through it, caressing his ears. The whispers flew with music, something so beautiful that he couldn't move. It frightened him. Fear rendered him helpless, and he felt he might die again in the incomprehensible abyss. Try as he would, he could make no sound. Himself. For a moment, he thought he saw a face, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. He felt a set of hands gently grasp him in the darkness. He was still falling, he knew, but he was no longer afraid. The arms held him with such intense love that he was enveloped in it. His fear dissipated and he listened. Naruto. My son. Naruto felt the words from the entity cradling him and so wished to see her. Tears stung his face. Mama? He choked out, aware of the ethereal sound his own voice. Arms were now accompanied by the feeling of lips to his forehead. He was crying freely now. His arms returned her embrace. No sooner had he done so, the darkness fell away to reveal a great cage door. Naruto struggled to keep hold of his invisible mother, but found she evaporated in his grasp long before he hit the ground of his mind's chamber with a thud. He called for her, but she couldn't return. Two blindingly red eyes bore into his naked form from behind bars. He heard paws pace behind the sealed doorway, and saw the occasional flash of teeth. The fear that his mother had relieved him of returned in full force, but he stood firm. No words were exchanged, but Naruto was compelled to step forward until he was directly in front of one of the bars. Low growls emitted from the entity inside, and soon the red eyes locked onto his completely. A burst of hot breath blew the boy's hair backwards like a gust, and the next thing he knew, the reality he had just obtained flew away like pieces of broken glass. Naruto Uzumaki's head flew up with a scream. His nightcap flew to the far reaches of the room when the disturbed youth threw himself onto the ground of his apartment. A brief inspection proved that he was still alive. There were no wounds, no proof of anything. A dream? It couldn't have been. Short spurts of past events played in his head. He had felt the claw, he had heard everything leave him behind. He remembered the darkness, and someone reaching out to him. He remembered the sensation of the fox's gaze, and the ephemeral world shattering around him. Naruto, he ordered himself aloud. Pull yourself together. Nothing you can do about it now, anyway. The face in the mirror looked haunted, tired, and as young as it had earlier. No part of this was a dream. It had happened for real. Naruto Uzumaki had died. So how was he sitting in front of his mirror in the middle of the night before his fatal choice? Thinking about it made his head spin. He wished he remembered everything that had just occurred, but the memory of his descent was fading, taking his mother with it. The knowledge remained, however. Naruto had died and returned to the night before, unscathed. Bittersweet emotion racked him for a few more seconds before leaving him numb and exhausted. His body demanded sleep, and it would be dead if it didn't get it soon. Meaning, of course, that it would collapse no matter how much the brain was in use. As of right then, that was quite a bit. It slowed considerably. Think about it in the morning. He muttered to himself before wandering back to his still warm bedding and dropping there, almost as dead as he had felt an hour prior. Slumber took with it his cares, his worries, and any remaining memory of his post-death experience. No mortal was to remember such a thing. It would drive them to madness. The Uzumaki boy would awake the next day with recollections of nothing but his death. He would wake as if he had a nightmare, and retry the day armed with new knowledge. The mortal coil could not hold him, and time lost her sway where the young man tread. He could choose what controlled him, be it morals or madness. Time in the confusion would test the strength of his heart, but it had yet to weaken. The Kyuubi had the powers of a god, but that was nothing compared to the hands that wielded them. If the child was to be bound to such an entity, was it so mad to think he would no longer be a prisoner to the laws of order? In a world held together by so many factors, was it so strange to think of the dire consequences of cutting but a few? The answer was not in the hands of mortals. No matter the problem, the solution was always simpler than it seemed. Phenomenon would go unexplained, and the orphan Jinchuuriki would probably never understand the reasons for his chronological exemption. Heaven hadn't chosen him for his wisdom, but for his soul. The spirit unbroken was more powerful than the gods themselves. Ultimately, the ideals spoke of in his dreams would all amount to one thing: respawn, beaches. Sakura Haruno felt very strange about the looks she was getting from Naruto. They had only just left the village. Did he think the same rules of etiquette did not apply once the walls were no longer around them? If he did, he had another thing or two coming. She looked in his eyes, expecting to find lust or adoration. She was a little frightened when neither were present. Naruto, who never worried, was afraid of something. That much she learned before he looked away, ashamed of himself. "Naruto?" she asked immediately thereafter, hoping for some sort of explanation for his behavior. "Yeah, Sakura-chan?" he asked, his voice tired. The sun bounced off his tousled hair that looked ragged with tossing and turning. It almost reminded her of a dead bush in contrast to the vibrant countryside. Why the hell did he ask for a more difficult mission in his state? He looks like he didn't sleep at all. The inner Sakura ranted, but the outer mask smiled sweetly. "Are you feeling okay?" The addressed ninja blinked wearily, then nodded slowly. Sasuke made a sound of disbelief from the other side of him, but the orange-clad Uzumaki promptly ignored it. "Then don't stare." Sakura scolded, landing a blow on the sensitive spot of her teammate's head. Naruto's eyes briefly flashed with resentment, but he refrained from looking at her for the next 8 miles or so. In fact, he seemed absorbed with the dirt ahead of him. On a day as nice as the one that graced them, the girl couldn't help but feel that was a waste. Naruto, meanwhile, was very busy thinking of a way not to die in the next 10 minutes. Somehow, he had to find a way to prepare himself for any variation of attack that could possibly happen. The Chunin were very likely to target Sakura again, but some evil part of the blonde boy's brain hoped they'd choose Sasuke this time around. Guilt followed that wish, though, so Naruto made short work of it. The infamous puddle showed up far too soon for the Uzumaki's liking. Truth be told, it marred an otherwise perfect landscape, and could be resented for that alone. At that exact moment, an idea struck the boy like a ton of bricks. "I need a walking stick," Naruto announced, gesturing wildly at the forest. Kakashi did a double take at the sudden outburst while Sakura flinched. "Excuse me?" he asked, eyebrows furrowed. "The hell, dobe?" Sasuke wanted to know what exactly had just happened in his rival's head. His shout was too random to even be typical of Naruto's personality. Naruto didn't reply. He just dashed off the path and grabbed a long stick. He returned instantaneously and waved it in front of Sasuke like a dog treat. The Uchiha then whipped a hand out in an attempt to break it and missed, which caused Naruto to goad him even more. After about 3 tries, Sasuke gave up and pretended he didn't care. The teacher groaned at this typical and troublesome behavior. It wasn't worth the energy those two wasted. The quintet walked past the seemingly innocent puddle of death yet again, and once more Sakura screamed while the Jonin faked his death in a convincing and gory fashion. Even Naruto found it disturbing as to how well Kakashi executed the illusion. From the blood, guts, and all the way to the internal organs, everything was very impressive. Naruto never wanted to see it again, let alone learn how to pull it off. The chained claw chose Sakura as its victim yet again. Naruto grimaced and hoped he'd get the timing right when he moved the stick through a chain link and pulled the weapon backward. Unfortunately for him, the stick wasn't heavy enough to reel the heavy claw back entirely. The piece of timber snapped before he could gain complete control of the weapon, leaving him vulnerable to other attacks from the enemy. Having a toxin-coated kunai move into the side of your neck was not one of the most pleasant experiences on Earth, Naruto quickly learned. Especially he amended when it was followed by another. The fact that he had saved Sakura's life was about the only thing that kept him from weeping bitterly inside at his new defeat. That, and he learned an important lesson about gravity and momentum. They caused things to break when one object was heavier than the other. Next time, he would get a metal staff before leaving Konoha. If there is a next time, he corrected himself bitterly from his new cradled position in Sakura's arms. More than a little guilt consumed him when he felt her sobs. He knew from the sounds around her that the Chunins were once again getting their hearts ripped out by an enraged Kakashi, and that Sasuke might have been helping, but all the same. Naruto, I can't, so don't go. I'm so sorry. Why you still have to be Hokage, remember? She struggled to speak through her tears. She was once again rubbing her hands in soothing circles on his skin, but he could feel her fingers were slick with his own red blood. It's CKD that she wouldn't remember what he did for her if his hunch was correct. He was probably going to wake up in his own bed again. He began to say, his intent being to say, don't worry, it'll be okay, but found his heart stopped inconveniently at that exact moment. It would figure that being stabbed twice in the jugular artery killed a 12-year-old body faster than a claw wound to the back. Again, it would also figure that once you were killed you would stay dead. Logic was such a fickle mistress as of late. For what now seemed the umpteenth time, Naruto's world of perception went black, and was soon replaced by the sensation of falling. Naruto woke up screaming in his bed, but didn't panic like he had in the past. The sensation of dying was unpleasant, to be sure, but it always ended quickly thus far. He had again ended up in his room, tired and disoriented. Everything was as he remembered it to be. Even the magazines he had been looking at several days ago were open to the page he had been skimming. Reassured by familiarity, the shinobi's bare feet touched down on the wooden floorboards. After getting dressed, Naruto's brain immediately went to work on the plan for the day. I need a metal pole of some sort? Where can I get that? His brain went as far as asking Irika for one and stopped. Why would Irika have a pole? Granted, he had a lot of other useful items, but a freaking metal beam? He thought again while brushing his teeth. Maybe he could break a table for a leg of some sort? But that wouldn't be strong enough, idiot. These are heavy chains we're dealing with. Maybe you should just try a different plan altogether. His face scrunched up with displeasure at his own logic. But, who am I kidding? I want to use a polearm. After some deliberation, the Uzumaki youth decided to use what remained of his monthly stipend to buy an actual bow staff at the weapon shop. The owner was a little reluctant to let the hyperactive blonde have it, for obvious reasons, most involving the boy's own safety, but gave in after about 10 minutes of begging. Grinning victoriously after walking off with his prize, Naruto studied the weapon he'd obtained. It had been a cheaper model, but it seemed sturdy enough. It was made of some sort of iron encased over the wood of a spindle tree. There were several simple designs carved in the bronze-toned metal, but nothing especially eye-catching. He tried whacking it against a boulder with all his might, but it didn't so much as scratch. It took some amount of self-restraint not to kiss his new staff for being so incredibly useful. When he met up with his team, none of them seemed too entirely surprised to see him playing with a gilded stick. It did cross their minds to wonder where and when he got it, though. Sakura had actually thought to ask, and was mildly amused by Naruto's simplistic reply. Oh yeah, I bought it this morning at the weapon shop because it sounded like fun, Databayo. Pleading for the C-ranked mission didn't take as much time as it had on the last few occasions, and the next thing Naruto knew, he was on the hazardous path again. To amuse himself, he had taken to throwing his staff and catching it, despite Kakashi's subtle warnings that he would miss sooner or later. To be honest, he ended up missing several times just so it would prompt Sasuke to be bumped with the airborne object. The third time he tossed the stick and let it fly, the sensei caught it and bashed him on the head. Cut it out, Kakashi ordered, unshaken but still unmistakably annoyed. Naruto hung his head submissively and grabbed his toy yet again. This time he kept it to himself, mostly. When the accursed puddle made its debut, Naruto was feeling pretty high on himself. The new staff was reassuring in his hands while the group walked past the unexplained spot of water. The next 30 seconds went by as planned. Kakashi faked his death in order to shake off the enemy, Sasuke ran to defend the builder, and Sakura screamed a lot. When the claw went for the pink-haired girl yet again, Naruto was ready. With a burst of speed, he moved his staff against the extending chain, pushing it off course. While that was happening, he made sure to move his neck out of the path of two deadly knives. They landed in a tree's trunk with a thunk. The smaller demon brother charged the 12-year-old boy, the chain that connected the two straining. The enemy was quick, but somehow Sakura found the time to scream before Naruto jumped over his attacker. In a quick and calculated movement, the blonde threw himself onto the chain between the two chunin. While he was still a child, the velocity of his movement added to his impacting weight. With the chain jerked downwards, the two mist shinobi were in trouble. Their mobility was halted, and the shorter of the two mist ninja felt an impact on the back of his skull that forced him to black out. Naruto knew he had left his back vulnerable. In fact, he had done it on purpose when he struck the short assailant in the back of his noggin with his new toy. Well, he had a perfectly capable team, didn't he? Surely enough, Kakashi's hand closed around the taller demon brother before he could fling any sort of attack at the Jonin student. With a loud snap, the gray-haired man broke his enemy's wrist and pinned him against a tree. Any particular reason you thought the disguise of a puddle in a dry month was a good idea? He asked with a hint of amusement. That was stupid of me, I'll admit. The older demon brother spat, a venomous glare betraying his mental instability to the world. With that, he bit down on his lips under the scrutinizing gaze belonging to one of Konoha's finest. So, care to tell us what you're after, demon brothers? Kakashi asked absently, proving that he knew his adversary well. You're Hatake Kakashi, aren't you? The man of 1,000 jutsu, the self-proclaimed demon shrieked at him. How were we supposed to know that the old man would have you protecting him? The conversation interrogation continued, but Naruto found himself staring at his unconscious victim instead of listening. At one point he had started to stir, and Naruto was forced to hit him again. Stay down, you puddle bee, he growled, then looked up to see Kakashi reprimanding Tazuna for lying. Had we known we were going to be attacked by enemy ninja, we would have staffed differently. As of now, we are beyond the scope of this mission. We are no longer bound by contact or honor, he informed Tazuna calmly with Sakura nodding next to him. We could have gotten killed back there. We should go back to the village. Sakura reasoned, wringing her hands together nervously. Sasuke looked like he had half a mind to agree with her too. Going back to the village sounds like a good idea. You genin aren't ready for this, obviously, the Jonin agreed, stroking his chin. Tazuna looked at the ground, unable to argue and ashamed. Naruto Uzumaki gawked. He didn't know quite what he should say. He couldn't make the vow he made last time, that was for sure, so, what could he do? Naruto? Kakashi asked, impartially waiting for the final team member's reply. No way, the dead last shouted, deciding to act on impulse. A real ninja would never go back on a promise, and we promised to deliver this builder to his country unharmed. Sakura scowled at this. What are you saying, you idiot? You almost got killed back there. For no apparent reason, the Uzumaki child burst into laughter at this. She has a point, Dobe. Sasuke commented, eyeing the two with disinterest. Oh, trust me. I know, came the blonde's breathless and somewhat mirthful reply, leaving the Uchiha speechless. Well, that settles it, Kakashi announced, putting a finger to his head. We aren't turning back yet, but if things get too tough, we're leaving. Good enough for me. Naruto smirked, watching Tazuna's eyebrows furrow. The old man didn't know whether to be grateful or worried. Naruto's feet felt numb and sticky. They'd been traveling for what now seemed like an eternity. The sun had gone from directly overhead to behind the hills in the west. The last streaks of daylight colored the horizon like spilled paints from a child's art project. How much further? Naruto asked his sensei delicately, trying his utmost best not to nag or push the subject. The question had already come out of him 3 times that evening. If he didn't ask, no one would. We'll get there when we get there. Kakashi sighed irritably, rubbing his right temple. The Jonin had constantly been on his guard after the morning's assault, and it was beginning to tax him physically. Not having eaten probably assisted his fatigue to where it was right then, too. And when we get there, I'm going to tell you. Naruto, stop asking that. It's so annoying. Sakura ordered breathlessly from the rear. Ironically, for all of her attitude, she was still dragging almost as much as their client. Naruto almost felt sorry for her. Sakura-chan, I can carry you on my back if you'd like, he offered, stopping for a little while to let his teammate catch up. That's just weird, you know. Sasuke Uchiha commented while passing the blonde boy. I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to Sakura-chan. Naruto scowled indignantly, shaking his fist at the blue-clad back ahead of him while waiting for the pink-haired Kunoichi's reply. No thanks. Sakura awkwardly communicated from behind a forced smile. Naruto was slightly relieved at the response. As kind as his offer had been, he was probably too tired to keep it up for long. To prove he understood, he gave a quick nod and started walking again. The trek lasted well into the night. The group slept under the stars, taking watch in turns, and pressed on again at dawn's first light. The Genin's bodies weren't used to the strenuous traveling, so Kakashi pulled off a rare act of mercy and allowed them a few breaks early on. As the second day moved on, however, he began to push them to move even faster. Naruto noted that the environment was changing by that afternoon. It seemed colder, for one thing. For another, the plants took on a deeper hue of green. Fog settled in, making everything look strangely bewitched. We must be getting close. Still, I'd better ask for good measure. Sensei, how f-dash? Naidu, don't you dare dash. Sakura interjected, her voice menacing. After a quick glance, the Uzumaki found that her body language matched. His legs subconsciously sped up to avoid the female's wrath, and consequently found themselves underwater with the rest of his body. Kakashi put his palm to his face and waited for his student to surface. A shinobi watches where he's going, Naruto. Come to think of it, nearly every rational human being does. Naruto emerged from the waters, humiliated. Yeah. He mumbled, taking off his jacket and shaking it off as close to Sasuke as possible. The Uchiha had anticipated this and moved out of the way of the flying droplets. Tazuna, who had been staring into the distance at that point, shouted something into the fog. To the surprise of everyone but Naruto and the old man himself, there was actually a yell in return. Soon, a silhouette appeared through the mist. Prearranged transport? Kakashi asked casually. Yes. A friend of mine who goes by Nibiru. He's gonna take us to the mainland, the builder replied, taking a swig from his seemingly bottomless flask of booze. Naruto squinted to see the approaching boat. It was just as he had remembered it, shabby and without the motor running. Fun. The next thing the boy knew, he was in the vessel with his team, staring into the dreary nothingness for over an hour. During that time, Kakashi had pried into the builder's situation and revealed the truth about Gateau, and so forth. The conversation really didn't interest Naruto the second time around, but he had acted like he was listening. Nibiru dropped them off eventually, saying that it was too dangerous for him to go farther. Tazuna thanked his friend and led the Konoha ninjas to shore. It was at that point that Naruto began to get afraid. While it had taken him 3 times to stand up to the demon brothers, Zabuza was in a league of his own. Even Kakashi had struggled with the former ANBU elite. And if memory served, Naruto had played a key part in getting them all out alive. With things the way they were, there was no way that the encounter would go the same way as it had last time. It had been sheer dumb luck that had allowed his team to spot the eyebrowless sociopath before, his dumb luck, in fact. There was no telling whether or not such a chance would present itself again. The boy looked at his bow staff flatly. As amazing as it had been thus far, it wouldn't be able to make even a slight difference against Zabuza's giant blade. How the man held the sword escaped the young ninja's comprehension. Regardless of the reason, Naruto was still pretty sure the older man was compensating for something. Why carry a sword that big, anyway? Kakashi had begun the walk just as wary as Naruto, but for other reasons. He didn't know what to expect, to be sure. All he knew was that it was going to be more of a challenge than two chunin. He had some peace of mind with knowing that his students could defend themselves for the most part. Naruto's display the day before had been impressive. Whatever happened, he could be pretty confident that Tazuna would be in good hands. On a lighter note, they made a mental note to get his blonde pupil scheduled for staff lessons when they returned to Konoha. The sloppy form the boy was using would eventually be problematic if left uncorrected. On top of that, Naruto wasted too much chakra. Something had to be done about that. As for Sakura, he would have to break her like a horse. That girl needed to shape up, and fast. She couldn't just expect to get by on brains alone. The ninja world wasn't like that. Intelligence was important, to be sure, but it had to be accompanied by some sort of specialty. She had to be able to defend herself. If Naruto hadn't been there for her in the last enemy encounter, she probably would have been killed. Sasuke needed two things, a spanking and chakra control. It wasn't the boy's weakness, but it still wasn't his strong point. Maybe he could find some sort of training exercise that would benefit all three of his genin. With that on his mind, he became a little lax on his guard. Too bad, because Zabuza was lying in wait less than a mile ahead. A well-sculpted man crouched behind a tree, listening and waiting. His muscular form sat atop a sword that defied convenience in size. The man breathed slowly, so still that even the local wildlife began to act as if he had been nothing more than an extension of the tree itself. A bird perched on his kneecap, nestling against the fabric while it groomed itself. Zabuza could have killed it with just a slight movement if he had wanted, but the creature remained unharmed. In fact, the assassin found himself temporarily enamored with it, if only to pass the time. Patience came naturally to the criminal. It was essential for missions such as the one he was currently employed with. Sooner or later, his target would come down that path. As the situation usually favored the latter, the elite outlaw would find very odd ways to occupy himself. He counted the seconds in his head. 235. The wren stayed on his leg for over 3 minutes, completely unafraid of the owner of its perch. The blind faith reminded him of someone, but he didn't actually name the bridge right away. What is that Haku doing? Didn't I tell him to stay close? He wondered, fairly certain it wouldn't matter, but curious nonetheless. For all he knew, his young ward could be anywhere. It crossed Zabuza's mind to be a little concerned, but he instantly dismissed it. There probably wasn't anything to worry about. The demon of the mist let out a sound of irritation, scaring the bird that had taken a liking to his knee. Without so much as a peep, it took off into the forest beyond. Almost immediately, Tsubasa Momochi missed the warmth it had left on his skin. With the heat gone, the humid cold of evening was free to seep in more than it had before. Time passed slowly, leaving the former commander time to eat a quick meal. The stale hunk of rice didn't last very long, but it left him feeling more efficient. He needed all the strength he could gather, just in case things got tough. He really needed the money. A tuft of gray hair got stuck in a low-lying twig. The owner of the tuft in question stifled a sound of disdain and pulled away from the snag. Despite his constant vigilance, the occasional branch from the marsh trees smacked or ensnared Kakashi Hatake. Between his lack of depth perception and tall hairstyle, that had happened a lot in the last few days. The scalp irritation aside, Kakashi had developed a headache anyway. 2 of them in fact. Naruto had, for whatever reason, decided he needed to mimic Sasuke's every movement, causing the Uchiha more than a little bit of annoyance. Since Sasuke didn't do very much other than walk with poor posture and brood, it was a fairly easy task to copy his actions. At first, it had been entertaining for the 3 not involved. After about 2 minutes, however, it got old. "Quit it, Naruto," Sasuke demanded abruptly, having had enough. "Make me," the address spat, his eyes filled with glee. "Shut up, Naruto." Sakura growled from the left of Tazuna. Her green eyes were sharp with irritation. Tazuna was tuning them out, at least. Naruto snorted and made to begin again before stopping suddenly, forcing Kakashi to bump into him. His blue eyes began searching the area frantically. "Did you guys hear that?" he asked dramatically, his eyes wide with fear. Sakura and Sasuke looked at their teammates skeptically. Tazuna was split between being worried and being furious. Even Kakashi looked ready to groan at what he thought was a joke on Naruto's part before he heard it, too. Canvas brushing against bark. The sound in itself was so minute that not even an elite could be blamed for not pinpointing it. For Naruto to have noticed such a small detail was impressive. "You three," he shouted to his students, his visible eye calculating, "defense formation around the builder." Naruto Uzumaki did not know what else to do, so he immediately obeyed. He stood to Tazuna's left while Sasuke stood to the right. Sakura protected the rear so that together the trio formed a triangular defense around the elderly man. With that, they waited for their hidden opponent to reveal himself and make a move. Zabuza was frustrated when he was discovered. It had been an obnoxious child who had heard him, no less. He began to wonder if he was losing his touch when he recognized the leader of the ragtag team. The assassin's breath hitched with anticipation. He had to plan quickly if his speculation was correct. So, no wonder the demon brothers failed to take the old man down. Zabuza's voice spoke in a low rumble. Kakashi's head whipped around to locate the source. "Copy Ninja Kakashi." Surely enough, the man standing on the branch with a broadsword haphazardly balanced on his shoulder was no small threat. The Konoha Jonin immediately exposed his Sharingan to the shirtless predator, causing Sasuke to flinch and shiver. "Everyone be careful. This man is way out of your league," the instructor warned, never taking his eyes off Zabuza, who was now executing a jutsu. The Sharingan watched every movement carefully, but was effectively rendered useless soon enough. A mist thicker than any they had experienced on their journey quickly surrounded them. Naruto instinctively stepped closer to the builder and accidentally bumped into Sasuke, who was still trembling with mortal terror. Under any normal circumstance, the blue-eyed troublemaker would have mocked his rival's weakness. Right then, however, he understood the importance of having Sasuke as a fully functional warrior. With that in mind, the Uzumaki's elbow gently nudged the petrified Uchiha's ribs. Two terrified dark eyes bored into Naruto's blue ones. Swallowing his own fear, Naruto forced a reassuring smirk. The non-verbal communication took less than 10 seconds, but the impact on Sasuke's panic was obvious. The black-haired genin inhaled and exhaled deeply, letting some of his fear vanish. There was still a significant amount left, though. Naruto could sense this and was about to slap his arrogant teammate before Kakashi intervened with a few choice words. "Sasuke, don't worry. I'll protect you, all of you. I won't let my comrades die." His words traveled through the fog, sounding at once both close and far away. There was a collective sigh of relief that Naruto did not share in. Try as the Jounin might, he was only human. "Don't be so sure of that, Kakashi," Zabuza chuckled, his voice coming from all directions at once. Naruto could hear his heart throbbing like thunder. How long was this man going to toy with them? Zabuza's mutterings soon filled his ears. He remembered the chant of a human body's weak points, but it still chilled him to the bones to hear it. The main reason, other than the fact it was incredibly creepy and instilled fear in the hearts of men, lay in fact he knew what would happen directly after. True to form, Zabuza appeared inside the defense formation, weapon at the ready. Naruto felt the man's breath on his neck. His hair stood even further on end. Slowly, the blonde head arched around to fact the half-covered face of his enemy. The next few moments elapsed at a nightmarish crawl. Before Sasuke or Sakura had any time to even flinch, the missing ninja's elbow drove into Naruto's belly with incredible speed and force. He didn't even cry out. The taste of coppery blood covered his tongue, but the Yandame's son managed to muster enough strength to shove his bow staff into the ground to break his fall. Zabuza's powerful hand reached for Naruto's headguard, prompting the blonde to swerve to the left, then the right. His movements were labored, but they were just enough to cause the man to fail in taking his prize. "You won't touch it," the Uzumaki shouted, blood flying out of his mouth before he fell to his knees. The assassin growled and readied another blow, but was rudely interrupted by several shuriken to the face, which then melted into a puddle of water with the rest of the body. Kakashi grimaced, having only hit a doppelganger. "A clone!" Sakura whimpered, staring in horror at the damage that the copy alone had caused. "Then where dash?" Her spine erupted in tingles so intense it almost hurt. Every muscle in her body tensed when she spotted the sword heading for her teacher's neck. "Kakashi-sensei," she called out, trying to warn him of the impending death. Nevertheless, the blow still hit. There was a sickening moment when the blade appeared to rend flesh, but it was soon apparent that the teacher was safe and sound when water replaced his form. Zabuza startled. The sight of his own jutsu copied left him awed. The moment didn't last, though. It soon came to Zabuza's attention that the Jonin's true position had played right into his hands when the kids looked into the water with relief. Water, his element, had been careless. "What's wrong with this water?" the Hatake stammered, suddenly tense. "It's heavy." It crossed Naruto's mind to be mildly concerned. With a smirk, Zabuza's body melted into a pool of water and reappeared next to the waterlogged sensei. "Water prison jutsu," he hissed behind gauze, executing the hand signs in a flash and encasing the elite Konoha shinobi in an impenetrable sphere of the solution he had been hiding in. "This might just be water," he announced with a mirthless chuckle, "but it's stronger than steel. It's over, Kakashi." "No, it isn't," Naruto shouted immediately, causing both of the elite in the water to look in his direction with incredulity. The boy painfully staggered to his feet and held his staff upwards, prompting a small laugh from Zabuza. "Don't, Naruto. You can't beat him," Sakura cried out before even thinking. She ran to steady him, but he pushed her away gently. Sasuke looked on with morbid fascination, unsure of how to react. "All of you. This man can't follow you so long as he keeps me immobile," Kakashi ordered, his face taut with lines of worry and anger. The urgency of the command lingered. Sasuke didn't move, obviously in deep thought. Sakura took a few steps back, but couldn't bring herself to obey. Naruto shook his head and made eye contact with his teacher. Even as Zabuza created a clone to go forward to their position, the blue eyes bore into Kakashi's senses. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, the one who will be Hokage. I will protect those who are important to me," the 12-year-old announced loudly, smiling at his imprisoned sensei with those bright eyes. "You won't hurt Kakashi-sensei." There was so much warmth backing those words that Kakashi could feel his little-used tear glands attempt to work. The boy was so genuine, but what good would that do? "Don't," the teacher repeated, almost pleading. Zabuza scoffed, his clone readying an attack. Naruto pulled the staff into a defense position and shifted his weight onto his hind leg. Sasuke and Sakura took out their respective knives and stood in front of the horrified Tazuna. He wasn't going to stop them from saving Kakashi. The guilt would drive him mad if anything happened. Kakashi felt as if his heart would stop. His students were going to be brutally murdered in front of him because they wouldn't abandon him to his fate. With unadulterated horror, the Jounin watched the game begin. Zabuza took the first move, swinging the giant blade with deadly accuracy and force. Naruto jumped out of the way on the first and second attempt. The third was halted by a distraction on Sasuke's part, a ball of fire aimed at the clone's exposed chest. Sakura threw several knives shortly after the doppelganger dodged, one of them just grazing his arm. With the time that had granted, Naruto had duplicated himself with shadow clone jutsu. All 7 of them jumped at the enemy with their weapons at the ready. Zabuza's clone swatted the onslaught off effortlessly, leaving the real Zabuza chuckling in the distance before he felt a presence behind him. Naruto Uzumaki slammed the pole into Zabuza's muscular neck, a blow too clumsy to actually hurt him. Like a red cape in front of a bull, the orange streak was instantly targeted by Zabuza's outstretched arm. He grabbed the staff before Naruto had regained balance and rammed it backwards with experienced finesse, burying the in Naruto's abdomen. It wasn't until that exact moment that Naruto had remembered what he had done last time to more agreeable results. This time around he had neglected to utilize Sasuke. That was a mistake, no matter how Naruto thought of it. Being impaled hurt, the Jinchuriki had to admit. Not quite as much as the poisoned claw to the back, and less than being stabbed in the neck, he decided. The decorative patterns on the metal did chafe the open wound, after all. If he was lucky, it wouldn't kill him. Sasuke and Sakura had their hands full. The clone was relentlessly dodging and getting closer to Tazuna. Every single strike, throw and diversion was being used against them. The elite was toying with them as well. He was taking it easy on them. Sakura! Look out behind you! Sasuke shouted hoarsely for what must have been the 12th time in the past 3 minutes. With the warning, his partner managed to evade by a donkey's hair yet again. The Uchiha threw more weapons from his rapidly shrinking arsenal, but couldn't keep it up much longer. Naruto! Kakashi called out desperately from his prison. The bow staff had not left Zabuza's hand, and the addressed boy was rigid behind it. The preteen hadn't even so much as blinked at the mention of his name. Blood seeped from the wood and fell on the surface of the marsh like raindrops. Naruto! The teacher urged again, this time to be rewarded with a weak smile from the Uzumaki. One last clone appeared under the water's surface and pulled down on Zabuza's feet, causing the assassin to lose his concentration and release the cage and staff. Zabuza's eyes widened. Oh shit. Kakashi Hatake was not a man to be trifled with. His fuse may have been long, but once lit, it became a dangerous wick indeed. The deadly combination of a cunning mind and the use of a Kekai Genkai made for a vicious killing machine. Now, the list of things that set him off was almost as long as anyone else's, subject to change and grow with his experiences. Though he had never been in that particular situation before, Kakashi Hatake became sure of one thing. Watching your student get impaled with his own weapon while attempting to save you wasn't pleasant. The sight felt like having a summon pulled off inside your body. That feeling in itself was not new to the man. It tingled, burned, and generally caused him great discomfort. There was a moment of absurd clarity within those writhing moments, however. All questions about the blonde-haired boy that had plagued his mind until that very moment faded away with one conclusion: Naruto was no fool. Despite what anyone else may have thought of him, the boy was by no means stupid, cruel, or useless. If Naruto, who was gravely injured, could keep fighting for his teacher's life while impaled on a stick, who was Kakashi to think him rash? Naruto knew the stakes. He always did, regardless of how he had acted. The act of not thinking before an action in his case was merely one of time-saving. For someone who knew their priorities, morals, strengths, and weaknesses as well as the young Uzumaki, discretion would only point to the same course of action that would have been taken in the first place. Kakashi thought of these things from under the water with his injured student floating beside him. As unpleasant as the impact on firm ground was going to be, the teacher knew he had to get his pupil out of the waters before he drowned. The Jounin's hands firmly grasped Zabuza's ankles, pulling the assassin under the waters of the marsh. From there, Kakashi sent a chakra-backed blow into the man's face to stun him. With the few seconds that bought, Naruto was tossed out of the water. From the boy's heightened trajectory, he spotted Zabuza's sword-wielding replica attacking his teammates. Sakura was barely keeping up, he could tell with his dimming eyes. Sasuke kept the clone on his toes, but was still unable to break the advance on the bridge builder. Tazuna had dropped his belongings, and was preparing to fight himself if he had to. Naruto, being Naruto, felt he had to help them in spite of his injuries. In a burst of strength, the young airborne ninja yanked the weapon out of his torso to hold it in front of him. His eyesight went white with the searing fresh agony the action brought. He could practically feel his insides falling apart. Despite his best efforts, he let out a scream in his pain, alerting the water clone to his presence. Zabuza's face shot around to face the noise. In a movement almost too fast to be seen, he jumped out of the attack's range, not even bothering to debilitate the boy that was no longer a threat to him. True to his assumption, Naruto barely was able to stand upon touching the ground. Sakura gasped at the grisly sight of all the blood welling from the wound in his middle. Zabuza's clone pulled his sword back to the ready, commencing the onslaught once again. The bridge builder was pressed even further back, and Sakura had to peel her eyes away from her friend to defend him. In the course of 5 seconds, she blocked 3 potentially fatal attacks targeting Tazuna. The Uchiha boy could not bring himself to look away from Naruto's struggle to remain standing with his face to the enemy. Something inside him wished the knucklehead would just fall over instead of tormenting himself. Naruto! You can't do anything like that. Get down! Sasuke finally raged, unable to keep his irritation with that unwavering spirit in check. Knowing he had all the time in the world if he was, in fact, dying, Naruto studied Sasuke's face. The whole though he might have been, the black-haired egotist was worried about him. The QB's mortal vessel attempted to say something in return to the would-be traitor, something rude but funny of course, but failed utterly through his labored breathing. There would be no comeback this time. Guess you'll have to take over from here, team, if I want to live, he reasoned, reasonably sure he heard laughter in the furthest recesses of his mind, causing him to blink. Naruto Uzumaki truly and honestly did not want to die right then. After all he had done, and after all the work, he didn't want to have to face Zabuza once again when he awoke. It was hard to know that when you failed, you weren't remembered by anyone for all the hard work. In a way, though, he was used to it. Uphill battles came with the territory of his life, and metaphoric climbing gear tended to be at the ready. With a grin, Naruto nodded to his rival and collapsed forward, motionless. Sasuke felt his face darken. He hadn't really been expecting Naruto to listen. He hadn't, either. The nod that had just been sent was not one of agreement. It was a passing of the baton, a silent declaration of trust. Sasuke wasn't used to it, and he understood then that he had been avoiding it on purpose. It was one thing to disappoint your own expectations, and another to betray someone else when they thought of you with that much confidence. To put it bluntly, it hurt. It hurt to see someone who actually gave a DMN about his existence without worshipping it had been a privilege. A true equal who saw him as an equal was now sprawled out in front of him, possibly lost to the world forever. Sakura's scream forced him to face the enemy once more. To her credit, she was attempting to parry the giant sword with a single kunai knife, and was successfully buying time. There wasn't much. If Sasuke didn't act fast, he'd be short 2 companions instead of 1. No matter how annoying Sakura could be, he didn't much care to see her killed in front of him. Then, a miracle happened. Zabuza's concentration was broken so thoroughly that the clone had dissolved, leaving Sakura visibly shaken and the bridge builders swooning with relief. Sasuke didn't let down his guard for a second, however. Immediately his eyes went to work locating the true demon of the mist. He was not surprised in any way to find Kakashi staring their opponent down, but the fact that they were performing the same jutsu in perfect synchronization with each other was a tad disturbing. Elsewhere, deeper in the forest, Haku's Zabuza senses were tingling. They had an uncanny knack for doing that whenever the man for which they were named was in great danger. No matter how inconvenient their timing, Haku never failed to heed them. True to nature, Haku's mask immediately covered his face, and the race against time to save the older ninja's life began. Hold on, Master Zabuza. I'm coming. Every man has justifications for his own actions. Even the most heartless killer is sure of his entitlement to do so. The same could be said of Zabuza 3 times over. He never felt morally conflicted, twisted, or evil, regardless of what disasters he brought about. Everyone on the face of the earth was means to an end. Kakashi also had his path clear before him, but carried his deeds with far more weight. A sense of duty and justice motivated the gray-haired man. The two were polar opposites, yet exactly the same. For that, each respected the other. They lived the way they thought was right, and in the end it put them at odds. Then again, threatening the Konoha shinobi's students might have added to the fuel of enmity between the two. Standing on the surface of the marsh water with not bought their chakra, the 2 deadly men kept eye contact. Every movement was calculated, precise, deadly, and exactly the same. Kakashi's sharing and was exerting itself, to be sure. Hand sign after hand sign was executed, and Zabuza could barely restrain his incredulous fear. Can he see the future? Is he reading my mind? How can he predict my movements like this? Is it the Sharingan? Some trick? Kakashi's eyes sparked in. Recognition of the rogue ninja's thoughts. I have seen your future, the Jounin stated, face serious. The last hand sign was completed on both sides of the makeshift arena of water then and there. Your future is death, Zabuza Momochi. An explosive burst of chakra filled the air like wind. Sasuke instinctively took a step back, instincts running wild. Water Dragon Jutsu. The elite ninja roared in unison, the formidable beasts of energy and water ripping out of their environment, leaving much damage in their wake. The 2 dragons immediately spiraled into one another, each trying to assault their true target. At first the battle seemed pointless, a draw. How could the same technique produced by two, presumably equally powerful ninja triumph on one side and not the other? Water lashed at water, and Sakura was sure she could hear the deadly attackers snarling. The technique generated beasts shoved and clawed viciously. Ultimately, Kakashi's dragon took the victory, forcing Zabuza's into SBMsen and putting all the energy it had been thriving on into a blast that bore a resemblance to a tidal wave. Having just expended as much energy as he had, the rogue Momochi was powerless against it. The torrent slammed into his body, forcing him back and tossing the highly trained criminal like a doll in its grasp. Pressure pushed against very portion of the outlaw's body, and it felt as if it would snap. Somewhere in the back of his head, Zabuza was wondering when things had gotten out of control. Losing was not the outcome he had envisioned. Still, a good ninja always had a backup plan. Where's that Haku anyway? That Haku was in fact less than a kilometer away, breathing heavily and moving as fast as possible without disturbing the local wildlife. No family of birds or rodents had to suffer for the misfortunes of one shirtless male and his masked assistant. Well, not on Haku's end at least. Truth be told, the water dragons created by Kakashi and Zabuza had made it a dangerous day to be a Ren indigenous to the land of waves. Over 70 eggs were destroyed in the crossfire. The thunderous sound of rushing water hit Haku's ears and he hastened, dreading to think himself too late. Zabuza was his life, his fuel, his one and only goal. It was a subservient existence, but one that had never failed to satisfy the boy. Zabuza's smile, however rare, was the only reward he needed to risk life and limb. Naruto Uzumaki wanted very much to know exactly he had gone from heroically falling to the earth to sitting in front of a set of wretched bars in naught but his birthday suit. The whole affair smelled like yet another strange dream, and sweat coated his feverish face. It was warm and cold at the same time, and without any covering he felt vulnerable. The glowing eyeballs leering at him from their prison weren't helping a bit, either. Try as he might, Naruto couldn't seem to peel his eyes away from those of the demon. Something deep inside him, repressed and voiceless, warned him not to. It was as if that gaze alone tethered the boy to his own essence. If he were to look away, he would die. This feeling in itself was somewhat exciting to Naruto since it led to the conclusion that he was still alive on the physical plane. His deeds were still remembered, his friends still fighting. On the other hand, Naruto Uzumaki was truly and deeply disturbed by the closeness of his demonic tenant. The terror flowed and ebbed like tides through what seemed like hours. The blonde didn't dare speak, but doubted he could even if he wanted to. The feverish sensation left him feeling drained and tormented. The seal on his belly regulated it all, causing him to feel numb around the solar plexus. In the silent room of his psyche, the QB sustained the young soul as it always did, though the boy did not remember. The human mind was a strange mechanism, but was delightfully adaptable. In the realm of the living, Kakashi took a deep breath, exhausted. His opponent was down. Sensing that, the Jounin looked to his students. Sasuke and Sakura were fine, bruised and slightly battered, perhaps, but still very much alive. Naruto, however, Kakashi dreaded looking at the boy. There was something innate about human nature that screamed out in sorrow at the loss of a child. It was unnatural and unsettling unless one was accustomed to it entirely. Kakashi Hatake was not accustomed to it. Neither was he comforted by the fact that the kid had sustained the potentially fatal wounds while defending him. If there was one thing he wanted to avoid, it was seeing the worst. Thankfully, the adult had an excuse to delegate the task to someone else. Zabuza would have no problem surviving that wave, even if he was injured. Tazuna had to be protected. With that in mind, Kakashi started toward the subdued criminal. Sakura, Naruto. The teacher motioned on his way, not even having to finish the request before the kunoichi sprinted in the direction her fallen teammate. Sasuke looked after her from his position in front of a downcast Tazuna, breath halted with dread. The wound Naruto had sustained was probably mortal. It had been deep, the Uchiha had seen it briefly, but had still hoped for the best. Team 7's world stopped for the young female's conclusion. It didn't come for a minute or so. Sakura had a hard time gathering the courage to touch Naruto's still form, let alone check it for vital signs. It seemed so wrong to her that Naruto, the most obnoxious person she knew, was so pallid and unmoving. Sakura was frightened by the very concept. Shaking, she pushed 2 fingers into his pale neck, feeling for pressure. His skin was cold and clammy. She hated the feeling. Her face stiffened, and Sasuke along with it. After a little while, she opened her mouth to speak, letting several choked gasps escape her. Kakashi stopped in his tracks upon hearing that sound. His throat clenched, ready for the verdict he was sure of. Yet again he had lost someone important. Once more, the great Kakashi had failed where it truly mattered. No amount of victory could compensate for that kind of loss. Naruto was. Sasuke didn't want to hear what the sobbing girl was about to say. He wasn't ready to hear that Naruto was alive. Sakura smiled through her tears. He's still alive. Love, by textbook definition, is described as a deep, tender, ineffable feeling of affection and solicitude toward a person, such as that arising from kinship, recognition of attractive qualities, or a sense of underlying oneness. The term alone was one that Sakura had heard. Used many times. She, herself, had used it in the past without any forethought to the profoundness of the word in itself. Love was not what she had thought it to be. In moments of desperation, it changed. Sakura Haruno's heart felt like it would burst into oblivion. Her emotions, until that point, had been nothing more than imitations caused by impatience or disappointment. In the long run, most of the things she had stressed over didn't matter. Life was precious, everyone had their worth. The kunoichi had always believed that, but never fully realized that she did. There was infatuation, of course, but that was different. Love was wanting someone or something else to be honestly and truly happy. It was only in that particular trying moment that her world expanded, colors becoming more intense to a perception no longer condemned to wander in immaturity. The kunoichi wasn't strong, she knew that. Oh gods, how she knew that. In the end, she always depended on others. In the end, she couldn't bear the thought of losing them. Not out of self-preservation, but it would be a lie to say she didn't feel that she owed them something. She loved Sasuke. She loved Naruto. She honestly and truly loved quite a few people, and until that point she had ignored it. Love was not a simple adoration, it wasn't even romantic in nature. No, that was a different aspect of love. One could feel a deep attachment for someone without that lust. Love was a state of being, an ideal, and a force of nature flowing through every creature. It coursed from her hands into Naruto the moment she touched him. On a microscopic level, the effects were immediate, though no one could prove it. Just a little more activity, a little more motivation. The Uzumaki's body stirred slightly, though not enough to gain awareness. It was enough for her, though. Sakura held her teammate close, fighting back the feeling that this wasn't the first time they had been in that position, his head in her arms. Less than 10 meters away, the ambience was very different. Kakashi had given a short sigh of relief, but was by no means unburdened. Zabuza was right in front of him now, and the copy ninja grasped a kunai tightly, knowing that the job had to be finished. The jounin had no choice, but even if he had, the man laying out before him had struck a child down without remorse. A genin, perhaps, but a child nonetheless. One he could have subdued without causing any lasting damage, in fact. Killing was a messy business. Kakashi Hatake hated it, unlike some of the reports about him would suggest. It was never satisfying, and it never filled in the holes of the past. It was just a necessity. A dirty, guilt-ridden, unavoidable necessity. The least he could do and still feel humane was make it quick. With that in mind, the Konoha elite aimed for the criminal's jugular artery. He would avoid any nerve endings, if at all possible. He lifted his knife, and was immediately startled by several acupuncture needles flying past his face to hit the target he had been eyeing. Zabuza's throat made a strangled gasp, and the rogue shinobi fell to the ground like a broken doll, eyes still open. "Wah," the teacher stammered, turning around to find a masked face studying him from a leaf-covered branch. The newcomer still held several more sunban in his right hand, prepared for use should anything have gone wrong. Instinctively, the Hatake checked his enemy's vital signs to find nothing, dead as a doornail. "Hunter Nin," Sasuke commented from his new position behind their instructor, viewing the lithe frame presented before them. The boy addressed gave a quick and courteous nod. His thick clothes ruffled in the breeze, hiding nearly all skin in a layer of bluish-green. His headband was hard to discern in the fog, but Kakashi could read the insignia without difficulty. It made sense that the Momochi would be tailed by an ANBU of his own village. Having been the same kind of predator in the past, Kakashi understood the boy's timing as well. "Thank you for immobilizing him for me," the hunter's voice called out, soft and gentle. It flitted on the breeze, then left like imagination. "The wanted criminal, rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi." Kakashi gave a curt nod in reply, then looked at the body. Behind the mask, Haku tensed. Thankfully, the exhausted teacher had been too preoccupied with many things to have noticed the change. Before the gray-haired veteran was given the chance to get any closer to the corpse, Haku leapt down from the branches to toss Zabuza over his shoulder in a protective gesture. Kakashi was led to believe this was for secrecy reasons between the two villages, as the next part of Zabuza's eradication was for the ANBU's eyes only. "I will go dispose of the body. Good day to you, Leaf Ninja," Haku whispered, looking at the scattered group and phasing off into obscurity. Kakashi was left standing there alongside Sasuke at a complete loss for words. That boy was a skilled ninja, he could tell. Probably even stronger than he was. Before he had time to ponder that, however, his knees gave beneath him. The Sharingan had its downfalls. Chakra exhaustion, he mused mirthlessly. It couldn't have come at a more inconvenient time. There was still the mission, and Naruto had to be taken care of immediately. There was no question about it, he needed to stay conscious, and Sasuke caught his sensei before he hit the ground, feeling every muscle in the adult's body tensing and straining. There wasn't any need for an explanation. If anyone understood the Sharingan's pitfalls, it was the one of the last Uchiha. "Sasuke, I leave you in charge for now," Kakashi muttered, looking to the area where Sakura and Naruto were located before passing out entirely. Sasuke stared at him for a moment, then turned to each of his teammates in turn before meeting the gaze of Tazuna. The old man stared at him expectantly, and the Uchiha felt his face sour. "Grit. Naruto's barely alive, the old man's still the worst client ever, and now I'm in charge? This is going to be a long day." Haku didn't dare stop running with Zabuza's dead weight on his back until there was several kilometers and a river between the two and the group of foreign shinobi. They had nearly succeeded in killing Zabuza, and the young outcast would be dead if they did it again. He had been lucky to arrive when he had. If his entrance had been even 10 seconds later. Haku shuddered. Hands shaking, the boy laid his only companion down on the damp grass below them, assessing the damage caused by both himself and the enemy. There wasn't as much as he had feared, but his shame built all the same. Every bruise on his master spoke to him of personal failure. With much affection, Haku stroked Zabuza's face. He would attend to his master's wounds soon enough, but for that moment, he could do nothing but thank the heavens he had been able to be there for his hero in time. Kakashi had slept through the whole of the night, not remembering much of it. He had opened his eyes in the early morning hours to be greeted by the sight of a drooling and shirtless Sasuke Uchiha propped against the wall, a drunk Tazuna passed out on the table, and a disheveled Sakura who appeared to have fallen asleep on the stairs only to be covered with the shirt Sasuke had lacked. If not for the given circumstances, the Jonin would have assumed she had taken it herself. It came to Kakashi's mind to worry about Naruto, but he didn't have the energy to stand unsupported, let alone walk up a flight of stairs. With a sloth's stamina, the Hataki's left arm touched the inert Uchiha boy, jerking him into awareness almost instantly. "Sensei?" he asked, hawk-like eyes focusing. "Check on Naruto," Kakashi ordered, voice quiet and drowsy. Sasuke's eyebrow quirked upwards, but he obeyed his teacher's command without question. The sky outside was still dark in the early morning hour in which Sasuke was climbing the stairs. He was careful not to step on Sakura and crept into Inari's room with practiced expertise. Even with the space's complete absence of light, Sasuke was able to find his rival instantly. Without disturbing Inari, the shirtless Uchiha swooped down beside the quiet Naruto. "Dobe," he whispered, somehow thinking there would be a reply. There wasn't one, of course, but Sasuke could hear Naruto breathing. It sounded labored, not as bad as it had the night before, though. Just to be sure of his assessment, Sasuke stood there for another 2 minutes before darting back into the lower floor. Kakashi had fallen back asleep in his absence, so Sasuke shook until one of his instructor's eyes opened disdainfully. "Naruto's fine," the sullen boy whispered, causing Kakashi to nod and attempt to sit up. He failed utterly, and Sasuke didn't bother catching him. There was a thunk sound, and it was just enough to wake Sakura. She made a few strange sounds when she noticed the shirt covering her, which in turn roused Tazuna and his hangover. Predictably, the next few minutes were not pleasant for anyone, and ended up waking Inari and his mother as well. There was a boisterous breakfast that morning, consisting of meager portions and Tazuna ranting about one thing or another. The copy ninja wearily shoveled in as much food as he could take before eyeing the loud-mouthed patriarch at the table and informing him that Zabuza was still alive. He had made sure to use a casual tone, but the old man and Sakura were panicking regardless. To stop Tazuna's sputtering, he backed up his deduction with the evidence at hand. With that little thing out of the way, Kakashi announced that even though he couldn't be doing it, per se, his students would be training. Before even allowing his pupils to argue, he grabbed a crutch that Tazuna's daughter had handed to him and ushered them outside into the chilly morning air. The day had begun. Any sense of time was removed from Naruto's unconscious mind. The realm of the dead held him close, unable to claim him. In short spurts, he swore he could hear the voices whisper to him again, and others, he heard muffled voices that sounded even more familiar. Hands grasped him, moved him, and he could do nothing to fight or assist them. He was helpless but warm. In fact, he could have sworn he was just asleep. There was no nightmare, no orange-furred demon staring him down, just the sensation of being completely at peace with the world. It was like being a child, nestled deep in the blankets of a parent's bed, a comfort the Uzumaki had never known. Therefore, it was understandable that the orphan would be more than a little irritated at the manner in which he was jarred back into awareness. 2 fingers pried open his right eyelid, revealing a hazy and melancholy-looking face that Naruto immediately recognized. It took a certain amount of self-control not to shout the boy's name in irritation. They hadn't gotten along right away the first time they met, and apparently this bout would be no different. Inari's expression reminded him of Sasuke. The sulking look didn't suit the child's frame, to be sure. It made him look sour and sick. Like Sasuke, the builder's grandson had black hair. Unlike Sasuke, however, his face was extremely round and potentially rosy. The sulking didn't suit the kid, but the crease developing on his forehead told a tale of constant sorrow. The room the two inhabited at the moment was as familiar as Inari himself, window facing outside in front of a desk. The bedroll Naruto was using was on the floor just in front of it, rough with snagging the cloth. "You're awake," Inari remarked dryly, withdrawing his offending hand without an explanation or apology. The kid bent over Naruto's harried head and scowled, getting uncomfortably close to communicate the point that he was angry about something. "You were really messed up yesterday. Serves you right for trying to fight Gateau. Maybe you can tell the others that too." Naruto was in no mood to hear anything of the sort from anyone, and let Inari in on that anecdote by a light blow to the face. Well, it was light in Naruto's opinion. Inari started sniffling from the floor where he had been forced, eyeing his attacker like a dangerous criminal. It was a manipulative gesture. Needless to say, however, Naruto was not moved. "Stop your sniveling, you little creep," the Uzumaki growled, clutching his belly and working to stand. "We're here to help your grandfather. You could be a bit more grateful." "You're going to die," Inari stated like a fact, still letting the occasional whimper escape his frame. He spoke the phrase with such conviction it made Naruto sick. "Heroes don't die," Naruto retorted with forced calm, putting the bedclothes in order. "There aren't heroes in this world," the black-haired child wailed, very loudly in the hopes that the orange-loving ninja would glance at him. Blue eyes fell upon him, looking alternately sad and compassionate. The two emotions warred with one another for a second before deciding on sad. The blonde rounded on his pessimistic companion with a snarl. "You'd better believe there are heroes. I'm gonna be one of the best." Naruto's voice echoed all the way downstairs, causing Inari's mother to startle over the stove. The gruel she was preparing for lunch was no worse off, but her first thoughts involving fear of a break-in. How else could the arrival of a new voice be explained? Inari didn't make friends easily. He never had, and the auburn-haired woman was not going to believe he had just turned over a new leaf. Inari wasn't the only one in danger, either. The shortest, youngest ninja in the group had been on the verge of death when they had arrived, the little girl known as Sakura supporting him and huffing like she'd run a marathon, accompanied by Tazuna and Sasuke carrying a drunkenly exhausted Kakashi. They had looked at his wounds and set him up in Inari's room over the span of a very hectic night, forcing her son to watch their would-be protector at all times. Together, the two would be helpless, and maternal instincts pushed her into action. Pot in hand, Inari's mother ran up the stairs and opened Theodoratus find a sight that ultimately spelt the death of lunch. The gruel fell onto the rough wood flooring, accompanied by her jaw. There was no thug or broken window, only the wounded boy who had been almost dead 12 hours prior standing over her son, looking quite determined, albeit a bit pale. "I can't stand cowards like you. If nobody stands up, there are no heroes, sure. You have to work for change, don't you?" "Nari," the builder's daughter shouted, finally finding her voice. "What's going on in here?" Inari ignored her inquiry and grimaced at his new verbal opponent. "What good is a dead hero?" "Worthless," Naruto yelled. Inari blinked, confused. Had he just won? Had this visiting shinobi just seen the light of logic? Worthless, so you have to try harder. A real hero doesn't let something stop him, no matter what. Naruto amended, making it very apparent that he still thought Inari's way of thinking was a load of bunk. The bridge builder's grandson was at a loss for words, his face livid. Without another word, he bolted out of the room, trailing gruel behind him. The next few seconds consisted of an extremely uncomfortable silence, Tazuna's daughter eyeing the yandame's son in confusion and bewilderment before he broke the silence. "Here, let me help you clean this up, lady," he muttered, scooping up some of the gruel with his hands and placing it into the container from which it came. Naruto figured that it was the least he could do for her hospitality. He really couldn't bring himself to apologize. In all honesty, the apology of, "I'm sorry, but I punched your son because he was a whiny git who needs to get over his stinking self-pity or I will hurt him even more," really wouldn't have smoothed things over anyway. It was all he could do to work hard. The act in itself was simple, but it spoke volumes about the shinobi's character. Naruto winced when he moved his abdomen too quickly, but cleaned the entire mess without complaining one bit. The auburn woman watched the boy labor on the menial task without her having asked with incredulity. Like any common adult would be, she was pleased. Naruto hadn't the intention of buttering her up, but she found herself more likely to assist him anyway. He came across as mature, and doubtful though she might be, she couldn't withhold the location of Kakashi's makeshift training grounds from him when he asked a few minutes later. The teacher would be displeased, she imagined, that his wounded student was given lease to run around so freely while he should have rested. She watched him hobble out of her house with morbid fascination. He was in a lot of pain, she could tell. He had asked her how he looked before leaving, but she really didn't have the heart to be honest with him. His teammates would undoubtedly send him back, possibly crushed, but he deserved to see them, even if he looked pathetic. Sakura, she congratulated herself on remembering the girl's name, would be very relieved. She seemed the most worried of the three. That wasn't a fair judgment of Kakashi since he was unconscious at the time, but as far as the other boy was concerned, he probably was putting on a tough face he forced even himself to believe. It was unsettling, but so was having deadly warriors in your house to begin with. Naruto stumbled through the lush forest the direction Inari's mother had indicated. His strides were getting a bit more steady, but 2 miles without his usual energy level it wasn't fun, to say the least. As much as he should have been planning for the events ahead, the short boy could not tear his focus away from the task at hand. Every reed, rock, and twig that stood in his way was a potential threat. The journey took him 45 minutes instead of his usual 10, and when he approached a semi-familiar clearing, he heard the sound of a butt hitting the ground. "You're putting too much chakra into it, Sasuke," he heard Kakashi remark dryly, followed by the turning from a page of the smut book he loved so much. Naruto found himself smiling through the heaving he had entertained. His teacher would not be paying strict attention to his surroundings, leaving him at the wannabe Hokage's mercy. The cogs in the back of Naruto's head had a war on the perfect prank that presented itself. Half of his brain's electric currents wanted to be rational and just announce his presence like a normal person. The other half accused the first of being traitors to the brain of Naruto Uzumaki and ostracized them like the rejects they were. A manic gleam developed in those bright blue eyes, accompanied by a quiet smile. With a sudden burst of energy, he shot up a nearby tree like an orange streak. His teammates remained unaware, too preoccupied with their training and RDC novels, to scan the trees for movement. It would have been a waste of energy too. The forest was filled with squirrels and their ilk, scampering from one place to the next with instinct and finesse. Perhaps that was where Naruto got his idea, for a few seconds later, Kakashi was dragged out of his guilty pleasure by a slight impact to his head. Thinking it something from nature, the Hataki's hands ran through his hair to search for the gravity-affected object. The Jonin looked at it and groaned. It wasn't even a crap, I was just a small nut. He had let his guard down for a soul nut? He remembered from books he had read as a child that squirrels sometimes pelted intruders on their territory. He didn't care though. One squirrel wasn't going to keep him from his book a moment longer. Without so much as a word, Kakashi returned to his book. 30 seconds of peace elapsed before a larger impact greeted Kakashi's cranium. With a one-eyed glare shot up into the forest canopy, Kakashi pulled another nut from his gray mane. Had the elite not been exhausted, he probably would have sensed his student's presence behind a particularly thick tuft of leaves. Blue eyes watched the teacher in interest when the man dragged himself over to another tree to take out the book again. If Naruto had more chakra, there would have been hundreds of nuts thrown. However, since the boy knew his own weakened state, he had to make do. The Uzumaki grabbed the handful of leaves he had gathered and began to henge them into more nuts. Larger than the two he had thrown, in fact. It nearly made him lose his balance, but the deed was done. The leaves that looked and felt like 2-pound nuts fell down on Kakashi like a very short rainstorm. Kakashi, who had thought himself in the clear, managed to avoid the seemingly protein-rich volley by a few inches. By this time, the copy ninja was aware that it was no mere squirrel they were dealing with. Not knowing what to expect, Kakashi readied himself for a fight. Sasuke. Sakura, he called. Sasuke peeled his eyes off of the tree he was scaling, and Sakura pelted her eyes off of Sasuke. Seeing the look of apprehension of her teacher's face, Sakura began to pale. "Ooh, what is it?" she whispered, eyes straining into the canopy. "I don't know, but they are very proficient with their giant nuts," the older shinobi stated seriously, unprepared for what happened next. Sasuke, of all people, was never one to laugh. When something happened that was simple-minded or entertaining, he would usually just turn away and be annoyed with it. In this case, however, a very unfamiliar sound came from his airway at the Hataki's warning. Sasuke snorted with incredulity, gagging down a chuckle. Sakura did a double take. There were no nuts on the ground, wounding her teacher, or in the trees, so what the hell was going on? Was Kakashi's exhaustion catching up with him? "Nuts, sensei?" came Sasuke's skeptic inquiry. "Yeah," the adult replied, suddenly aware of how stupid he was sounding. "Where? I don't see any nuts." Sakura eyed her teacher with observation. Kakashi immediately pointed to the ground next to where he left his book, only to twitch when he saw leaves and realized there was a slight breeze. There was a short silence wherein the team's leader thought about how he was supposed to phrase the potentially dangerous situation without sounding insane or perverted when a series of sounds caught the attention of all three present. First, there was the laughter. The childish, uproarious laughter of a boy who should have been either comatose or dead. "Wadash!" Sakura stammered, hardly believing her ears. "No wi." Sasuke looked like he had seen a ghost, and without realizing it had mirrored his sensei's expression. Before anyone had a chance to react, there was the sound of a branch breaking followed by an obnoxious yelp of surprise. Naruto was not exactly overjoyed with the sudden break in his plans. Nor was he entirely comfortable with the 43-foot drop to the ground that he was approaching at breakneck speed. He had continued screaming and flailing in fear after his fall had been halted by a grip that was a bit tighter than it should have been around his ankle. Kakashi eyed his catch with every emotion he could think of, but his appearance settled on apathy. Well, he drawled, it seems you're feeling better, Naruto. Coming to the conclusion he wasn't dead, Naruto opened his eyes to observe the people around him and give his most charming, please don't stab me face. Sakura's brain almost reeled visibly when the teacher dropped Naruto on the ground face first. Sasuke eyed the orange contours dubiously while they twitched. Naruto? Sakura asked, her voice half venomous, half sweet. The blonde twitched and emitted some muffled sounds into the soil. RSHRDDHRLRK and Yurjurtefshes, came Naruto's voice, chipper and hoarse. His three comrades stared, Sasuke's eye twitching on occasion. The whole situation seemed pretty unreal. I said, Naruto corrected a second later, giggling feebly and rolling over. You should have seen the look on your guys' faces. Naruto, Kakashi said for what must have been the fourth time in the past 3 minutes, go back to the house and rest. The Jonin's fingers drummed restlessly on his elbows in an irritated rhythm. However lively Naruto appeared to be, the bandages on his midriff spoke for themselves in a fresh red splotch. It was small as of yet, but the last thing the teacher needed was for his charge to reopen the wound. Now, the Hatake amended, not sounding as intimidating as he had intended. No, the blonde argued, standing his ground with a Sakura-induced lump on his head. A breeze graced the clearing, making the emphasis more dramatic than it should have been. Naruto Uzumaki bit down on his lower lip. For reasons involving the vitality of meeting with Haku, Naruto couldn't obey his teacher's orders. Not that he'd want to, anyway. The wound that caused him such an amount of trouble was only a third of what was the evening prior. Besides, he needed to pass out for this plan to work. Naruto took great care to be annoying. If he endeared his teammates in the next few minutes, it would be dangerous to the chain of events that were needed for Naruto's quest for less bloodshed. He would fight with Sasuke, climb the tree with his chakra and prove them all wrong and then allow the lethargy he had so skillfully fought off take him. If his team was irritated enough, they would leave him there for Haku to find. Naruto, go back to bed. Sakura scolded, joined by a nod of agreement for His Royal Highness, Sasuke. No freaking way. Naruto yelled, pointing at his Uchiha rival accusingly, I can do whatever he's doing with my hands tied. Sakura's face began to contort into a snarl. Sasuke looked like he'd just eaten something highly unpleasant, and Kakashi was forced into an exasperated sigh that Naruto was quite accustomed to. Fine, Naruto, but after you see it, it's back to bed with you. He conceded, speaking as if Naruto were less than 5 years old and asking to observe a lunar eclipse past his bedtime. Deal. Naruto held out his hand to shake on it, and was promptly ignored by the gray-haired shinobi who pointed at a tree. After a split second, his index finger wandered to a more specific focal point. A kunai was lodged in the bark fairly high in the air. With no small amount of satisfaction, Naruto noted that Sasuke's elevation markings were nowhere near the objective yet. Sasuke is climbing this tree by focusing chakra in his feet. If he uses too little, he won't be able to climb it, and if he uses too much, he'll be propelled off the tree and… The adult trailed off to the sound of Sakura shrieking at Naruto irritably. Naruto! He said you could see it. Get down from there. The pink-haired adolescent shouted, just 2 feet to the right of a very unhappy Sasuke. The look on their faces were almost as entertaining to Naruto as the results of what would later be affectionately referred to as the nutcase incident. From his position on the tree, he regarded his comrade with a triumphant grin. Naruto, when did you get up there? The teacher asked calmly, fairly certain that the boy had cheated in some way. While you were talking, Kakashi-sensei, the smiling youth replied, eyeing his pointy objective. Did you know it's rude to leave when someone's speaking to you? The Jonin asked again, masking his surprise at Naruto's abilities with his odd way of speaking. Ignoring his instructor, Naruto plucked the kunai from its lofty perch and beamed at his accomplishment. So, should I leave it here for Sasuke team or take it down? He asked mischievously, aware that the horizontal position of his body was putting some strain on his injury. Before anyone had a chance to react, the Uzumaki boy put a hand to his ear. What's that team? Lodge it up higher? Whatever you say, Sasuke. Sasuke had taken more than he could handle of Naruto's antics at that point. Between the fact that the blonde, though injured, could still do a task Uchiha was struggling with like it was nothing was bad enough. With a princess remark added to the current friction between the two, Sasuke did the only thing he could think of. With wild eyes, the young Avenger charged the tree. The dobe would pay for injuring his pride. To Naruto's unending amusement, Sasuke failed to get even 10 feet the first 2 times. On the third go, however, Sasuke doubled the summit of his climb before being propelled off in his anger. Kakashi, in a rare display of wisdom, attempted to stop his black-haired student from attempting the stunt again only to be violently batted away. Sasuke charged up the tree's trunk a 4th time, eyes trained on Naruto like a hawk on a mouse. Below him, he could hear Sakura's cheers for his progress. Kakashi, on the other hand, eyed the entire ordeal with distaste. His visible eye frowned, and the hand that had tried to put a stop to Sasuke's rage slipped into a pocket in a thoughtful manner. You! Sasuke snarled, finding himself closer to Naruto with every elapsed second. Naruto was running out of tree to climb. He had anticipated Sasuke's outburst, but he hadn't expected the sour-faced Uchiha to actually succeed in pursuing him. Perhaps the three had been training longer than he thought. With Sasuke less than a meter below him, Naruto had to act quickly. In a calculated and very taxing move, the Jinchuriki leapt from his verdant perch to a neighboring tree, where he grappled the branches like his life depended on it. Unfortunately, Sasuke had no trouble following his quarry. A quick glance behind him told Naruto that if he didn't do something fast, his livid rival was going to teach him the meaning of friendly fire. Having next to no stamina left, and needing to preserve his chakra reserves for recovery, Naruto's course of action wasn't hard to decide on. With a parting insult to Sasuke's masculinity, Naruto stopped pushing off his exhaustion. It overtook him like a vertigo, dimming his perception almost instantly. Without any fear of the ground below him, Naruto sauntered off of the tree's branches and nearly dropped a considerable distance. Thankfully, Sasuke's anger had subsided when Naruto was in immediate peril, and instead of causing the loud-mouthed son of the Yondaime grievous bodily harm, the young Uchiha prevented it by catching Naruto's arm. Within the span of 3 minutes, Naruto was laid gently across the forest floor, where he occasionally snorted in his deep slumber. Sasuke was in a less comfortable position, Kakashi sternly looking into his face. "What was that?" the teacher asked, his voice unnervingly serious. Sasuke looked away from his sensei with his lips in a tight line. "What?" he asked, uninterested in explaining himself. "You tried to assault a teammate for a simple comment, Sasuke." Kakashi reminded, noting that Sakura was looking more uncomfortable by the second. "So? I didn't hurt him." Sasuke muttered darkly, earning an even more intense stare from the former NBU operative. "You stopped me from restraining you. You disobeyed me in a way that could have been potentially fatal in the field of duty. That is not the way a true shinobi acts. So, you're comparing me to Naruto now? Are you saying a true shinobi baits everyone else and generally making butt of themselves?" Sasuke's face twisted again, but Kakashi was unshaken. "I never compared you to Naruto, Sasuke," the Jonin replied, still standing with as much authority as he could muster. Sasuke's face remained spiteful, but nothing more was said. "Should we take Naruto back with us?" Sakura broke into the tense atmosphere, causing Kakashi to shrug, exposing a Sasuke who was suddenly enamored by the dirt. "I think this is the only way to get him to rest, anyway." "You're a bad person, sensei." Kakashi had a very interesting night without Naruto to contend with. No matter where he went, however, he couldn't escape that boy's influence, it seemed. The bridge builder's grandson had a nice little bruise on the side of his face, and Kakashi knew full well where it had come from. Judging from the boy's mannerisms throughout that evening, the Jonin came to understand why Naruto had used the kid's face for target practice. The pessimism streaming off of Inari was almost nauseating. Halfway through the evening meal, Inari tore from the room in a miniature tantrum, yelling at the trio of Konoha ninja to just leave, and that there was no chance, yada yada. Kakashi would have been perfectly content to continue eating as if it had never happened, but unfortunately, there was a female present. He'd never quite understand the feminine need to fix things. Sometimes life was better when left alone. Why is he like that? Sakura had asked Tazuna, referring to his moody grandson. The slightly drunken man had regarded her blearily and began a story of heroism and loss. Inari's adoptive father's death had broken him, and the child had gone as far as to cut the man's face out of the family photograph and hide it in his room. Sasuke listened impassively, but Sakura was disturbed, to say the least. She didn't understand why her teammate would hit someone who had been through so much. How could Naruto be cruel to Inari? She went as far as asking aloud. Naruto knows suffering, Sakura. He was like Inari once, I believe. For him, however, there was no father, no mother, no family. Kakashi answered her, evoking thought and an incredulous expression from the girl. But she interjected, most likely condemning the act of violence that her comrade had committed. It's his way, Sakura. You've no right to judge it. If Naruto's actions hadn't been the teacher's partial responsibility, Kakashi doubted that he would have even bothered pulling the kid outside like he did. Inari had been unwilling to look at him, and held his arms in a bunch. It would have been cute in a photograph, but circumstances were entirely different in reality. Don't hate Naruto, Inari, the man had stated casually, not bothering to make eye contact with someone who wasn't interested. The address allowed his face to sour even further, if it was possible. He punched me. What's his problem, anyway? The boy muttered contemptuously, not really expecting an answer. Inari, Naruto grew up without the love of a family or friends. He was treated as a monster by our village for something he didn't do. Instead of feeling sorry for himself like you do, though, he just worked harder for respect. He is trying to become the Hokage. Inari interrupted with a hoot of disbelief. Him? Hokage? Yes, Inari. He toils for what he gets. While he's not especially skilled at anything, Naruto strives to become the greatest warrior in our village. Strange as it sounds, I'm beginning to think he'll actually accomplish his dream. He has a strange ability, that boy. Inari was actually looking at Kakashi in the eyes now, a spark of vitality lit in his formerly frigid expression. Now, you can imagine that he had to train himself off of tears. What would he have accomplished if he had locked himself away and cried all the time? Shamed though he might have been by the Hatake statement, Inari's clouded mind became somewhat clearer. A revelation came to him. You did it to teach me? The builder's grandson asked quietly, earning himself a nod and hidden smile from the elite ninja to his right, who then stood up and re-entered the builder's house. Inari was left in solitude to think about his life, and where Naruto went, as the orange-clad genin was hard to miss. Sakura felt a pang of guilt from her seat on the windowsill. Eavesdropping was invasive and rude. Why was it, then, that she had played the hypocrite and listened to Kakashi speak with Inari? What she had learned about Naruto was admirable, but all the same, shouldn't she have already noticed these things? No, Sakura. You were too busy being irritated by him, weren't you? Her thoughts were laced with guilt, but at the same time, she realized just how quickly she had judged her potential ally yet again. It was wrong, a testament to her selfishness. Not just me, she reminded herself. Nearly all of Konoha. I grew up thinking it was nothing, but now. Sakura did not sleep well that night. Most of the pre-morning hours were spent staring at a ceiling that was in need of repair while she restlessly tried to understand the mystery that Naruto Uzumaki had become. Haku's brown eyes regarded the lush foliage of the wave country with admiration. The world, which he had long since concluded was not for him, was a complicated and beautiful place. Everything and everyone had a part to play inside it, both at once simple and profound. Kneeling down, the young ninja's hands brushed over a moist bit of brush and reclaimed it from the earth. With the grace of a priestess, Haku placed the plant into a basket to join several others of its ilk. The plants in question were medicinal, and the child from the Mist Village was very happy to have found them. They would serve Master Zabuza well. With a surprisingly clean hand, Haku counted the objects in his basket. There was almost enough for the salve he was looking to make, but there were a few ingredients to go. Sighing, the youth looked at the sky for some sort of measure of time. Morning was almost over, and with it would flee some of the telltale blossoms of an herb he yet needed to acquire. Haku refused to be disheartened, and resolved to work faster. That being said, the shinobi in question continued his trek through the forest. He had little luck, but refused to abandon the search until something very orange caught his scouring eye. A person, perhaps? A closer inspection revealed that the object was indeed a human being. Mud speckled the pallid face of a boy who couldn't be more than 12 years of age. The kid was a leaf ninja, but that didn't diminish or enhance his worth. In Haku's eyes, a human was a human. Nothing more, nothing less. Compassion kicked into Haku's system immediately, and Zabuza was momentarily forgotten in favor of the young, blonde stranger. Haku's delicate hands brushed over the boy in a short assessment, causing the orange-clad adolescent to mutter like one asleep. The examination halted when Naruto's midriff was exposed, a bloody bandage covered in dirt. Grimacing at the new discovery, the well-meaning hand tensed. Whoever was responsible for the boy was a bad person. There was a reason bandages were changed regularly. Infections can very quickly become deadly. With that thought in mind, Haku swiftly ripped the tainted gauze off his unofficial patient's torso. Naruto woke up screaming. Even the ever-calm Haku resorted to wincing at the sudden arousal, in the Old English way, not the perverted way, of the genin. The skin under the bandage was bloody and raw, but before Haku could get a close look at it, the orange jacket was closed by the now alert Uzumaki. "That hurt," came the blonde's rasping voice, cracked with dehydration from sleeping for 18 hours straight. His eyes took their time in focusing, but he could only feign surprise when the familiar silhouette of Haku blocked his view of the forest canopy. The situation suddenly became awkward. Well, more so than it could have been if Naruto had planned better. "You're awake, I see." Haku took the first move, which was to Naruto's relief. The alto voice that was not distinctly male or female was soothing to the ear when compared to his own. "What are you doing out here?" "Training, miss. I am going to become really powerful, you'll see," he replied, once again opting to address Haku as a female. He couldn't help it, really. Nearly everything about the Mist Ninja's aura screamed, femme. In truth, when Haku had confessed to being male, the Hokage wannabe had felt crushed. It was a silly thing that only lasted 5 minutes, but all the same, he really wished Haku was a girl for both of their sakes. "Why do fight to become stronger?" the gentle voice questioned, a repeat of Naruto's memories. Unlike the last time Haku had asked that question, the current Naruto needed no elaboration. "I have someone special I want to protect." Naruto answered firmly, earning a smile from his faded opponent. "That's very admirable," Haku commented, standing up and looking at the forest floor in disdain. "Do you need help, miss?" Naruto asked, earnestly wanting to assist Haku once again. Perhaps the other shinobi noticed this, because he nodded and explained the plant he was looking for in exquisite detail. The next hour Naruto spent was employed with searching for the elusive, and by this time, flowerless, herb. When he finally located it, he quickly handed it to Haku's outstretched hand and grinned widely. "Anything else you need?" he asked, absorbed in the strange euphoria he gained from helping people. Haku, in turn, smiled again and shook his elegant head slowly. "I must leave now, Leaf Ninja. You will become strong." Naruto positively beamed when he addressed Haku again. "My name isn't Leaf Ninja, miss. It's Naruto." "Naruto is a good name," the Mist Ninja said absently, nodding. "What's yours?" Naruto then asked, wondering if the other kid would even reply. True to his assumption, Haku did not acknowledge the inquiry and started walking off to make the salve for Zabuza. There were a few seconds where Naruto didn't know whether or not Haku was going to drop his parting bombshell. "By the way, I'm a boy." The words did come before Haku was out of sight, and Naruto was again left alone wondering how a boy so feminine could exist. Naruto waited in the clearing for about 3-5 minutes, contemplating whether or not he should go through with a new improvisational plan that had crept into his head. On the bright side, it could save the lives of Haku and Zabuza. On the downside, he could die at the hands of Gateau, or Sakura, if Gateau didn't get him. There wasn't much time to ponder, and Naruto quickly left his rationality aside and obeyed the impulse. With a silent bound, the genin began his pursuit of Haku. It would be difficult to follow such an experienced tracker, but the attempt was made. Throughout the duration of the journey, Naruto stayed in the shadows as much as possible. From time to time, his breath would catch when Haku would turn around, peering around suspiciously. The Uzumaki hoped, with all his heart, that the mist ninja did that out of habit. There was no end to the possibilities for his suffering if Zabuza knew Haku had been trailed. Knowing Zabuza, Naruto feared for what would happen to Haku as punishment for allowing himself to be followed in the first place. The walk was a long one, as Haku never changed his speed. At times, Naruto felt he was going in circles, and that his quarry had, in fact, noticed Naruto's presence. After the evening arrival at the marsh, however, the young ninja of Konoha was relieved to find he was probably just paranoid. From behind a distant rock, he watched Haku enter a well-guarded bungalow. He was stopped at the door, but told something to a sentry and was allowed inside. Naruto wished he could have heard what the boy had said. It might have been a password of some kind. Of course, there were other ways of entering a building, but the blonde didn't like lapsing into www.g.d. What would Gaara do? Night fell around the waiting shinobi, and the guards did things that could be expected. They changed shifts, talked to each other, and occasionally threw things at wildlife. Naruto wished he still had his summoning contract with the toads. In a situation like he was in, they would have been invaluable scouts and messengers. Well, that and the humorous picture of how they would react if hit by one of those lowlives. Those guards would get what was coming to them. As it was, there was no safe way to send a message to his team to inform them of his whereabouts. A shadow clone would be detected if there were any skilled ninja in the rough group of guards, and Naruto wasn't willing to tap into his chakra reserves. Hell, he was almost scared to go to the bathroom if there was a chance of being found out. No, he had to stay absolutely still and learn more about the schedule of the hideout. Team 7 was becoming impatient. 29 hours had passed since the nutcase incident, and the loud-mouthed ninja behind it had yet to return. From a medical perspective, keeping the fox's chakra in mind, Kakashi knew that Naruto was probably healthy again. On a related note, there was no way that the hyperactive 12-year-old would have slept soundly for over a day if even one night of near-death didn't keep him off his feet. So, the question came to pass, what was that time employed by? For a while, Kakashi Hatake had convinced himself that Naruto had probably stayed out longer to train. After the second nightfall, though, the teacher found himself on edge with the missing presents at the dinner table. Sasuke and Sakura also stole a glance at it from time to time. He noticed something was wrong with the picture, and even Tazuna picked up on it. Inari intermittently looked out the window. Naruto, with all his interesting qualities, liked food. To be without it for an extended period of time would definitely send him running back to the nearest house where food could be found. Since Tazuna's house was the only place where he could be fed if he wanted anything that wasn't raw and filthy, he should have returned for the meal. "Where's the loud-mouthed brat?" the builder asked bluntly, interrupting any casual conversation with food still in his mouth. In a flash, all eyes were on Kakashi. He knew the question would come up, and he had an answer prepared. "Probably off in the forest, training," he said monotonously, scratching his nose. "Probably," Sasuke echoed, his ego still sore from the other day. He didn't care much, but the empty place at the table made him a little uncomfortable, like being in combat with only part of his arsenal. His pale face contrasted with Sakura, who seemed to be turning a little red. Oddly enough, it wasn't from the fact she was sitting next to Sasuke. "Probably, sensei?" she asked conversationally, though her voice held an edge that only her family and teammates would know. "Maybe we should look for him, then?" "Maybe," Kakashi nodded, shifting his position to sternly look at Sasuke. "Our Sasuke can use his amazing talents to retrieve him for us." "Why me?" Sasuke worked very hard to master his unease, feeling his teacher's gaze on him like a beam. He was still in trouble for the other day, and he was wondering just how Kakashi had intended to punish him. "Well," he explained, his eyes never leaving the Uchiha, "I'm injured, and though I mean no offense, Sakura isn't skilled enough to wander about after dark alone." That's a red-butted lie. Sakura swore, surprising everyone at the table. Kakashi just looked at her. You think you could take on enemy ninja in complete darkness? The teacher asked casually, shifting in his seat. Sakura's face blushed even deeper. Who said anything about enemy ninja? You said the objective was to find Naruto, who is, probably, training. You're smart, aren't you, Sakura? Isn't the term, probably, indicative of me not being sure? Kakashi semi-snapped at her, slowly transitioning into seriousness. I think Naruto is training, but there is a possibility that something else has happened. If that is the case, I don't want to send someone who unprepared for a serious situation. I need someone with a level head on their shoulders. Then why don't you go? She asked, somewhere between fear and disgust with the Jonin's insensitivity. Kakashi stood up and rubbed his temple, another headache coming on. Why did they not figure these things out on their own? Zabuza is after Tazuna, right? Would you and Sasuke be able to handle him alone in the event Naruto really was missing? Is it more dangerous to be at the bullseye of a target or in the straw? The straw, Sakura admitted, her passion draining. Now, are you going to stay here and let Sasuke find Naruto on his own? Kakashi asked with surprising gentility. Sakura sat still for a minute or so, looking at the ground. Kakashi, despite all his insight, had no idea of what the girl was thinking. Sasuke didn't bother waiting for her to answer. After quickly downing his bowl of lightly seasoned rice, the Uchiha made to leave the house. It was only when he was just about to exit that he heard Sakura's voice. No, she said with atypical confidence. Kakashi's visible eye perked up in interest. What? Sakura got to her feet and tied back her hair, unaware that she was being gaped at by her beloved Sasuke. I said, no, Kakashi-sensei. If Naruto really is in danger, Sasuke couldn't handle an enemy like the Demon Brothers alone. You, on the other hand, are the only one capable of fighting Zabuza, she concluded, expecting to be berated again. Kakashi Hatake smiled beneath his mask. His only female pupil was stronger than she thought. Truth be told, he had intended to keep Sakura away from Sasuke only because of her obsessive crush. To his pleasant surprise, it seemed that childish problem would no longer be an issue. Then go now, or Sasuke will leave without you. Sakura gave a determined smile, nodded to Sasuke, and in a flash they departed. Once they were gone, the infamous Kakashi sighed with relief. In a simple gesture, he took off his mask and stole Sakura's half-eaten bowl. They finally left, he told the gawking family he shared the table with, and I'm hungry. Inari's mother fainted. Sasuke sprinted through the humid night with Sakura to his immediate left. The forest floor was solid enough beneath their feet, roots meaning nothing to someone alert. The Uchiha considered himself lucky. The person he was searching for would stick out like a sore thumb, and orange jacket in the darkness. As far as Sasuke was concerned, his blonde comrade was indefinitely in the training field, working hard to show off and belittle Sasuke yet again. Oddly enough, that was the best-case scenario in his mind. He didn't want Naruto in danger, and he definitely did not want Naruto back at the house if they returned empty-handed. If the last situation ended up being the case, the blue-eyed preteen would learn something very important about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Something in the black-haired boy thirsted for drama, a drama he could find nowhere else among his many admirers that would spur him on. Among his peers, only Naruto had the nerve to pull that sort of stunt. Grudgingly, he had to admit that the dobe had succeeded in helping him in that way. If his rival was more intelligent, Sasuke would suspect it was an intentional habit. The sprint to the training ground where Naruto was probably located was a quiet one. It was a refreshing change, to be honest. Their footsteps kept a rhythm only an insane dancer would attempt to match, and their movement caused a breeze to grace the forest. Upon their arrival in the clearing, Sasuke scoured the canopy instantly, his hands shielding his face. The last thing he wanted was a hinged leaf to the eye. Sakura, on the other hand, actually did her job without any fear for her dignity. If Naruto was going to pop out of nowhere and make her scream, then he was going to pop out of nowhere and make her scream even if she tried to avoid it. Naruto was gifted like that. To the pink-haired girl's disdain, there was no Naruto on the ground or in the bushes. To Sasuke's relief, There was no Naruto in the upper branches of the trees waiting to strike him. They exchanged these conclusions after about 3 minutes of searching the area, and Sasuke was just as ready to go back to the house and tell Kakashi that the idiot had just U-pan ditched them when Sakura flung something at his face. Whatever it was, it smelled bad. A mixture of sweat, blood, dirt, and crushed grass. Undeniably irritated, Sasuke peeled said object off his face to identify it, only to find himself queasy. In his hands he held Naruto Uzumaki's filthy bandage, which looked like it had been torn off. "This is Dash," Sasuke trailed off, confused as hell. "Where did you find this, Sakura?" "Over there," she replied, pointing to a spot of grass that was still slightly pressed from Naruto having laid there for nearly 24 hours straight. Her face was uneasy, but when Sasuke's face held a hint of fear when he absorbed this information, it took a great deal of self-control not to appear terrified. The amount of knowledge Sasuke and Sakura had on Naruto's personality was extensive, but they knew very little of his physical condition. Had they been informed that Naruto was, in fact, a container for a tailed beast, there would have been a lot of angst. Still, they would have at least been able to draw a conclusion that wasn't as flawed. Who would take him? Sakura asked quietly, suddenly suspicious of everything that moved. Gateau must have patrols. If a man wants to take out a man so badly, it only makes sense that they would are the lands surrounding his house. Kakashi was an idiot to leave him there. Sasuke felt tainted with the change of internal chemicals that occurred with the thought of having losing Naruto on his conscience and Kakashi's reports. Where would they take him? Do you think he's all right? Sakura pressed, causing irritation to return to her companion's features. He's more valuable as a hostage than a corpse, Sakura. He'd be a nice bargaining chip against us, now, wouldn't he? Came the voice of reason from Sasuke's lips. We need to report this to Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke. Now. Sakura commanded, becoming determined once again. Sasuke thought little of her mood swing and shook his head. We're coming back with the moron or not at all, he concluded, making eye contact with his teammate. What? Why? We aren't tracker ninja. Kakashi's a jonin. He can handle it. Weren't you listening? Sasuke snapped. He can't leave Tazuna unguarded. He can't search for the loudmouth right now, but we can. Sakura recoiled from Sasuke's hostility. He was right, of course, but he didn't have to be so aggressive in how he went about telling her. She was almost frightened of her adored one's outburst. Did he think she was that useless? How are we going to find his trail? This forest is giant, and he could be anywhere within 12 hours of here. Sasuke grew thoughtful, his frown retracting marginally. Were there any other objects left behind? Sakura shook her head, and Sasuke stepped past her to the area where Naruto had been less than a day prior. He skimmed his fingers off the grass and traced a line with amazing fineness to areas where the grass was slightly more indented than others. Following this pattern, the Uchiha's fingers found the sod underneath and felt for footprints. The ground was covered in loose dirt. He noticed when his fingers left the defined imprint. Sakura watched in awe as her crush strode over to a clump of soil that hardly seemed out of place and looked at it closely. Thick-soled sandals. It's not Naruto's, probably made in the past 12 hours. Sasuke scratched the back of his neck and peered even closer. The toes are facing southeast. So, Naruto was taken southeast? Sasuke, you're amazing. I never said that, Sasuke quipped, causing Sakura's spirit to be doused yet again. With the information he had just gathered, Sasuke Uchiha paced through the clearing again and found a matching footprint that would not have been able to find otherwise on the actual grass. In fact, if it weren't for the mud that had undoubtedly been from Haku's marsh-walking shoes, it wouldn't have been deceitable at all. Sakura, it hasn't rained here either, has it? He asked, drawing conclusions with typical Uchiha ingenuity. When Sakura answered that no, it had not rained, Sasuke stood up straight and faced her with his findings. We need to look in some sort of marshland. What? There's so much of that around here, how are we dash? We'll start with the southeast. Sasuke nodded, causing Sakura to become a little annoyed herself. But you sigh dash. We'll start there, Sakura. Now let's stop talking and start searching. The two shinobi took off in the darkness, careful to stay together in case the phantom they were chasing had stopped to wait for them. There was the possibility of a trap. Kakashi waited at the dinner table long after the meal was over. He replaced his mask after eating a few bites, making it considerably easier for Inari's mother to maneuver about the house without having to worry about being dazzled by his exposed visage. It had taken about 7 minutes to resuscitate her after she beheld him. No matter how many times that happened, it embarrassed the elite ninja quite a bit. Minutes passed, and predictably turned into hours. At some point that night, the teacher must have fallen asleep on the table, because that's where he woke up at dawn's early light with a blanket draped over him carefully. He didn't know who to thank for the gesture of hospitality, but he assumed that it was a female's work. No male he knew actually tucked the corners in. "Where are those 3?" he croaked out to Tazuna, who had just made to get a glass of water with breakfast. "They didn't come back last night, you know." "I would have heard." The older man shrugged, looking almost as tired as Kakashi. The former ANBU didn't bother to ask the cause. "You don't think anything bad happened, do you?" Tazuna inquired tersely, surprising Kakashi with his concern. There was a companionable silence between the two men before Kakashi breathed deeply and replied, "I don't know." "Should we look for them?" Inari's mother asked, surprising both of the males with her sudden entry. Kakashi shook his head. It could be playing right into Gateau's hands. "But they're children," the woman shouted at the masked houseguest, who looked at her with soft eyes. "I am aware of their ages. They chose this path, madam, and all I can do is wait for them. The life of a ninja is expected to be dangerous. If they're strong enough, they'll survive." Kakashi droned, sounding as disheartened as any responsible adult should be. Tazuna tensed at these words. There was only one more day before construction at the bridge resumed. With a calculated movement, a hand swatted a mosquito in the middle of a swamp. The hand in question was then brushed off on a pair of pants that were at one point fluorescently orange. Now, the said trousers were covered in mud, and not too surprisingly, more dead mosquitoes. It had been a while since Naruto had begun his stakeout. He had been at it all night, mentally taking notes on the shift schedule and behaviors of the henchmen standing between him and his objective. It was difficult to stay awake, but there was no way in heaven earth that the Uzumaki was going to slip up after waiting so long. Nothing would stop him, he was sure. Unfortunately for Naruto, fate had other plans. Anyone in Gateau's employ would admit that the exiled mist ninja he had contracted were a nasty bunch. Zabuza was an arrogant jerk, the demon brothers were quiet and spiteful, and Haku was just plain creepy. Of course, the thugs judging the shinobi were greedy and violent sociopaths for the most part, so it could just be assumed that the feeling was mutual. One such thug was not too thrilled that it was his turn to scout the nearby forest for anyone who would oppose them. Termite, or so he liked to be called, was actually quite resentful that the duty fell to him in the first place. Only one person had ever been caught in the entirety of their patrolling policy. A civilian looking for her pet, nonetheless. So, you could imagine his surprise when he actually found someone in the surrounding lands. 2 kids, a guy and a girl. As a general rule, a thug would have just jumped and attacked them on the spot. Misfortune would have it that Termite was a competent individual with amazing eyesight. He understood the importance of a leaf symbol. He also understood the importance of not being trounced by someone bearing such a symbol. Armed with the knowledge that he did not want to be out of a job or beaten to a pulp, Termite did the only thing he could think of. He got the hell out of the way of the two and reported their presence to Gateau before they had the chance to even sense his presence. Gateau was in no way happy to be woke up in the middle of the night, much less to learn that there were intruders in his forest. The high roller didn't hesitate to send out a rather large team to apprehend the 2 trespassers. Therefore, about 23 armed men left the bungalow before the sun rose completely, instructed to bring them back alive but the worse for wear. Naruto was startled by the sudden number of guards sent out on patrol, and for an alarming hour or two, he feared he had been detected and took the necessary precautions against their attack. Time passed, and the onslaught never came, which confused the Uzumaki immensely. If they hadn't been leaving to catch him, then what had they left for? It wasn't the day that Zabuza attacked the bridge yet, was it? And even if it were, didn't the ninja leave first? He was sure he would have at least gotten a glimpse of Zabuza if the man had already departed. All Naruto could do was wait, and wait he did. It was nearly noon before the group emerged from the foliage. About 9 of them were injured to the point of unconsciousness, he noted with a grin, and 3 of them hadn't come. The smile quickly faded into disgust when he realized that the thugs were dragging 2 masses through the muck, one of which was writhing and obviously still conscious. Gateau was twisted, taking civilians and just beating them like that. What had those 2 done? Who were they? Curious, Naruto closed in silently until his eyes could focus on the captives. It took only a few nanoseconds to identify them, but to actually process the information took about 5 seconds, and ended with him seeing in red. Sasuke was unconscious, and Sakura was bound and blindfolded. The 2 had been taken down by mere bandits, and they would now be at the non-existent mercy of a crime lord. But, well, given the circumstances under which Naruto had left the safety of Kakashi's wing, Naruto could only assume that they were searching for him. Searching for the loud-mouthed, ever-troublesome dope. All Naruto's rational thought centers shut down with the guilt and rage, and without even realizing it, he had duplicated himself 5 times over and let out a battle cry that would have made infamously dramatic Guy proud. Without any thought of the consequences, Naruto plowed through the ranks of the henchmen, punching and hacking at them with kunai. Their screams of surprise and agony could be heard from the nearby bungalow, alerting even Haku and a newly awakened Zabuza to the 3rd intruder's presence. Sakura had been struggling very hard against her captors, vicious and shamed. If it hadn't been for her long hair, everything would have been fine. How did she not see the folly her locks could bring? Sasuke and she hadn't had any problem trouncing their attackers until one had grabbed those dead pink strands and pulled her into an arm lock with a knife to the neck. With her as a hostage, Sasuke was rendered effectively ineffectual. He didn't dare take the captor out, because the moment he did, another with less patience would take the kunoichi and... Sakura's thoughts were interrupted with the sudden cry from her missing teammate, a cry that sounded like a strange animal. One moment she was being dragged by her enemies, and the next they were struggling to get as far away from her as possible. She was at once very bewildered and afraid, and with the ropes at her feet unmanned, she attempted to shake them off. Suddenly, a muddy set of hands grabbed her bound hands through the chaos. She found herself screaming with the henchmen before she realized the ropes had been cut. With those gone, it was only a matter of seconds before the bonds on her feet, too, were removed. Finally, the grubby hands yanked the cloth from her eyes, exposing her eyes to harsh sunlight. She winced at the sudden illumination before focusing on her mysterious savior. "Sakura," he breathed, the battle behind him ending in victory. "Can you stand?" This voice she knew, and before she even said anything, her fist flew at his face. Naruto caught it with wide, concerned eyes. Sakura had never seen him look so scared. She opened her mouth to speak, but he put a finger to her lips and stared at her in a way that gave her chills from the intensity. "Get Sasuke and run," he instructed, shooting a glance over his shoulder. She stared at him blankly, so he shook her. "Now," he commanded, shoving her backwards and flying at the bungalow from which Haku was exiting in full gear. "What about you?" she finally gasped out, grabbing the unconscious Uchiha. "I'll be fine." "Now, go," he growled, prompting Sakura's feet into speeding back in the direction from which she came with Sasuke in tow. Haku made to block her escape, but Naruto bowled the masked boy over. She didn't look back. Haku's mind was racing. Though Zabuza was awake, the older ninja wouldn't be able to move freely for another 6 hours or so. With an impending attack from Konoha Ninja, the ever-loyal ward had armed himself to the teeth with senbon. When he heard the screams, he had raced out into the fray. What he saw defied anything he would have expected. Gateau's men were scattered about, miming and bleeding from severe injuries. And the genin he had gone out of his way to help just the day before kneeled in the center of it, speaking with the pink-haired female from their team while another shinobi lay unconscious in the muck. The 3rd member of the Konoha squad was spread across the girl's back before Haku could close in fully. The mist ninja was scared, admittedly. While the enemies he faced were children, if they escaped, then the dreaded Kakashi would undoubtedly come to their aid. With Zabuza in the state he was in, Haku could not allow such a thing to happen. So, with a heavy heart, he made to break off the escape of the kunoichi with a flurry of needles. The blonde ninja hadn't moved anything other than his head and mouth in Haku's direction until that point, but with the pink-haired girl in danger, he swiftly leapt to deflect the projectiles with a single knife before tackling the unsuspecting black-haired boy. Haku, despite his mask, couldn't help but see Naruto's eyes through his mask. He wouldn't have been surprised to see anger, terror, or even hatred, but the affection caught him off guard. Through the frantic wrestle for control in the mud that followed the Uzumaki's leap, Haku couldn't shake a feeling of unease from his body. He could, however, shake Naruto's body off and step back to start a few attacks of his own. Naruto's cobalt eyes widened as Haku drew back from him. Needles flew from pale hands with deadly speed, forcing him to evade in a series of fluid motions. Several of them hacked away at his clothes and grazed his arms and legs. The damage was minimal, however, and a few seconds marked the end of Haku's barrage. Noticing that his attacks had little effect, Zabuza's loyal companion formed a hand sign that caused his opponent to stop clear in his tracks. In a matter of moments, Haku's Kekai Genkai would envelope the genin's body and leave him to the mist shinobi's mercy. Naruto Uzumaki wouldn't have it. Before the ice even had time to form completely, the Jinchuriki shouted something that effectively broke his adversary's concentration. "I don't want to fight you." Haku's semi-formed mirrors shattered, but he soon began to form new ones, disturbed but not convinced of the blonde's words. "Then why would you follow me here? Was it not your intention to kill Zabuza while he was still helpless, little ninja?" came the soft reply from behind the mask. The orange-clad boy shook his head at this, his hands trembling as the mirrors began to block out his view of the sky. "I fight for someone precious. Do you fight me for that girl? That boy? The builder?" Haku continued his inquiry, moving his image from one mirror to the next to avoid being hit. It wasn't necessary. Naruto hadn't moved to attack since the questioning had begun. Made curious by Naruto's lack of response, Haku grabbed a new pile of his needles and asked, very quietly, "What is it that you would fight me for, right now?" Naruto stared at the masked boy now hovering above him, obviously at war with whatever words he was going to say. Both of them were tense, almost sure that the other would attack in the stillness that followed. After what seemed an age, and was, perhaps, to a microscopic organism, Naruto's mind had finally been made up. "I am fighting you for you," he finally declared, causing the form above him to shift uneasily. After a brief interlude, Naruto pitched his verbal curveball with one single word, Haku. 7 Sunban fell into the mud next to Naruto's feet. Naruto blinked, and Haku was once again the mirrors, hidden from plain sight by many a reflection. "Why do you know my name?" one mirror demanded firmly. "How have you been watching me?" another fearfully whispered. The reflections continued to ask things of a similar nature until there was a cacophony of voices, all the same. They started closing in on him from the mirrors, like a writhing green mass. Naruto backed up from the mass of Haku, only to hit another mirror that grabbed him painfully in the center. Hands soon clutched him all over, to the point that moving could kill. "You will tell me, little ninja." The voice was singular, now, coming from behind. Naruto kept as calm a face as possible, masking any terror that may have begun to rise inside of him. He would tell Haku the truth. "I know, because I dash." Naruto's mouth suddenly shut. The hands gripping him clenched painfully, but he couldn't seem to open the demed thing that was quite grateful to do so on other occasions. Inside the recesses of his mind, the venomous laughter that the Uzumaki now recognized as his demonic tenant echoed. Needless to say, the boy was outraged. Naruto's body writhed with the passionate effort to speak, causing the hands restraining him to break his skin, drawing blood. The more he tried to move his lips, the more intense his thrashing became. Soon, he could feel his bones breaking in the fingered restraints. Resisting the invisible force that kept him from talking soon caused a movement so drastic that he felt his neck snap. The agony shot through him like nail-encrusted bullets for a few seconds before going numb. Distantly, he felt the hands surrounding his face and head draw back, gently lowering him back into the muddy ground. Naruto was confused and, quite predictably, angry. These emotions wouldn't hold on after about 4 minutes of torture, however. The world grew dark around him, and the freefall began. If Naruto had the choice between standing naked before a demon and not standing naked before a demon, he would probably have been weirded out by the fact anyone had asked at all. It certainly wasn't something he aspired to, but for the moment, he needed answers. After all, he could only remember his emotion and identity right then through sheer strength of will. "QB!" he shouted at the eyes behind the bars, shoving his mortal terror of the beast aside. "What the hell is going on? How am I here? Why couldn't I say anything?" Behind the bars, the mass of demonic energy grinned at his boisterous host. The effect was instantaneous, and all color that may have been on Naruto's subconscious face flew away. A lesser god would know to find out for himself. The beast drawled before breathing out through the bars. Naruto woke up out of a daze behind a rock in front of Gateau's bungalow, very agitated and confused. The respawn had left him without any closure, and though he soon forgot nearly everything, QB's words remained. A lesser god would know to find out for himself. For Naruto, going through a day he had already lived through was it. Once again, he had no choice but to watch events as they unfolded. He dared not leave to find Sasuke and Sakura, though there was no doubt in his mind that they were out there searching for him. There was always the option of charging into the bungalow, announcing his presence and getting ganged up on, but the blonde decided that was a bad idea very early on. Thankfully, the pariah was more resourceful than that. There was a way for him to communicate with his teammates without sounding an alarm. After some strict observations, the Uzumaki found it. Yuriigi was a bit of a character among the ranks of Gateau's men. The black-goateed man was about 20 years of age, and had scars all over his hands. None of his co-workers ever really thought to ask about those, however. The real distinguishing characteristic of the young man was his small bladder. It was almost unthinkable that someone as capable and brutishly strong as Yuriigi would have such an issue, but anyone who shared a shift or duty with him would come to realize that the man would leave almost every other hour to drain the main vein. As a result, no one thought it odd when the vest-wearing thug in question wandered away from his post in front of the bungalow into the swamps to do away with his inner burden. In the pre-dawn darkness, Yuriigi spotted a suitable bush and headed for it. He hadn't expected the blow to the side of his head. He didn't even have time to realize he was hit before he was out for the count, and his attacker had to grin to himself, blue eyes sparkling. A hand sign was executed, and Naruto became Yuriigi down to every last visible scar. Then, "I'm good." Within a matter of seconds, the real Yuriigi was stashed behind a tree and restrained as a precaution against waking up ahead of schedule. After the cords were secure, Naruto wandered back to his victim's post. No one was the wiser. Several of the men even joked with him, earning a very Yuriigi-like glare from the shinobi in disguise. The sun came up during the next 2 hours, and before the sky lost its ethereal glow, an order was issued among the ranks that caused the inner Naruto to kick all gloating aside. It was the order. The capture Sakura and Sasuke order. Yuriigi grimaced. The next part of the plan wasn't going to be easy. Within minutes, the small army of lowlifes were on the march into the forest, muttering amongst themselves and looking in all directions. Naruto remained impassive in his disguise. Thankfully, that was how Yuriigi generally acted anyway. The troop marched. Time passed, and Naruto pretended to have to go to the bathroom. There was no suspicion against him, and in the 30-second time slot that allowed him, he searched for his teammates himself. He was unsuccessful, though, and returned to the troop as a relieved-looking Yuriigi. Once again, jokes were made. Again, for the sake of staying in the character he was supposed to be, Naruto glared. The walk continued for another good 20 minutes before one of the thugs keeled over inexplicably. Naruto suppressed his excitement and realized the cause was a kunai he knew very well. His friends had arrived, and thin fractions of a second, Gateau's men were in an uproar. Sasuke chose his targets carefully from his perch in a nearby tree. He only had a few weapons left, but every projectile remaining went to good use. 5 men went down with little difficulty while the group ran about in confusion. With a smirk, Sasuke chose his last target and tossed the weapon at a goateed figure. The knife whizzed through the air, but there was no satisfying sound of it sinking into flesh. There was no scream of agony from the man. Sasuke nearly fell out of the tree when he realized the vested thug had actually caught it, and was examining the object carefully in the middle of the battlefield with an unsettling smirk. An iron chain thrown against the tree indicated that the Uchiha had been found out, and the prodigy had no choice but to drop down and fight in close quarters. It would have been tremendously easier if it weren't for what happened next. Sakura screamed and kicked against her captor. Truth be told, she had just landed a few punches before her pink mane had been grasped from behind. Smelly, burly arms quickly stifled her and locked around her neck, one hand pressing a sharp object to her neck. One more move, and I slit her pretty little throat. Sasuke's head turned around so fast it looked like it would swivel off. Upon seeing Sakura in danger, his eyes widened. His hands dropped to his sides. The men he had been fighting quickly closed in on him, and had only time for 2 punches before something rather noticeable happened to the man holding Sakura. Namely, he fell over with Sasuke's last kunai in his neck. Gato's men were distracted from their prey yet again, and their eyes fell on the traitor, Yoruichi. Sasuke realized that he was free, and got himself to a more tactful position before he realized that a shocked Sakura hadn't moved. Her eyes were on Yoruichi, and he walked over to her with a look on his face that the Uchiha didn't like. "You son of a beach, Yoruichi," the shouting began. "What the hell?" Termite yelled somewhere in the mess. The traitor was their new target, and the thugs immediately charged the man who took out one of his own comrades. Yoruichi didn't even bat them an eye as he approached the kunoichi, who regarded him with fascination. "Look out!" Sakura suddenly shouted, and Yoruichi's eyes widened before a bladed object sliced through his neck. Sakura would have screamed if she didn't notice the rippling. The man who had been standing before her vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving no trace of a human in that place. Both the 2 Konoha ninja and Gato's men were apprehensive of the man now. A few from the crime lord's posse started to bolt, but Sasuke flew at them and thrashed them properly. "Where are you?" the Uchiha demanded at the trees and rocks around him, searching for the man who had concealed himself. The remaining thugs began to shout and scream, and Sasuke turned around to see them twitching on the sod. Sakura backed up against a tree to protect herself against the deadly ninja they had run into before Yoruichi stepped out from behind it. Sasuke flew at the stranger, but he sidestepped it easily, chuckling. "Come on, Prince. You can do better than that, can't you?" came the juvenile voice of Naruto from a body twice his size. Sasuke's jaw dropped, and Sakura's joined it. "Naruto!" they demanded at once, shifting between relief and murderous intent. Sakura had to grab Sasuke so he couldn't attempt to attack again. "The one and only!" Naruto grinned, removing the henge and standing before his friends in all his orange glory. "Sorry I didn't leave a note." If looks could kill, Naruto would have been dead twice over in the next 5 seconds. "What the heck are you doing, you idiot? Do you know how worried we've been?" Sakura demanded, causing the Uzumaki's expression to lose some of its mania. "Probably, most likely. It wasn't like I did it on purpose, you know. I just ran into one of Gato's men, you see, and I thought I should investigate." Sasuke growled at this. "You couldn't have left a message? A well-concealed note?" "Not really. What if someone else found it?" "Who would find it?" Sakura demanded, hands on her hips. "Any other ninja that might be in Gato's employ." Naruto retorted, crossing his arms. "Those chances were slim to none, Dobe, and you know it," Sasuke condescended, a dangerous aura emitting from his form. "Well, if I told you the person that I trailed was in fact the masked boy with Zabuza, would you change your mind about that?" Sasuke stopped emitting anger, and all negative emotions that were directed at the demon boy were dissolved. That got their attention. He liked to retrace his steps a lot, you know? Paranoia of being followed. Sakura lifted her hand to the forehead she hated so much and let it rest there. "You mean, you put yourself in that much danger just to retrieve information?" she asked, drained. Naruto regarded her seriously. "Yes, and I've found out a lot. I just need a little longer at the hideout, and dash." Sasuke's hand locked on Naruto's arm like a vice, and Sakura regained some of her irritation. You're coming back with us, Dobe. Kakashi needs you at the bridge. Sasuke commanded, his voice steady and harsh. In the blink of an eye, Naruto grabbed his teammate's wrist and threw him into a bush. No, he insisted, looking from Sakura to Sasuke with determination. I need to do this. It might save more than a few lives. What is so important that you'd turn us away empty-handed? Sakura practically shrieked in his ears. Gateau is going to betray Zabuza. I just have to prove it. Naruto explained, playing with the tassels on his jacket. And you're just going to show the proof to Zabuza and expect him to back down? Are you crazy? Sasuke inquired, his face contorting in confusion. That's pretty much the size of it. Wither that, or I whack Gateau, Naruto nodded. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some reconnaissance to D-dash. No way in hell, Dope. You've lost it. Sasuke stated seriously. Sakura gave a sound of agreement. Naruto's face darkened, and he grew quiet. 12 hours, guys. Give me 12 hours. I'll stop Gateau's plot one way or the other. You have my word. Sakura stared her teammate down. In a flash, she moved to slug him, only to have Naruto shoot off into the distance with amazing agility. She made to chase him down, but Sasuke's arm shot out into her path. If we retrieve him as he is, he may be more dangerous than the enemy. We'll report back to Kakashi, and if he doesn't return in 12 hours, we'll know he's a lost cause. The apathy in his voice was astounding. Sakura bit her lips. She really hoped that Naruto knew what he was doing. If he died, she didn't know what she'd do. Once again, he had saved her life. Kakashi was standing by the door when the panting duo of Sasuke and Sakura arrived. He had been waiting for a very long time, but held no expectations for their mission. Not knowing the situation, if anything, he didn't even know if they would return. Still there they were. The Hatake put his hand to his chin while he took them in. The two students were a little roughed up and dirty, but not too much worse for the wear. The thing that disturbed the teacher wasn't what he saw, then. It what he didn't see. Where's Naruto? He asked grimly, using his visible eye to peer at his remaining students with a vague expression of displeasure under which Sasuke's monumental confidence began to quiver. The lack of reply lasted for a short span of time, so Kakashi asked again, but this time with more force. Where is Naruto? Sakura trembled, now unsure of how to put all that had happened. She was eloquent enough, but placating an adult in a position of power was something she had never attempted outside of a schoolhouse setting. Many things had changed since then, including the intensity of her instructors. The sensei standing before her now was a killer and a genius. He's still out there, she said simply, causing Kakashi to groan audibly. I am aware that he is still out there, Sakura. What I am asking for is more of a specific location or state of being. You don't expect me to believe he's having a tea party, do you? The man deadpanned, straightening his body from the slouch it had been occupying. In a flash, the Jonin turned to Sasuke. Well? He asked again, finding a sparkle of recognition in the Uchiha's eyes. He followed the masked kid into the forest. The young ninja responded monotonously. He then found Gateau's hideout and infiltrated it under the guise of a common lowlife. At this point in the explanation, Kakashi's fingers were drumming on his kunai. You know this because you ran into him? Why yes. Sakura nodded. Under what circumstances? The teacher pressed, noting the shame when he saw it on Sakura's face. Bad ones. Sasuke saved her the trouble of explaining. To Sakura's surprise, this was enough for the teacher, and he prodded it no further. He did, however, start to pace. Did he pass along any information to you then? Came the continued inquisition after a brief pause. Sasuke and Sakura looked to one another apprehensively before Sakura spoke again. He said that Gateau intends to turn on Zabuza. Kakashi stopped dead in his tracks. What? Though the genin could only see his back, they could tell this new little anecdote caught him off guard. The teacher pulled his hands out of his pockets and regarded his students eyelessly, if there really was such a thing, from the side. The pose in itself would probably intimidate most people. Can he prove it? The gray-haired sensei asked tersely. The cogs in his mind were working overtime, and they weren't slackers to begin with. If Naruto could really get a hold of such information, then the assassination attempt would be terminated. It was a bold move, really, and something he shouldn't have attempted alone. If and when Naruto returned, Kakashi was probably going to need to have a nice long chat with the boy. No, he can't prove it. That's why he's still out there. He said all he needed was 12 hours. I think he intends to present the evidence to Zabuza himself. Sakura spoke as calmly as possible, though the concern could hardly be masked by her tone. Despite her own best efforts, her voice shook. Kakashi's body stiffened, and his visible eye immediately traveled to his female pupil. Even with the incredible level of tension building in his body, however, he kept the glance passive after a brief flash of intensity. How long ago did this happen? Kakashi now asked coolly. About 2 hours ago. Sasuke deduced from the shadows of the trees. Then we wait 10 more, he ordered, easing his body into a relaxed posture again. Sakura clenched her fists, biting her objections down before they flew from her lips. A Jonin's order was a Jonin's order. She didn't know where Naruto was now, so she didn't have much of an alternative either. What are we supposed to do for 10 hours? She asked with a false sweetness. Kakashi looked around for a moment and sat down where he was, asking if anyone wanted to play checkers. Sakura took an extreme position of not amused. Hinging himself into Yuriigi once again, Naruto approached the hideout to be stopped by one of the sentries who had relieved him. The man was scrawny, but Naruto could see some vague outlines through the delinquent's clothing. The amount of weaponry was probably enough to arm an entire ninja squadron. What the heck, urinators? Aren't you supposed to be looking for the intruders with everyone else? The unkempt guard demanded, irked beyond all reason. Did you PSS on one of them or something? I need to see Gateau immediately. Naruto replied, keeping his voice as deep as he had heard it come from Yuriigi. The sentry in question didn't look like he was about to budge, however, so Yuriigi shoved him out of the way, not surprised to feel metal edges on contact. It's about the intruders, a-hole, he shouted in his defense before walking into the building to realize something very important. He didn't know what area Gateau or his files were kept. It wouldn't go over very well, he imagined, to walk up to one of the boorish men and casually ask where the top-secret documents were kept. The mercenaries weren't very bright, but he didn't think very many were so stupid as that. I probably should have thought this through a little better, he chided himself, but what's done is done. The building isn't too impossibly large anyway. Maybe if I just turn here. There we go. A pair of eyes regarded him from a sofa, the owner of said peepers grimacing behind his bandaged face. Zabuza Momochi was not to be disturbed. It had been a rule enforced over the last few days quite diligently. No one that wasn't Haku had dared wander into his quarters without Gateau until now. You shouldn't be here, the Momochi growled, narrowing his eyes at the uninvited house guest. Though the ANBU was bedridden, his killer gaze had no less effect. What do you want? The hinged Naruto gaped like a landed fish before the recuperating death dealer, fighting the urge to run like a hunted animal on crack. Before he could make up any sort of answer, however, a new figure entered the room. Master Zabuza, should I dispose of him? Oh shit. Wrong room. The atmosphere surrounding Naruto grew 20 degrees colder. Trembling ever so slightly, the disguised shinobi youth turned around to face the person who had undoubtedly entered behind him. Surely enough, Zabuza's loyal servant greeted his worried glance. Shall I dispose of him, Master Zabuza? Haku's liltingly gentile voice asked again, his mask covering his face entirely. There was a hint of suspicion that the question held, but Zabuza didn't seem at all perturbed beyond his normal level. The Momochi sat up slowly, watched by Haku for every centimeter of the movement. His powerful arms pushed up against the gray blanket he had been using as a pillow to look at Naruto's henge more fully. Well? He asked, leaving his sentence hanging gruffly. Naruto put a hand to his forehead, not entirely sure of what to say at this point. Yet again he fought the urge to bolt. For his defense, he did have the fact that Gateau's men were idiots. On the other hand, the ninja occupying the room with him were anything but inept. Both sets of eyes bore into him. He could feel Haku's optical intensity despite the mask hiding them from view. Naruto stammered in the bandit's voice. I'm sorry I disturbed you, sirs. I was just looking for Gato, and he doesn't seem to be in the normal places. Though he might be in here. Sweat trickled down Naruto's face as he waited for the verdict from Zabuza's covered lips. Well, he's not. Zabuza pointed out hoarsely before glaring. Get the hell out of my room, and tell your master to leave a note. Yes, sir. Yuriiji's voice replied with uncertainty. Before Haku had the chance to remove him by force, Naruto had left the room. The masked boy stared into the hallway before turning to Zabuza, who nodded. Follow him. Naruto breathed in deeply. He was sure that he was going to die moments prior, and be condemned to relive the day yet again. He hoped that whatever force had just spared him would keep it up until his next sleep cycle, because he wasn't too keen on failing just yet. Failing wasn't something he was keen on as a general rule, anyway. Naruto's euphoria of relief didn't last very long. The truth was that he was no closer to finding Gato and his documents than he had been before the tense run-in with his enemies. Thankfully, a real messenger passed him an instant later, and Naruto, having run out of brilliant ideas, followed him. The messenger was a stout middle-aged guy with very little hair on his head. Beyond that, Naruto couldn't really make any observations. The next 2 minutes were spent with his eyes trained on the bad comb-over the mercenary sported. It didn't seem soon enough when the man ahead of him finally stopped to open a door. With a deliberate shove, Yuriiji muscled past the guy to enter a rather dark room. Granted, every room in the bungalow had been dark, but this one seemed even less illuminated. Whether it was the lack of natural light or the presence of Gato himself, Naruto couldn't be sure. He just knew that he really wished he were someone else the moment he stepped foot into the closed space. I thought I sent you with the interception force, came a greasy voice from the very back of the chamber, sitting in a chair that vaguely reminded Naruto of a throne. That was, of course, if there hadn't been a desk in front of it. No king in his right mind would put a desk in front of his symbol of power. Gato was no monarch, he was a lewd businessman. Gato was not alone. Several forbidding men flanked him on either side. They ranged in height, but all of them had a combined odor that wafted throughout the room. Perhaps that was where the darkness came from, Naruto thought wryly. Why did you come back? Are you just going to stand there? Gato pressed from behind his sunglasses, which were hardly necessary in a room so shadowed. It crossed Naruto's mind to wonder how the villainous man could see it all. Instead of pondering the vexing question, Naruto cleared his throat to do exactly as he had planned. Sir, we have found the intruders, he barked, causing Gato's eyebrows to lift. Good. Why are you alone? Who are they? Sir, there's a problem. He tried to sound as insecure as a lackey would, and judging by the reactions of both Gato and the men in his posse, he pulled it off nicely. In a flash, the minor smile formed on Gato's face was replaced by an expression of frustration. What kind of problem? The high roller asked dangerously, voice beginning to hiss. Naruto cleared his throat again to report nervously, Well, sir, the intruders are ninja, and they seem to have gotten away. We've suffered heavy casualties. To believe I pay you lots so much? Gato scoffed coldly. I suppose you're going to ask for backup. Hi. Naruto nodded under his visad, only to have Gato slam his hand on the desk before him, scattering papers to the warped wooden floorboards. He couldn't help but look over a few of them, but in T-dark with the small text, he could make out nothing but useless lumps against a white blue. Have your backup. Take 10 more men. Naruto felt his heart sink a little. He had been hoping he could get Gato to part with more than 10, which the rich scumbag had already picked and pointed at the exit. 10, sir? We could barely contain them with more than a dozen, he shouted, unsurprised to see Gato smirk at him. It's a good thing I didn't pay them in advance, then. In the seconds that followed, Naruto found himself twitching ever so slightly. When he was younger, there would have been no way he would have allowed the old man to get away with treating his own men like that. Even though the men were criminals, they were human, weren't they? Sure, he should have been grateful that there were less of them, but he began to wonder if he could rile the other mercenaries into a rebellion if nothing else worked. Leave Yuriiji. Gato boomed, pointing at the doorway, which was now occupied by the messenger he had shoved earlier. The balding man was just as homely in the front as he had been from behind, so Naruto couldn't tell if he was being given the evil eye or if the guy's face was naturally set in the expression. Whether it was the ugly mug boring into his face or Gato's words, Naruto whipped around and ran towards the desk. Haku had watched Gateau deal with his own men in the past, but never in this particular predicament. Gato's men didn't often lose. Their numbers were high and their opponents were weak civilians. Watching the mercenaries be defeated and abandoned by Gateau himself brought to life expectations he already had. Haku hadn't predicted any mercy from the man in the black suit. Then again, he hadn't predicted Yoriiji's response, either. "You bastard," the man who was now bent over Gateau's papers growled. Gateau grinned, excited to see such gusto. With a single sleight of the hand, his bodyguards had their various utensils of destruction pointed at the traitor's neck. "You would leave us to die like you would kill the demon of the mist when his task is complete? Is that how you reward us?" "We aren't animals," he snarled, drawing back his upper lips. From the shadows, Haku stopped breathing. That caught his attention quite well. "Really?" Gateau asked, ping his head to the side. "Then what are you? No one else wants you. You kill, you take, you ravage and destroy without any second thoughts. You show no mercy to your targets, so why should I show mercy to you, who are without honor? At least we finish what we start, you selfish brat. We do our own dirty work." Yoriiji screamed again, getting spittle on his former boss's face. Gateau grimaced and snapped his fingers. He'd had enough of this rebel's antics. He waited for the weapons of his guards to penetrate his prisoner. When they didn't come on command, Gateau made a strange sound and looked up to find why the hell they hadn't. Haku's ice mirrors surrounded the entire group, and out of the various mirrors the hands grasped and pinned Gateau's right-hand men in various ways. There were some loud cracks that followed as the men in question were debilitated or killed, but Yoriiji's body was left without harm or restraint. The evil taskmaster looked on in horror as the tables were turned with vicious efficiency. "The joke's on you, Gateau." Yoriiji's lips curled into a grin, which slowly became smaller and far more mischievous, along with the body accompanying it. Naruto was himself again, and the blonde couldn't help but quip, "I'm not fired, I quit." Kakashi was getting fidgety, subtle as his state was. A twiddle here, a false cough there, and a few lost matches of checkers against Sasuke gave that away. Sasuke was amazed he had won to begin with, tense as he was. It wasn't that he cared, he assured himself. For him to become attached to anything was foolishness. Still, thoughts of 1,000 horrible fates for his rival flashed through his head. They had been amusing at first, tripping and dropping a henge, being crushed by stacks of paper in Gateau's offices, etc. Soon enough, however, they took a darker turn, and the blood flooded out any comfort or balance the Uchiha was used to in his mind. "Your move, Sasuke." Kakashi broke into his thought patterns yet again with an insanely passive tone. It had seemed to have become even flatter in the past few hours, if that was possible. Sasuke could play at that game. Without thinking at all, the black-haired boy pushed a black piece diagonally to the left. "Done," the Uchiha announced in a voice that put his teacher's forced monotony to shame. Kakashi nodded and looked down at the board with an experienced eye. "You have repeated the same sequence of movements with that piece for 8 turns now." Sasuke smirked. He really couldn't help it. The irony was at hand. "Yeah, I'm copying your strategy, sensei." "Touché." Back in Konoha, Irika was filled with an inexplicable irritation at the absent Hatake. Sakura watched her comrades play their board game for the first 5 minutes before leaving. On inquiry as to where she was going, she had replied with a very fake smile and excuse. They probably figured that out the moment she said it. If they hadn't, they'd had plenty of time. Girls generally didn't take 2-hour baths in cold water. Truth be told, she had bathed for about 3 minutes before backing out with the sheer frigidity of the water at hand. The day was beautiful, she had reminded herself when she looked out of the window. The day was beautiful and it couldn't last forever. Eventually things would reach a resolution. It was all she could do, she forced herself to realize, to wait. Sakura was not a patient girl. She wasn't completely rash, of course, But she didn't have the gentle ability to let things come to her. Like her crush on Sasuke, she often had an inherent need to fight for what she wanted. Despite her frustration at Naruto's disappearance and the situation they were all in, the thing that made her the angriest was the fact she didn't know what she wanted at all. For all the past years, it had always been Sasuke, but now, all things considered, the slipping she did on the bathroom floor at that point was well-deserved. Karma found it fascinating. Naruto was very quickly united with Haku's senbon to his neck after revealing his true form. His face fell faster than a suicidal woman off a cliff face, but he wasn't afraid anymore. The Jinchuriki was reasonably certain that his life hadn't been severed. Haku's wrath was much gentler than Zabuza's. It wasn't too incredibly incomprehensible that the mist ninja didn't trust him. Had they been in opposite positions, Naruto wouldn't have trusted himself either. It wasn't easy to put faith in a stranger smiling wickedly. The demon container's hands whipped around to yank the needles out of his throat, Kyuubi's chakra filling them in at a steady rate. Haku didn't understand the deal with his new opponent, but while keeping Gateau in place, he aimed at the boy yet again. When the needles flew, Naruto did a spin, allowing them to fall into the desk, where they split or embedded themselves into the polished wood. Any papers remaining on the man's desk were impaled, leaving the man owning them fearing the same fate. Naruto looked into Haku's mask and threw up his hands in a surrender. Unconvinced, Haku nailed him in the neck again, this time keeping the boy down. Now, boy, let's be reasonable," Gateau stammered. Whether the words were directed to Haku or Naruto was up in the air, but the Uzumaki figured Haku was the more likely recipient, as he held the position of power. That, and Naruto was blacking out. He fought the dulling of his senses despite this. "Reasonable?" Haku echoed from mirrors in all directions, bemused. "You didn't deny the claim." "I never acknowledged it either," the corrupt businessman retorted, protecting his still-functioning arm. Gateau's entire form was trembling, but Zabuza's underling shook his head and tightened his grip on the old man, who resorted to whimpering. His empire would soon fall into ruin. "There's always been something I didn't like about you, sir." Haku seethed from behind his mask. His dulcet tones were still intoxicatingly gentle as he made a motion. "I'm just happy to know it wasn't unfounded. I will protect Master Zabuza with my life." Naruto found just enough energy to allow his eyes to widen from his uncomfortable position of the desk. The gentle Haku dispatched Gateau ruthlessly before him. Gateau's scream resounded throughout the bungalow like an alarm, causing the remaining men in the building to either investigate the source or to run like a bat out of hell, which bats apparently dislike. Those who had chosen the path of running into Gateau's meeting chamber were swiftly rendered unconscious by blows to the back of the head or needles to pressure points. Though Haku may have killed Gateau in cold blood, he did not want theirs on his hands. He did not know why the miserly old man's employees fought, and didn't wish to chance killing an innocent. With the exception of Gateau, all of the men strewn about the ground were either unconscious or simply debilitated. On a similar note, Haku couldn't help but feel conflicted once the area quieted down. Naruto's bright blue eyes had long since rolled into the back of his head, and the boy's blood dripped ever so quietly against the wood the shinobi's catatonic form rested on. Haku strode over to the Leaf Village's pariah, footsteps gentle and careful to avoid stepping on anyone. White mask still covering his countenance, Haku watched as the boy struggled to breathe. "I'm sorry," Haku whispered gently in the blonde boy's ears as he painfully gasped for the next breath until he could no longer. Within a half a minute, a last rasping exhale exited Naruto's parted lips, and no new air was ushered into his lungs. Upon seeing this, Haku removed his mask. There was no one to hide from anymore. Explaining things to Zabuza would be a difficult task, but he had faith the former Anbu would understand his actions. That being said, Haku picked up Naruto's lifeless body bridal style and moved through the now quiet hideout. The sky outside was colorful with evening, but the beauty of twilight failed to reach Sakura as she waited outside the door of Tezuna's abode. Time was almost up, and she wanted nothing more than to see a familiar streak of orange in the distance. At several points during the sunset, something moved in the distance, lifting her spirits only to crush them when they were revealed to belong to a squirrel or something similar. Time passed, and Sakura passed on dinner for reasons that didn't revolve around her vanity, for once. The sky slowly lost its brilliant pinks and purples, exchanging it for shades of deeper blue until there was nothing but an inky dark that penetrated deeply into more than the atmosphere. She began to get drowsy, but refused to go inside as the stars came out. She would have given anything not to notice the slider door open behind her. "Sakura, come inside and go to sleep," Kakashi said quietly, his hand coming to rest on her shoulder. "No, I want to be here too," she muttered groggily, batting his hand off in a futile effort, as it just resumed its place after her outburst. "Sakura, I don't think Naruto's coming back," her teacher replied, preparing himself for any reaction she might give. After a moment's silence, she shook her head, not even bothering to face her instructor. "I'm staying. He'll be here," he promised. It was with a heavy heart that Kakashi went back into the house. He shut the door behind him and waited. Surely enough, he could hear the sobs rack Sakura's lithe frame. Naruto opened his eyes in a far more comfortable world than the one he remembered closing them in. There were no jutting surfaces, and no one feared for their lives in the immediate vicinity. The sun streaming down on his face indicating that there were no walls surrounding him, and a cool breeze caressed his face. It was a mite chilly, and someone had taken the liberty of placing a blanket on his body. He was exhausted again, and the sod beneath him seemed as soft as any mattress. His senses were pleasantly dulled, and his brain wasn't too swift to recollect the events that had transpired directly before his impromptu nap. While most of his body was comfortable, his neck stung badly, and he felt weak and limp. Everything tingled, like circulation had been cut off and was only just returning. Groggy as he was, he could only assume his brain was undergoing the same effect. Two voices caught his attention, but with his buzzing ears he couldn't make out a single word. This was all right by him. He didn't need to know if their conversation was something private, which he assumed it was. Those two had a weird bond, but a bond nonetheless. It was obvious to Naruto that he had been put into a death trance by an overly cautious Haku. He couldn't help but wonder what time it was, and if he'd been out for days. Sasuke, if he recollected correctly, had only been down for an hour or so before waking from his seemingly dead state. If he had been hit in the same place, it was entirely probable he'd still be able to make it back to his teammates in time to fulfill his promise. That was, of course, if Zabuza and his loyal ward allowed him to leave without explaining things to every last detail. Come to think of it, Naruto pondered, what do I tell them if they ask me those questions? I could lie, but even Konohamaru can tell when I do, and I doubt these two would buy most of what came out of my mouth. I can't tell them the truth, though. Databeo, this isn't easy. Sakura woke up late, having slept in after being carried into the house after falling asleep outside, insecure and devastated. Her eyes still felt raw, but it felt nothing like the curling of her insides at the thought of Naruto laying dead somewhere, alone and forgotten. Her dreams had been nightmarish, she deduced from the dampness of the rug beneath her with sweat and the manner of which she'd struggled in her blankets. It wasn't unusual for the Haruno to have nightmares, but she was reasonably sure the ones she had just been experiencing went far beyond homosexual Sasuke and Ino as Hokage. Shuddering, she pushed those images out of her head. The house was quiet, she noticed. There were a few pots being moved in the kitchen, and some stepping on the upper floor, but she didn't hear any of Tezuna's occasional hacking coughs or elderly rambles. She found it in her mind to be thankful her teammates had allowed her to sleep and headed to the bridge without her until she remembered that Zabuza was very likely still out there, casting his predatorily gaze on the builder and her precious Sasuke. It didn't help her state of mind that she envisioned the man's giant sword covered in Naruto's blood. Therefore, she left the builder's dwelling in a bit of a rush. She arrived at the site before too long, and was somewhat relieved to find a group of about 12 villagers working peacefully with Tezuna, who bore no sign of assault. The builder barked orders this way and that, and Sakura couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency with which the civilians worked. When the builder caught sight of her gawking, he jerked a thumb behind him, indicating the position where Sasuke sat in a thoughtful position, Kakashi peering everywhere like a watchdog. She approached her comrades slowly, every step taking her into territory she wasn't comfortable with. She wanted to be back at home, untainted by the responsibility of knowing death. For a girl her age, even the loss of a complete stranger would have hit home. As shinobi, they weren't immortal. Keep the mission in your heart and never shed a tear. She remembered reading that in the academy, and she never once doubted her ability to do it. Her inability to do so was something that she was ashamed of. It was a basic principle of the shinobi code after all. For her actions last night, she was afraid of Kakashi's disappointment. When she stopped next to him, she was relieved to receive no such rebuke. Kakashi looked down at her for a minute. He had then paused his scan of the surrounding area. There had been no signs of an attack, obviously. He still had to be on guard, but the threat wasn't detectable. That being the case, Kakashi had been granted plenty of time to spend with his remaining male pupil, whose mood had darkened considerably since the night before. Despite any efforts Kakashi had made to reach Sasuke, the boy had just leered, not a word from his lips. The teacher was not too incredibly alarmed by this, but he made a mental note to check up on the Uchiha more often. Sakura was an entirely different case. She had completely fallen apart when she thought no one was looking, but he had listened. He wasn't a family man. With his experience, the title was next to impossible to obtain. As a ninja, he was a prodigy and a wonder at his job, but as a human being he just couldn't connect. As far as he was concerned, females were lucky for being able to cry without looking like a freak, or guy, who embodied the term. He remembered feeling the same way all those years ago with Rin, when Obito. Kakashi furrowed his eyebrows, but not against the sun, which wasn't in the direction he was looking, having averted his eyes from the shaken Sakura. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the one who will be Hokage. I will protect those who are important to me. It was Naruto's own decision to leave so recklessly. Kakashi wouldn't, he couldn't blame himself for that. You won't hurt Kakashi-sensei. Underneath his mask, he couldn't help but let out a small smile. There had still been no attack. Tsuno was safe. If only they hadn't left Naruto's staff on the road. He might have been able to send Pakken out to retrieve the fearless kid before he reached whatever fate prevented him from returning. No, that was a lie. He had trusted in his student. Naruto never gave his word without great conviction that he would do the task he set out to do. As far as Kakashi was concerned, if Naruto said he would be back in 12 hours, he would have been back in 12 hours or die trying. The Hatake did not look forward to returning to Konoha, even if there was no conflict in their remaining time. Between Sarutobi's passive aggression and the monster Irika would probably become, rabid tigers would probably be a less threatening welcoming committee. If and when old man Sarutobi learned of the blonde's fate, he just might force Kakashi to join a circus or something for an undercover mission. He knew Sarutobi. He wouldn't put it past the ancient Hokage. Sensei? Sakura asked. She winced slightly at the sheer volume her voice held. The elite ninja turned to face her again. Do you think they'll still attack the builder? Kakashi lazily regarded her from a strange angle and shrugged. The kunoichi wished she could see his face, but then she thought the better of it. All three of the present shinobi were stressed out and tense. She looked to Sasuke, who had the courtesy to not look away or roll his eyes for once. There was something empty in his gaze, more empty than usual. Once again, Sakura felt homesick. She wanted to be anywhere but where she was standing. The sun made lethargic, and it made sluggish progress across the southern sky, shining cheerfully down on the people on the bridge. For the builders, it was a blessing. At the rate they were going, the bridge would be done within the next 2 days. Sasuke and Sakura were unaware of the common sentiment they shared with the cheery weather. They just wished it would rain. Another day had passed for Team 7, and Yoriiji's beard was considerably longer than it was supposed to be when he stormed into town with the remainder of Gateau's bitter entourage. Aside from his personal hatred for an orange-clad ninja, whom he had been denied the pleasure of killing thanks to a mist ninja, with their employer dead, some of them actually witnessing the event, they were now broke and not too keen on the classified ads. They had done some things to secure their immediate futures, such as looting the bungalow for all it was worth, but the verdict was still the same. Their payroll was on permanent hold, and they had to take it out on somebody. With a surprising slide of intelligence, the thugs had carefully marked out the area of the settlement they were going to ravage, ensuring it was reasonably far from the bridge and definitely out of earshot. Until they could be sure that the remaining Konoha ninja had left the area, they had to be very cautious. The villagers in the marketplace didn't hesitate to hide and bolt the doors when around 30 heavily armed men stormed down the lane. That didn't save the stores, however. Starting with the florist, and working down the street, various weapons smashed through wooden and glass entryways, eliciting shrieks of various pitches. The rampage quickly turned violent, people getting mugged and having their very clothes stolen from them until there was a reasonably noisy explosion in the center of their vicinity. Despite all the miscreants' careful planning, they forgot a rather important detail. Ninjas ate lunch too. Aside from that, they weren't very happy shinobi, and were more than happy to lay the smack down, which they did. The attack was silent at first, the three getting up from the luncheon counter and not reacting when a particular group of the marauders threatened them. As the social rejects approached them, however, they whipped around and felled the first group with reasonable ease. A blow to the face here and a jutsu there did wonders for the miracle of butt-kicking. Yuriiji's accomplices fell all around him, and when he was the only one left standing he couldn't help but wonder why the children, if they could be called that as they were efficient combat machines, hadn't caused him grievous bodily damage yet. They simply stared at him with an unreadable expression. He found out the cause of their inaction shortly after the adult warrior came in, masked and formidable. There was no pity or emotion in his experienced grappling. 5 seconds with Kakashi saw Yuriiji sprawled on the floor with a knife uncomfortable close to his throat. "Why did you attack?" the questionnaire began, causing the thug's stomach to churn. Nobody in their right mind, or not in their right mind for that matter, wanted to be interrogated by a ninja. No one could go into the mercenary line of business without hearing the horror stories. Unsurprisingly, the next 20 minutes were not enjoyable to Yuriiji in any way. Every time he shut his mouth, the girl with pink hair was all too willing to hurt him. Honestly, though, he couldn't help but question what he had done to merit such special treatment. The information flowed out of the lowlife's mouth quite easily, so Sakura didn't get as much torment in as she would have liked. Gateau was dead, and as far as they knew, Zabuza and his tagalong had long since departed. Gateau's remaining forces had consisted of the people the ninja had already thrashed, and the chances of them attacking again were, at most, minimal. The man received an unearned bit of abuse, of course, upon disclosing their blonde comrade's fate. Dead? He had grunted at them, slightly amused to watch the pink-haired Beach's face contort. The masked kid nailed him like nothing else. Those words were the last he'd be able to speak for about 3 days, as the unreadable leader of the ragtag team delivered a blow to his skull that would leave a new scar for the collection already adorning the thug's body. Sakura didn't even dare breathe. She had done her crying. "We're going to find that masked kid, right?" Sasuke asked, outraged beneath his calm mask. Silence permeated throughout the room before Kakashi made a simple announcement, voice dangerously quiet. "We're going back to the bridge." Sasuke growled under his breath. "Why?" "Our informant just told us the danger's over." "This is still a C-rank mission, Sasuke. If there is a chance of even a wild animal attack, we have to cover the builder until the construction is over," came the apathetic reply. "Bull." Sasuke hissed, eyes flashing. "You think I'm going to sit back and play the good little ninja? Naruto is dead. Someone killed him, and you aren't going to do a d-med thing about it? I thought you were a great man. What happened to the man of 1,000 jutsu?" Kakashi's back steeled, making him look like the scarecrow that was his namesake. "What would you have me do then? Go out of my way to antagonize a ninja who shares my rank while still being responsible for you brats?" Sasuke recoiled at this, causing the gray-haired teacher to continue. "Has it ever occurred to you that I might be trying to keep you safe? We don't need your protection." Sasuke spat in retaliation. "We aren't infants, Kakashi." "Then stop acting like one, Uchiha Sasuke," the addressed adult bellowed, taking even himself by surprise. "You aren't invincible." Sasuke bit his lower lip and bowed his head, humbled but unable to apologize. Sakura stood in his shadow, biting her pink hair. Kakashi had yet to turn around, and it didn't seem he was going to. Despite this, his tone became much gentler. Come on. We're burning daylight, the Jonin urged, causing Sakura to groan despite herself. The man had no right to talk. Haku leaned over the slowly rousing Naruto. Mask in place, he regarded the boy curiously. It had been 2 days since he knocked the boy into a death trance, and all things considered, he recovered quickly for a person his age. After all, Haku hadn't hit him in a spot where the effects were brief. He should have, now that he thought back on it, but he had been afraid. Had the black-haired mist ninja not been able to find the documents supporting the blue-eyed boy's nearly impossible claims, the death trance would have been the only thing to spare the genin from Zabuza's fatal wrath. Haku didn't make a sound as the child from Konoha struggled to sit up and rub his eyes. Like he had on many occasions, the Kekkei Genkai user just watched carefully. The blonde opened his mouth and let out a loud yawn before looking over at him. With a flash of recognition, the blue-eyed genin reached under the blanket with his left hand for what Haku assumed was his misplaced weapon holster. However, after a few moments, it was apparent the kid was only scratching his, but after finishing that, the boy lifted up his right hand to wave. "Yo," he greeted, strangely unperturbed by the situation he was in. "Good evening." Haku replied before needlessly adding, "I see you're awake." Naruto regarded his host blearily, accentuated by his growling stomach, causing Haku to smile behind his plaster mask. A few more seconds passed with the foreign shinobi just looking at one another before something in the blonde's brain snapped. "Evening," Naruto stammered, face paling. Haku, once again baffled by the child's behavior, just nodded. How long have I been sleeping?" the Uzumaki demanded, energy streaming back into his frame at an impossible rate. 2 days. Haku informed him before turning to the fire behind him and plucking up a roasted fish and handing it to his guest. "Eat." Naruto wolfishly devoured the meal provided, unable to ignore his belly's plea for satisfaction despite his discomfort with being late. After swallowing the last bit, he looked to Haku pleadingly. "I gotta go," he sputtered, wiggling out of the blanket he was provided and staggering to his feet. Haku let him go about his frantic movements for a moment before shaking his head. "You can't leave yet," Haku stated and was promptly ignored. Naruto quickly found his shirt and jacket and put them on before scouring the campsite for his other things. "I said you can't go," Haku repeated, moving his head to watch the blonde's stamina return with bewilderment. "Why not?" Naruto asked, slightly frustrated. "Zabuza told me to make you stay here until he comes back." The Uzumaki groaned. "When will that be? Sakura's going to kill me. I am so freaking late." By this point, Naruto was gesticulating wildly. "Calm down." Haku sighed, bringing a graceful hand to his face. Naruto carried on, however, ranting about the horrible fates that awaited him for about 2 minutes straight before he was interrupted by a man carrying a giant sword. Zabuza leered down at the noisy intruder of his peaceful camp, instantly quieting the outburst. "Welcome back, Master Zabuza," Haku said cheerily, handing the older man the remaining fish from the campfire. There was no sound of gratitude before the demon sat down and ripped into his meal with his fang-like teeth, all the while watching Naruto fidget nervously. It took some time for Naruto to gather the courage to speak, but when the words finally came out, they were resolute. "Home," he enunciated in Zabuza's direction, face drawn in a sulk. "Whatever," the man grunted, disinterested in the words of the boy. "I'll just be on my way dash." "Like hell," Zabuza interrupted, his sword suddenly barring the Kage's son from leaving the way he had intended. The movement also had the side effect of making the lad yelp, which was immensely satisfying. "What do you want from me?" the blonde youth demanded after recovering from the shock. "Nothing," the infamous criminal answered, sounding as if the answer was obvious. "Then it's easy. Just let me go." "No." Zabuza finished his meal and stood up, the difference in height causing a shadow from the campfire to cover Naruto's face, which was suddenly passive. "I don't like to be in debt," the man said, once again sounding like he had answered the questions that plagued mankind's existence. "So," Naruto deadpanned. "You aren't leaving until it's paid," he insisted, causing Naruto to become very confused. It wasn't a threat, but the words were still not soothing in any way. The former ANBU leader motioned to his underling and pointed to the clueless Uzumaki. Haku bowed his head, instantly understanding the request. As you wish, sir. Without any further prompting, Haku seized Naruto and began to drag him backwards into the woods. I'll let you know that if you are going to attempt to kill me again, I shall not hesitate to kick your butt. Naruto muttered at his captor, who let out a hollow chuckle. You aren't even close to my league, silly ninja. Oh yeah? Naruto asked. On what basis do you say that? I beat you, didn't I? It didn't take much. Haku giggled, once again making Naruto question his true gender. It was Naruto's turn to laugh. Did you think I was trying or something? Underneath the mask, Haku lifted an eyebrow, amused. It seemed that way, didn't it? Well, I wasn't, just so you know. Naruto said lazily, his bare feet trailing in the dirt as Haku pulled him. What are you doing anyway? Zabuza wants me to teach you a jutsu. Excitement welled up in the Uzumaki's heart, but was quickly pushed aside for a reasonably. Question. And then can I leave? The blonde asked nervously. Of course. It'll probably only take you a month to master it, during which time the three of us shall move all over the countryside. The hell? I can't be gone for a month. Then take it up with Zabuza. DMN. The construction of the bridge continued without incident over the next 2 days, and the project was completed as planned. With the exception of Tazuna and his escorts, everyone was in high spirits. There were cheers heard all around, and in the night that followed, the village celebrated their newfound freedom with a miniature festival with Team 7 as the guests of honor. There was a small spot in the festivities set aside for a dedication to Naruto, but as the party wore on it was all but forgotten. The incomplete team spent the evening in a variety of ways. Kakashi, for example, won a drinking contest that he was forced to enter before whipping out his little smut book, warding off conversation for the next 2 hours. Sasuke had no such weapon of distraction, and had no choice but to pretend he was listening to the stories of a bunch of elderly fishermen who had dragged him to their circle. Sakura was at the party for 20 minutes before she couldn't take it anymore and bolted back to the bridge builder's house, where Inari soon followed, bringing his personal dark cloud with him. Couldn't stand the party, huh? The boy muttered as soon as he spotted the girl and sat down in a place that blocked her view out of the window before snorting. I suppose our little village doesn't have the sort of foods that heroes like you are used to. Sakura chose to politely ignore his comment, but Tazuna's grandson wasn't done with his skatefest. You didn't even do anything, he stated, this time louder. The person who did is dead. They don't even know his name. Fireworks went off in the distance, the sound of the distant celebration a dull roar. Orange light penetrated the night sky and vanished. It's late, Inari. You should go to bed, Sakura chided with a strained smile. Inari immediately crossed his arms and pretended he didn't hear. Nobody even knew his name. Even now they don't, they just enjoy the effects he brought them, just like that, the child indicated, pointing at another firework that exploded in a fiery display of art. There was a cheer, but it died as soon as the sparks stopped emitting luminance in the horizon. Sakura watched the fireworks quietly, mulling over the concept of the broken child's words. That was a sad analogy of life, but it made sense. In many ways, life and fireworks were a decent reflection of each other. Like a firework, there was a point of ignition and a time of ending. The amount of time you have may be influenced by a few factors, but in the end, you only have that small window to do what you must to awe the crowd. If your performance was adequate, people will remember the show for a little while, but move on. That, Sakura mused with a smile, and Naruto would be honored to be compared to one of these flashy explosions. It's pointless. They'll remember Gateau's name but not his. People listen to bad people, they make themselves matter. Sakura shifted her position to be closer to Inari. You say it like corruption's something to admire, she pointed out, causing the kid to look conflicted. A moral battle was obviously being fought in the boy's soul. I don't want to be forgotten, Inari whimpered after a time, surprised to feel Sakura's arms surround him with warmth. It takes courage to fight for what's right when people are anonymous to you. Naruto knew that. What made him brave was that he fought anyway, she whispered, watching the finale of the pyrotechnics display by the young boy's side. A barrage of blues mingled with the oranges and whites, occasionally dappled with a hint of purple. Why would he do that? Why would he die for it? Inari questioned, using the term ki in a manner that encompassed both his father and Naruto in a single statement. Sakura shut her eyes and smiled serenely. Love, she replied, finally acknowledging something that had nagged at her mind for a very long time. Inari clenched his teeth and pulled his hat over his eyes. That's stupid, he argued, but his heart wasn't in it. Sakura closed her eyes while the last firework died away, her smile still in place as she nodded. You're right. It's incredibly stupid. Ah? Inari asked, once again startled by the girl's unusually profound words. I don't think I'd like a world without idiots, she said, taking the child's hat off to mess his hair. I hope you grow up to be one. Having said her piece, Sakura walked off to prepare for bed, leaving Inari by himself to look at the stars. For what would be the last time for years, Tezuna's grandson began crying. The next morning, Team 7 became the first travelers ever to step foot on the completed bridge. A group of the villagers followed to see them off. Tezuna stood at the fore, feeling guilt as he shook Kakashi's hand in thanks. There had to be something he could do, but what? Kakashi Hatake soon left to lead his students, but before they covered a full 10 meters, their former client called out to them. Show a little more spirit. You're walking on the Great Naruto Bridge. The three stopped briefly before continuing, during which time Kakashi turned back to the old man with a single phrase, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Thanks. Zabuza Momochi sat contentedly on his branch, Haku hovering over the foreign kid and the riverbank below him. Every now and then, he'd bark some sort of criticism at the blonde, who nearly always startled at the sound. All things put into account, the kid was a fast learner. It had taken a week and a half for Haku to progress to where the kid was in his education of the technique. Actually, the blue-eyed streak of energy had the potential to become quite useful. Like this, came the blue-eyed boy's voice, full of drive and determination. Close, but more like this, Naruto-kun, Haku corrected him patiently, leaving Zabuza to smirk at how content his companion was. The missing ninja reclined, predicting that the temporary member of his troupe would have the jutsu mastered within the next 2 days. Oh, like this. Naruto laughed, jerking Zabuza out of his reverie with a shout. Water Dragon Jutsu. The riverbank roared to life, the once calm current molded by the chakra surrounding it into a screaming raised funnel. Haku watched in awe as the creature nearly reached completion before exploding. On all of them, effectively soaking even the man in the tree. Watch it! Zabuza roared, shaking himself off like a wet dog. Naruto let out a nervous chuckle while the water dripped off of him. He's all but mastered it, Master Zabuza. Haku chimed, causing the address to snort derisively. Naruto's face brightened considerably. After 4 days of absence, he could finally go home. Teach him something else. Zabuza ordered, causing Naruto's hope to do a swan dive. Sure, he was happy for the added education, but Sakura really was going to eviscerate him at this rate. Can't we just call it even and let me go? The boy asked, immediately earning a chilling gaze from the infamous rogue ninja present before him. No. Can I please write a letter? Naruto pleaded for what must have been the 100th time. Seriously, I appreciate the help, but they're really going to kill me back home. Not if you kill them first, Zabuza pointed out, causing Naruto to fall flat on his face and writhe with the futility of the conflict. Zabuza just didn't get it. Why would I want to? They're unnecessary. What the heck is your problem? Haku sighed as the two bickered. He felt bad for Naruto, but he understood why their communications were so strict. It would be incredibly stupid to send a letter to Konoha for several reasons, most of them including being hunted down and apprehended and/or killed. Secretly, though, he was happy to have a friend his age and didn't much like the thought of Naruto departing anytime soon. Naruto stewed over the campfire with his body covered in mud. It had been a whole 2 weeks now, and he had been caught trying to escape from his 2 tutors for the 19th time, though his strategy varied with every attempt. This time the plan had included a hornet's nest, 30 shadow clones, and a CC no jutsu, though not necessarily in that order. At first, it had seemed like a success. His shadow clone had managed to pull Haku and Zabuza in the wrong direction. Well, it had seemed like it at the time. With gusto, Naruto had managed to cover a decent 11 kilometers and had nearly reached Izuna's village when he was grabbed by the back of his dirted collar by a mildly entertained Zabuza. "When are you going to let me go?" the young escapee had demanded, surprised by the enjoyment Zabuza was making of his misery. "I said a month, kid," Zabuza had replied, soon being joined by a masked Haku with his debilitating weapons at the ready. "But I'm tempted to say until you can actually escape from me without leaving a trail of your nervous energy. You can track that?" Naruto managed to choke out before being forcibly dragged out to the campsite he had ditched. "Do you mean it?" Naruto sulked, staring into the flames and fidgeting with his tied hands. Granted, he knew how to untie a knot, but it would take a lot more than the standard trick to get past his larger captor. If they kept him any longer than a month, there was more than his own life at stake. The Chunin exams, if he remembered correctly, would happen within 2, and if he didn't get back on time, he shuddered to think of the fates of his fellow villagers. He tried to explain his plight to Haku with the framework of a schedule, but the ninja laughed at what had seemed an improvised fabrication on the part of his new friend. "Why is it nobody listens to me, I wonder?" Zabuza's ward had undertaken a project those past few nights. Ironically, Naruto's little escape plan had coincided with a trip the orphaned Kekai Genkai user had intended to take anyway. Haku sensed the unhappiness surrounding Naruto and gave him a brief nudge, causing the boy to perk up a little. He had still managed to do something right. If it hadn't been for him, there would have been no Haku sitting to his right now, sewing something orange. Why was he sewing something orange anyway? Speaking of which, Naruto looked down at his clothes. He had washed them a few times, but there really wasn't much in the laundry opportunity department in the wilderness. They were stained with his blood, sweat, and the mud he had become so accustomed to. On that note, Naruto could feel his blonde hair growing shaggy, as some of his bangs now covered his eyes at all times. If it weren't for the bright colors that Naruto was associated with, he doubted very many people in Konoha would recognize him through the mess. "Do you like it?" Haku asked, sounding more feminine than usual. Naruto looked back to the orange cloth in the unmasked Haku's hand, surprised he didn't notice what it was supposed to be before. His blue eyes observed what must have been a specialized cotton with awe. "I got the last of the threads this morning." Naruto felt guilt bubbling up inside him for the thought of ditching Haku without saying goodbye. Sure, his master was a JRK, but Haku? Why yeah. Thanks. Naruto responded, reaching out to touch the completely new orange shirt being dangled in front of him. It wasn't really a fashion statement, but even a nightgown was an improvement to the torn-up threads he was sporting at that point. The design was practical. A few pockets resided in the sides, and it looked like it would reach about down to his knees. Also, he noted with pleasure, it looked like it would be much easier to wash until he was able to get back to his village. Haku smiled knowingly, placed the new garment aside, aware that Naruto wasn't really in a place where he could put it on with his hands bound. He knew something that would further lighten his captive's mood, however. "So, what do you want to learn tomorrow?" Haku asked brightly while picking up his materials. Naruto scrunched up his face for a second in thought, as he did every time he was asked. It was a hard decision, really. He always wanted to learn something useful, but at the same time, he often tried to learn something that would help him escape or communicate with those who were uninformed of his situation. Thus far, Naruto had mastered 2 jutsus, the water dragon and prison. He had also learned some basic drills used by the Hunter-nin policing force for flexibility and chakra control. After some deliberation, Naruto finally just asked for Haku to surprise him so he could plot some more. Sleep that night was business as usual, having the campfire doused before the darkness came, burying it, and covering the loose soil with a big rock. With that precaution taken, the 3 slept in their mats on the grasses with sticks below, positioned to make it look like deer had slept where they had. It was an uncomfortable way to doze, but terribly inventive. Naruto couldn't help but marvel at how thorough the 2 rogue ninja were at covering their tracks. It was no wonder the Momochi had never been caught. The stars were beautiful that night, barely any clouds in the way of his view. The sky was so vast and amazing, But Naruto probably wouldn't have admired the backdrop if it were raining gold nuggets. All he could think about were his teammates. "Please don't hate me, guys," he muttered to no one, allowing his worries to take him far into the night before he actually dozed off. Unfortunately for the QB's host, sleep was not a reprieve that night. Nightmares of a hysterical, axe-wielding Sakura abounded, followed by a Sasuke completely possessed by Orochimaru. From the very moment Kakashi and his pupils entered the gates, he felt an extreme sense of shame kick in. The Chunin sentries of Konohagure had known better than to pry, but there was a grim flash of recognition in their eyes as they counted 3 members returning in the place of 4. The regular mission papers were handed to Kakashi alongside a very foreboding yellow slip. He hadn't seen that parchment in a long time, but he knew he was going to have to fill one out. Names on those slips were put into one of 2 categories: Kia or the ANBU's archives, depending on the circumstances. He remembered Minato writing Obito's name on one all those years ago. Sakura and Sasuke waited behind him, winded from the journey and eager to be dismissed. The paper had retained his attention, however, so their stint in the sun was elongated. "The Hokage has been waiting for your return, sir. You should show your reports as soon as possible," the shorter one of the sentries announced after allowing the returning shinobi to space out for about 2 minutes. The gray-haired man nodded and turned to the 2 adolescents standing behind him. Sakura looked at him expectantly and motioned to her bags. "You can go home. I'll send for you if I need you," he told them, the 2 bowing respectfully and walking off their different ways. With them gone, he sighed dejectedly and walked to his own apartment with the paperwork in hand. As it could be imagined, all he wanted was to go home in peace and write out his report. Of course, fate wasn't about to allow that to happen. Of all the people for the lone wolf Kakashi to run into at that time, the one he dreaded most was not Guy. While the man may have been a pain in the butt, he at least wouldn't have a personal vendetta against him within 30 seconds of their meeting. No, the person he had wanted to avoid most was the mother hen of a male they called Irika. "Hey, Kakashi," came the cheery greeting that caused Kakashi to stop dead in his tracks. He didn't dare turn around. "I bet you're just ready to tear your hair out, huh?" Footsteps indicated that the Chunin was catching up to him, and the Hatake fought the urge to flee and lock his doors. "Ah, what's the matter, Kakashi?" "I wouldn't be surprised. That Naruto is a downright pain sometimes, isn't he? I know he doesn't get along with Sasuke. That must have been fun." The soon-to-be wreck of a man was closing in, and there was nothing Kakashi could do to spare him. "You probably have to fill out your mission reports, right? How about we do it over a cup of tea?" Irika was looking over his shoulder now, his breath hitching in his throat upon sighting the yellow slip Kakashi was rushing to conceal. Irika grabbed the slip directly out of Kakashi's hands and eyed it in horror as the speculation rushed through his brain. There was no way in hell this was really in the stack of reports Kakashi had to fill out. It had only been a C-ranked mission. "Irika, give that back." Kakashi sighed and reclaimed the piece of paper. To his surprise, Irika's face was only on of slight irritation. "I hope you're going to complain," the younger man stated seriously while returning the slip. "That's a really big misfile. Those are to be treated with more respect, you know. You don't just hand them back to any returning group, especially ones with Genin's members." Kakashi continued his marathon of not facing Irika, and added an event of not responding to the event. Irika's face slowly fell, but his hope remained. "It's not like you need it or anything, right?" he asked, keeping a note of jest to his voice. "Right." The last of the Hatake continued to stand absolutely still, unmoving until Irika couldn't stand it and stepped in front of his coworker and looked at him directly in the carefully guarded eye. "Kakashi, there's something you're not telling me." Kakashi didn't know how to break the news, so he didn't. The Jonin pushed past his associate and continued walking towards his apartment, which prompted something primal in Irika's internal mechanics. Suddenly realizing the truth of the situation, Naruto's cherished mentor felt his hands shake and his heart fall. He felt like it had dropped a nice few degrees in temperature, as well. "Who is it for?" Irika now demanded, halting the copy ninja's retreat by stepping in front of him once more. "Who is that accursed thing for?" Kakashi felt like he was going to break, and his face showed it. Though he once again gave no verbal answer, Irika just knew. No. He muttered, eyes suddenly like an injured child's. Tell me this is a joke, Kakashi. Tell me this is another one of your sick, twisted jokes. Tell me that slip is just for show. Irika, I'm sorry. Kakashi began, voice hushed, but the damage was done, and Irika's face contorted quickly. Where before there had been a gentle-spirited teacher of elementary students, there now stood a wounded animal clenching its fists. You have to fill out those reports, Kakashi, he hissed through clenched teeth. I'll just wait for you in Hokage-sama's office. Kakashi watched as Irika stormed off, leaving him alone with the papers in the alleyway he had been walking in. Well, that could have gone better. Naruto stewed over the campfire with his body covered in mud. It had been a whole 2 weeks now, and he had been caught trying to escape from his 2 tutors for the 19th time, though his strategy varied with every attempt. This time the plan had included a hornet's nest, 30 shadow clones, and a CC no jutsu, though not necessarily in that order. At first, it had seemed like a success. His shadow clone had managed to pull Haku and Zabuza in the wrong direction. Well, it had seemed like it at the time. With gusto, Naruto had managed to cover a decent 11 kilometers and had nearly reached Tizuna's village when he was grabbed by the back of his dirted collar by a mildly entertained Zabuza. When are you going to let me go? The young escapee had demanded, surprised by the enjoyment Zabuza was making of his misery. I said a month, kid, Zabuza had replied, soon being joined by a masked Haku with his debilitating weapons at the ready. But I'm tempted to say until you can actually escape from me without leaving a trail of your nervous energy. You can track that? Naruto managed to choke out before being forcibly dragged out to the campsite he had ditched. Do you mean it? Naruto sulked, staring into the flames and fidgeting with his tied hands. Granted, he knew how to untie a knot, but it would take a lot more than the standard trick to get past his larger captor. If they kept him any longer than a month, there was more than his own life at stake. The Chunin exams, if he remembered correctly, would happen within 2, and if he didn't get back on time, he shuddered to think of the fates of his fellow villagers. He tried to explain his plight to Haku with the framework of a schedule, but the ninja laughed at what had seemed an improvised fabrication on the part of his new friend. Why is it nobody listens to me, I wonder? Zabuza's ward had undertaken a project those past few nights. Ironically, Naruto's little escape plan had coincided with a trip the orphaned Kekai Genkai user had intended to take anyway. Haku sensed the unhappiness surrounding Naruto and gave him a brief nudge, causing the boy to perk up a little. He had still managed to do something right. If it hadn't been for him, there would have been no Haku sitting to his right now, sewing something orange. Why was he sewing something orange anyway? Speaking of which, Naruto looked down at his clothes. He had washed them a few times, but there really wasn't much in the laundry opportunity department in the wilderness. They were stained with his blood, sweat, and the mud he had become so accustomed to. On that note, Naruto could feel his blonde hair growing shaggy, as some of his bangs now covered his eyes at all times. If it weren't for the bright colors that Naruto was associated with, he doubted very many people in Konoha would recognize him through the mess. Do you like it? Haku asked, sounding more feminine than usual. Naruto looked back to the orange cloth in the unmasked Haku's hand, surprised he didn't notice what it was supposed to be before. His blue eyes observed what must have been a specialized cotton with awe. I got the last of the threads this morning. Naruto felt guilt bubbling up inside him for the thought of ditching Haku without saying goodbye. Sure, his master was a JRK, but Haku? Why yeah. Thanks. Naruto responded, reaching out to touch the completely new orange shirt being dangled in front of him. It wasn't really a fashion statement, but even a nightgown was an improvement to the torn-up threads he was sporting at that point. The design was practical. A few pockets resided in the sides, and it looked like it would reach about down to his knees. Also, he noted with pleasure, it looked like it would be much easier to wash until he was able to get back to his village. Haku smiled, knowingly placed the new garment aside, aware that Naruto wasn't really in a place where he could put it on with his hands bound. He knew something that would further lighten his captive's mood, however. So, what do you want to learn tomorrow? Haku asked brightly while picking up his materials. Naruto scrunched up his face for a second in thought, as he did every time he was asked. It was a hard decision, really. He always wanted to learn something useful, but at the same time, he often tried to learn something that would help him escape or communicate with those who were uninformed of his situation. Thus far, Naruto had mastered 2 jutsus, the water dragon and prison. He had also learned some basic drills used by the Hunter-nin policing force for flexibility and chakra control. After some deliberation, Naruto finally just asked for Haku to surprise him so he could plot some more. Sleep that night was business as usual, having the campfire doused before the darkness came, burying it, and covering the loose soil with a big rock. With that precaution taken, the 3 slept in their mats on the grasses with sticks below, positioned to make it look like deer had slept where they had. It was an uncomfortable way to doze, but terribly inventive. Naruto couldn't help but marvel at how thorough the 2 rogue ninja were at covering their tracks. It was no wonder the Momochi had never been caught. The stars were beautiful that night, barely any clouds in the way of his view. The sky was so vast and amazing, but Naruto probably wouldn't have admired the backdrop if it were raining gold nuggets. All he could think about were his teammates. "Please don't hate me, guys," he muttered to no one, allowing his worries to take him far into the night before he actually dozed off. Unfortunately for the QB's host, sleep was not a reprieve that night. Nightmares of a hysterical, axe-wielding Sakura abounded, followed by a Sasuke completely possessed by Orochimaru. From the very moment Kakashi and his pupils entered the gates, he felt an extreme sense of shame kick in. The Chunin sentries of Konohagure had known better than to pry, but there was a grim flash of recognition in their eyes as they counted 3 members returning in the place of 4. The regular mission papers were handed to Kakashi alongside a very foreboding yellow slip. He hadn't seen that parchment in a long time, but he knew he was going to have to fill one out. Names on those slips were put into one of 2 categories: Kia or the ANBU's archives, depending on the circumstances. He remembered Minato writing Obito's name on one all those years ago. Sakura and Sasuke waited behind him, winded from the journey and eager to be dismissed. The paper had retained his attention, however, so their stint in the sun was elongated. "The Hokage has been waiting for your return, sir. You should show your reports as soon as possible," the shorter one of the sentries announced after allowing the returning shinobi to space out for about 2 minutes. The gray-haired man nodded and turned to the 2 adolescents standing behind him. Sakura looked at him expectantly and motioned to her bags. "You can go home. I'll send for you if I need you," he told them, the 2 bowing respectfully and walking off their different ways. With them gone, sighed dejectedly and walked to his own apartment with the paperwork in hand. As it could be imagined, all he wanted was to go home in peace and write out his report. Of course, fate wasn't about to allow that to happen. Of all the people for the lone wolf Kakashi to run into at that time, the one he dreaded most was not Guy. While the man may have been a pain in the butt, he at least wouldn't have a personal vendetta against him within 30 seconds of their meeting. No, the person he had wanted to avoid most was the mother hen of a male they called Irika. "Hey, Kakashi," came the cheery greeting that caused Kakashi to stop dead in his tracks. He didn't dare turn around. "I bet you're just ready to tear your hair out, huh?" Footsteps indicated that the Chunin was catching up to him, and the Hatake fought the urge to flee and lock his doors. "Ah, what's the matter, Kakashi?" "I wouldn't be surprised. That Naruto is a downright pain sometimes, isn't he? I know he doesn't get along with Sasuke. That must have been fun." The soon-to-be wreck of a man was closing in, and there was nothing Kakashi could do to spare him. "You probably have to fill out your mission reports, right? How about we do it over a cup of tea dash?" Irika was looking over his shoulder now, his breath hitching in his throat upon sighting the yellow slip Kakashi was rushing to conceal. Irika grabbed the slip directly out of Kakashi's hands and eyed it in horror as the speculation rushed through his brain. There was no way in hell this was really in the stack of reports Kakashi had to fill out. It had only been a C-ranked mission. "Irika, give that back." Kakashi sighed and reclaimed the piece of paper. To his surprise, Irika's face was only on of slight irritation. "I hope you're going to complain," the younger man stated seriously while returning the slip. "That's a really big misfile. Those are to be treated with more respect, you know. You don't just hand them back to any returning group, especially ones with Genin's members." Kakashi continued his marathon of not facing Iruka, and added an event of not responding to the event. Iruka's face slowly fell, but his hope remained. "It's not like you need it or anything, right?" he asked, keeping a note of jest to his voice. "Right?" The last of the Hataki continued to stand absolutely still, unmoving until Iruka couldn't stand it and stepped in front of his coworker and looked at him directly in the carefully guarded eye. "Kakashi, there's something you're not telling me." Kakashi didn't know how to break the news, so he didn't. The Jonin pushed past his associate and continued walking towards his apartment, which prompted something primal in Iruka's internal mechanics. Suddenly realizing the truth of the situation, Naruto's cherished mentor felt his hands shake and his heart fall. He felt like it had dropped a nice few degrees in temperature, as well. "Who is it for?" Iruka now demanded, halting the copy ninja's retreat by stepping in front of him once more. "Who is that accursed thing for?" Kakashi felt like he was going to break, and his face showed it. Though he once again gave no verbal answer, Iruka just knew. "No," he muttered, eyes suddenly like an injured child's. "Tell me this is a joke, Kakashi. Tell me this is another one of your sick, twisted jokes. Tell me that slip is just for show." "Iruka, I'm sorry." Kakashi began, voice hushed, but the damage was done, and Iruka's face contorted quickly. Where before there had been a gentle-spirited teacher of elementary students, there now stood a wounded animal clenching its fists. "You have to fill out those reports, Kakashi," he hissed through clenched teeth. "I'll just wait for you in Hokage-sama's office." Kakashi watched as Iruka stormed off, leaving him alone with the papers in the alleyway he had been walking in. Well, that could have gone better. Haku woke Naruto up in the early morning hours before dawn with a gentle set of nudges. All too happy to escape from his nightmares, the ramen-loving demon vessel opened his eyes and got up without so much as a single groan. Zabuza continued snoring as he generally woke about an hour after his cohorts. As a result of the older man's sleeping habits, Naruto got ready quietly after Haku removed his bonds to keep him from escaping in the night. Their breakfast consisted of a handful of nuts, but Naruto was used to the meager portions after 2 weeks. He ate it gratefully before Haku motioned for him to follow. The two ninja covered about 2 miles on foot before finding a place Haku was satisfied with. The clearing in question was different from the ones he'd worked in before, with the fact that most of the trees were dead and collapsing onto one another. Naruto's eyes flashed with curiosity. What did Haku have in mind? "You said you wanted me to surprise you, didn't you, Naruto?" Haku asked, rummaging through the bag he had placed in his garb. "You've got me guessing," the blonde admitted while situating himself on a log to watch his temporary teacher pull out the object he was looking for and approach him. A senbon needle rested in the feminine boy's hand. "Have you ever used one of these?" he asked his blue-eyed hostage, who shook his head while perking up in interest. Haku couldn't help but admire Naruto's willingness to learn. They didn't really go over those at all in Konoha. "We have kunai and shuriken, but those needle things aren't used much." Haku nodded knowingly and handed the needle to Naruto's outstretched hand. The Jinchuriki placed his fingers in various positions and rolled it. It wasn't that he wasn't familiar with the thing, but he had never been given one willingly. After he finished his inspection, he quirked an eyebrow at Haku. "There are several reasons these needles are considered an unconventional weapon, Naruto-kun. For one thing, they aren't as easy to throw as kunai. Go ahead and try. Your target is the stump over there," Haku instructed, pointing at a particularly sad piece of lumber. Soon enough, the needle flew from Naruto's hand in the direction of his mark, but it bounced off the stump on impact, wood meeting wood. The Uzumaki scowled at this before turning to his companion. "It doesn't do that when you toss it," Naruto remarked, though his words were not needed at all. Haku chuckled. "Of course it doesn't. While an acupuncture needle isn't very sharp, it can be altered by the manner of a toss. Like most attacks, there's a trick to it." Naruto scooped back up the needle and returned to his respective perch, where he waited for Haku's next words expectantly. While he had been hoping for another jutsu, being able to use his arm as a needle gatling was an appealing idea. "When you toss a kunai, there is a very distinct center of gravity, right?" Haku asked, Naruto giving him a quick nod. Needles have a much less notable one, so in order to gain velocity, you need to shoot at an angle where gravity helps you. Haku jumped up on the log beside Naruto and jumped high into the air before throwing another Senbon downwards at the stump, where it stuck in the wood, making a neat little hole. Naruto mimicked him, but all that was accomplished was a dent in the wood before the needle clattered to the ground as before. What, am I not throwing it hard enough? Naruto asked, hurrying over to retrieve his practice weapon. Well, in a sense, you're holding it wrong. Haku corrected, demonstrating how a Senbon was supposed to be fingered. Accustomed to his kunai, Naruto spent a few minutes just working on his hold. When he had that down, the toss was a cinch. Haku stepped up his lesson after that point, showing Naruto the finer points of different types of tosses and used a mud-etch diagram to show the effective attack points on the human body. Naruto wasn't entirely surprised when the mist ninja made no less than 25 marks on the neck alone. By the end of the day, Naruto was able to nail a twig dummy set up at about 12 meters away. Content with Naruto's progress, Haku ended the lesson with a few words of praise. They fell on deaf ears, however, since Naruto had lapsed back into scheming mode. While he wasn't going to attempt to escape today, as Zabuza would be ready and waiting for such an outburst, he would try to find some way of making contact with Konoha. How he was going to do that he wasn't sure, but when he was allowed his usual time slot of downtime, the boy dwelt on the idea. At first, he thought of sending an etched leaf on a squirrel after tying on with a tough plant stem, but he deduced that would be a stupid idea. That didn't stop him from doing it. He was so desperate to get a hold of them anymore, he probably would have attempted the same thing on an aggressive bear. The leaf was etched with a little stick, and he hoped the writing was legible. The message simply read, "I'm still here, Naruto," but he didn't really have much more room than that. After he tethered the leaf to the unfortunate squirrel he had managed to nab, he set it free in a random direction, hoping it would reach someone who would recognize what it meant, and not some predator's belly. The carrier rodent was not devoured, thankfully. It scurried off into the distance, where it managed to defy all laws of probability and ended up on a peddler's wagon, where its tail ended up being pinned by a small lucky cat statue. Now, while that on its own was a bizarre set of circumstances, the ones to follow were even stranger. The peddler stopped at a small settlement between Konoha and the Land of Waves, where he ended up freeing the squirrel and selling the lucky cat that had fallen on top of it to an elderly woman with an irritable attitude. The woman took notice of the squirrel in the cart and mentioned how silly it was for him to have dressed it, but if that was where he was looking to unload, she had a granddaughter in Konohagure that was looking for a pet. While the peddler had been unaware of the creature's presence until his customer had pointed it out, he was unable to turn down an opportunity to make money and caged it under a collector's edition calendar for the journey to his next stop, which was the ninja village in question. The accident-prone squirrel spent the next 2 days under the kitchen accessory on the bumpy path, with the peddler feeding and giving it water intermittently. Eventually, the wagon stopped in Konoha's market square, where the peddler quickly made himself a place. He set out his goods according to what they were, and kept the squirrel under the cage the colander served as. Oddly enough, Sakura Haruno's mother had a strange urge to go shopping that morning. It wasn't unlike her to leave the house from time to time, but she honestly could not explain her compulsion to even herself when she left the house with her purse in hand. The woman stepped through the market square, purchasing a few sweets and foodstuffs, but stopped dead in front of the peddler's blanket, which was being frequented by children who were trying to peek through a silver piece of kitchenware. "What's in there?" she asked the man, who had stroked his long chin and informed her of the squirrel he was selling as a pet, promising it to be disease-free. While normally a woman like Mrs. Haruno wouldn't even consider buying an animal, her daughter came to mind. Sakura had really been in the dumps lately, and a pet may have been just what the doctor ordered. So, Sakura's mother purchased the odd leaf-wearing squirrel and took it home in a cage she bought at another pet vendor who was stationed conveniently nearby and headed for home. Sakura was indeed in a dark mood as of late. While she still had comparably nothing on Sasuke, who had been reduced to a spiteful training recluse, she still could hardly look at her fellow villagers without feeling a wave of disgust. Her teammate had been decided dead by the council 2 days before some of the townspeople with less scruples raided her former comrade's apartment. There were those who refrained from such activities, of course, and several parties who even felt this was an injustice, but for whatever reason they allowed it to go on. Within the span of 2 hours, it was as if Naruto had never existed. It wasn't that she didn't have something to remember him by, of course. Between the memories and the fact that she had gone out of her way to retrieve the Uzumaki staff during their return trip, she couldn't really say she had needed anything from that room, but the whole spectacle had unnerved her greatly. The ending of the whole fiasco hadn't helped to undo the damage to her worldview. She had never seen Irika so angry. Irritated, yes, but not so angry that he resorted to threatening to burn down a building if he was ignored while simultaneously leering and laughing without mirth. Needless to say, the grudge-bearing crowd had left after that, but a majority of Naruto's apartment was empty now. She stepped onto his floors for what would be the last time, as the city had decided to grant that complex to someone else. The remains of what he had gathered in his 12 years of life were gone, but dust traces indicated that they were moved from places of honor on his shelves or neat piles in corners. Here and there, an empty ramen cup or a snack wrapper would blow in the wind, seeping through a destroyed window. The scene was bleak. Sakura didn't know why she had gone into the abandoned house, much less why she had brought it upon herself to see if there was anything left behind. She wasn't a pack rat or scavenger, but the thought of something with high sentimental value just being thrown away disturbed her. Her foot stepped on a loose floorboard, and Sakura didn't hesitate to lift it. What greeted her eyes stole her train of thought. Where did Naruto get RDC magazines? She had to wonder, despite the fact she found her hands rifling through the pile until she felt something with a very different texture at the very bottom. With gusto, the kunoichi removed what seemed to be a picture frame and a few envelopes. The picture wasn't anything she hadn't been expecting, but it made her heart ache. The Irika in the picture was grinning mischievously, pushing Naruto's headband over his head and messing his hair like a brother would. That mystery aside, Sakura placed the frame into her bag. She would probably set it on Irika's doorstep later. She didn't want to be around when it was discovered, to be sure. The envelopes were a different matter. They were, for whatever reason, sealed and unlabeled. With all her self-control, she shoved them into her bag without opening them. Though she wouldn't give to Irika, she decided she would hide those from the eyes of the world until Judgment Day, or the day she couldn't take the suspense anymore. The young Haruno spent a few more minutes in the room, just checking for things she had missed before making her way back outside. The walk back to her house was uneventful, though she did feel inclined to stop when she ran into her rather bedraggled sensei outside the pub, reading his book intensely. There was something she had been meaning to ask him. "This is indeed grave, Kakashi." Sarutobi chewed on his pipe without so much as looking up from the papers in front of him. Irika, who was situated close beside the old man, lurched uncomfortably in position. Kakashi, for his part, stood in front of the desk like a puppy about to be reprimanded. "We shall have to be more careful with our assignments as a village. This can't be allowed to happen again." Kakashi bowed slightly before the Hokage. "Sir, what about the council? We all know that Naruto was more than an average genin." The Hokage sighed. "You are correct, Kakashi. The council will have to convene to decide what is to be done, whether or not we search or even allow this incident to leak. The kid provided us with some political leverage, shunned though he was." "What will happen now?" Irika asked from his place in the chair, face drawn painfully straight. The Hokage straightened himself and stood up. "We shall continue business as usual as if nothing ever happened," he ordered with a hint of remorse, "and Team 7 shall await a replacement for the member the lost." "You're leaving Kakashi in charge?" Irika suddenly snapped out of his carefully regulated trance. "After he dash." "Silence, Irika," the elderly man bellowed, immediately silencing the now trembling academy instructor. "I know how you may feel about this, but Kakashi cannot be held responsible for your little friend's demise." Kakashi remained standing in the center of the room and watched as Irika bowed in the fire shadow's gaze. "Go home, Irika. Get some rest." The ponytail Irika sported on the back of his head bobbed only slightly when the young man gave his reluctant assent and left Kakashi and Sarutobi in the room together alone. "You may leave also, Kakashi. I will contact you when the council is adjourned." The Hokage paused, and I'd advise you to steer clear of Irika for a while. He didn't need to tell Kakashi twice. Yes, sir, the Hatake echoed out of habit before departing the depressing scene. Kakashi sighed and turned the page. He had indeed been contacted with the council's decision, and had been spared any consequences of his actions. As if to make him feel worse than he already had, the council announced that Konoha would begin to prepare for the Chunin exams, something that Kakashi had intended for his students to be involved in. The visible eye on the elite ninja's face trailed across the page. He had read the same 3 paragraphs a full 5 times now, but hadn't really been taking in any of it. No amount of forbidden passion could fill in his sense of self-inadequacy, but the appearance of being engrossed did drive away most would-be conversationalists. Sakura, however, wasn't one of the discouraged. A feminine set of fingers impeded his view of the page. Kakashi groaned and looked up, knowing those appendages well. "What do you need, Sakura?" he asked, pulling his book into his vest where she could not witness its contents. The last thing he needed was her needling him about that right now. "I was just wondering if you'd heard anything about Naruto's replacement." "Not a word," Kakashi muttered, ping an eyebrow at her. "Anything else?" The pink-haired girl shook her head. "No. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then." "See you," Kakashi agreed, waiting for her to leave his range of vision before bringing back out his potential escape in a hurry. Had just finished preparing dinner when her daughter walked through the front door. There was a quick greeting called to the woman from the other room, which she returned before beckoning her little girl to the kitchen. Sakura heard her mother's telltale, surprise voice, but she wasn't very enthused. The last time her mother had used that tone, her mother had sewn her the ugliest dress she had ever laid her eyes on. This being said, it was with very low expectations that she met her mother in the next room. "Look what I got for you, sweetheart," her mother cooed, causing a spark of indignity to spark in the young girl's soul. She would have opened her mouth to inform her mother for the 80th time that she wasn't a baby when her mother's gift scurried loudly in its cage. Slowly, Sakura looked on the table, where her eyes were greeted with a spacious bamboo cage. Inside it was a orangey-brown creature with a puffy tail. The younger Haruno's eye twitched. "Is squirrel?" she asked skeptically, approaching and inspecting the creature to see that it had some sort of plant-like attachment. On impulse, the girl reached into the cage to remove and look at it, pleasantly surprised that the rodent didn't flee from her touch. If anything, it seemed enamored with her. "Isn't it cute, Sakura?" her mother asked, unaware of the scene that was about to unfold with the leaf in her daughter's hands. At first, Sakura didn't believe her eyes at all. The leaf had begun to decompose, and some of the symbols had smeared, but she could still make out the message. Bewildered, she stifled a scream with her hand. "I'm still here, Naruto." Sakura's mother had watched as her daughter's eyes widened in terror upon looking at the seemingly harmless leaf. Her face went white as a sheet in the Hyuga mansion as she scrunched it up in her hand, little bits of the edges drifting out of her grip. While at once both baffled and alarmed, the older woman also managed to catch her daughter during the fainting spell that followed. The squirrel went haywire in the cage, darting up and down with the intensity of the atmosphere around him. Mrs. Haruno couldn't help but look up at the creature. The whole situation had seemed less than scary until that leaf came into play. Sakura's mother had at first just thought the leaf was like a cute identification tag. Now, as the aforementioned piece of plant matter fell to the ground, she couldn't help but look at it. At first, the words didn't faze the woman at all. She had heard about Naruto's death, of course, but as she had never really been a staunch hater or supporter of the Jinchuriki's existence, she really hadn't reacted much at all. The leaf was no longer a coherent message after Sakura's instinctive crush. To the contrary, it looked almost as harmless as it was possible to be, causing the pink-haired mother of Team 7's sole female member to worry about her daughter a great deal. Sakura stirred in her mother's arms. "Mom?" she asked, suddenly certain that the last 10 minutes had been a dream until she laid her eyes on the leaf her mother had placed on the counter. Having seen the object, Sakura screamed again and scrambled out of her mother's embrace, her hair standing on end. "What's the matter, Sakura? What did you see?" her mother asked gently, not able to hide her concern for her child's mental health. Indeed, the young girl's brain was having a hard time functioning, and it took all of her guts to keep herself composed. In a show of intelligence not atypical of Sakura's brain, the kunoichi bolted past her mother to gather both the cage containing the squirrel and the leaf it had held. She had no idea what was going on, to be sure, but she did have some evidence on her person right then, and there were several people she knew could help her get to the bottom of what was at hand. "Mom, I'm going to visit Ino," she announced, at first looking like she had eaten something unpleasant. She might have been at odds with the blonde female, but with the situation as it was, she needed her childhood friend's help. Sakura didn't even bother putting her shoes back on when she left her house, despite her mother's bewildered protests. The squirrel bounced within the cage, which she had unceremoniously tossed over her back. Dusk was a busy time in Konoha. Many villagers came home from their various farms and businesses to make last-minute stops in the marketplace. The ANBU even wandered into town to partake of their evening meals in various street shops and vendors. There was a healthy amount of noise and laughter flying through the air, and friends basked in groups by the street with their suppers, reminiscing. The early summer evening was a mundane thing, really. Of course, that was until the barefooted Haruna bolted through the streets like a woman possessed with a squirrel in a cage on her back. The stares were inevitable, but after she had left the main dinner crowd's field of vision, most of them just shook their heads and attributed the strange actions of the girl on ninja behavior. They couldn't really be blamed for that assessment, however. A lot of the more powerful ninja in the village had their signature quirks, such as public reading of pawn or insane gusto for the stupidest things. Ino had been kept busy with her new schedule as a ninja, which she had balanced with her job at the flower shop. All in all, every night saw her exhausted and antisocial. Her father had promised her that this was a normal trend of genin life, and that it would get easier soon, but she missed having the energy to do her favorite recreational activities outside her home. Her thoughts rarely ever had the time to dwell on Sakura anymore, but when Ino had heard about Naruto, she had felt a quick stir of pity. That, however, faded when she continued her spree of hard working. On that night in particular, Ino was gratefully drinking stew at her parents' table, her body finally recovering from Asuma's drills earlier that day. Her mother had briefly started a conversation that she had contributed to, but all in all, the evenings were all the same anymore. The pattern of her nightlife changed abruptly the moment there was a loud series of pounds on the door. Ino startled and choked on her stew while her mother went to fetch the door. After a few pounds on her own throat, the fish came loose from Ino's airway. "I need to see Ino." Sakura's voice carried through the dwelling, causing the poor Ino to nearly choke a second time. "We're eating dinner right now, Sakura," Mrs. Yamanaka informed the uninvited guest politely, choosing not to comment on Sakura's bedraggled appearance. Ino listened carefully, unsure of whether or not she should leave her meal just yet. A part of her brain screamed with arrogance, condemning Sakura for being so rude, but somewhere else, Ino's maternal instincts were stirring. There was something in Sakura's voice that sounded desperate. "Ma'am, please," Sakura countered, huffing from the effort of her sprint. "It's an emergency." Those words had Ino at the door within fractions of a second, barely containing her compassion with a sneer. She had heard that Sakura hadn't been doing well, but she hadn't expected to see her look so, well, unfabulous. Sakura's pink hair flew in every which direction, the hayate on her head having slipped to an angle. That wasn't what caught Ino's attention. There was a squirrel on her former best friend's back, and the girl's eyes were wild. "Ino!" Sakura greeted pleadingly, and Ino nodded to her mother, who left to return to her meal. I mean Sakura," Ino corrected herself before insulting the obviously vulnerable kunoichi standing before her. "What? Is this emergency that would cause you to run barefooted with an animal on your back?" Sakura grabbed her rival's hand and shoved the abused leaf onto it, causing the young Yamanaka to reward her with a dubious expression. "Dying leaf?" she asked patiently, sure there was more of an explanation, but not entirely sure she wanted to hear it. "What kind of leaf is it, Ino?" Sakura asked, obviously intent on this detail. Ino just stared for a minute before asking, "Are you sure this couldn't wait until after dinner?" Sakura shook her head and pressed onto the foliage now in Ino's outstretched palm. "Just look at it, please," she begged. In response to Sakura's plea, Ino turned the leaf over and studied it carefully. It had seen a lot of action crumbling here and there, but what caught her attention most were the scribbles adorning the center. With all the folding, they were impossible to make out, but at one point they must have been writing. Ino smirked despite herself. What? Did your secret admirer send you a mysterious message? You probably want to make sure it's not poison ivy, huh? This isn't a joking matter. Sakura shouted suddenly, causing her fellow kunoichi to gulp at the sudden hostility. I need to know where this leaf comes from. Ino rounded on the pink-haired girl in a flash. I won't tell you until you tell me why this is such an emergency. It's a message from Naruto. Sakura snapped, allowing the puzzled brain of her current companion to piece together. Where did you get this, Sakura? Ino asked with a hint of pity, now causing even more of a rise out of Sakura, who was turning red and pointed at the squirrel she was holding over her back with her free hand. So, let me get this straight, your dead teammate sent you a messenger squirrel with a leaf? Ino asked, careful not to let her face or voice waver in any way as she repeated the information she'd received back to its source. Sakura put her free hand to her face now, aware of how stupid she sounded. Please tell me you don't think that squirrel is Naruto, Ino implored, a little worried when Sakura just shrugged with a rapidly slouching posture. The squirrel, on the other hand, looked at Ino expectantly. Ino, for her part, felt a stirring of pity. Whether or not someone had played such a cruel trick on Sakura or if she just lost her mind was about to be decided, but Sakura broke through the judgment centers of her former friend's consciousness. Ino. The leaf. Ino looked at the leaf one more time. Whether it was out of compassion or memories of better times, she decided to fulfill Sakura's request. It wasn't a hard piece of matter to identify for someone who'd worked in a flower store all their lives. Resigned, Ino finished her inspection and gave the leaf back to Sakura, who waited on her words like a puppy for dinner. It's from a star-drop bush, native to the land of waves. Whatever the reason, that was the answer Sakura had seemed to want to hear. The sides of her mouth threatened to form a smile as she nodded her thanks to Ino and darting off and leaving the Yamanaka dazed and alone in the doorway. What the hell?